in the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation. The battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nodirbek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Ding Liren makes a return to the board, after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish Giri, and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the beautiful town of Vaikanze, where we will soon be seeing round 8 of the Tata Steel Chess Festival. It's wild, it's windy, it's cold out there in January, but it's anything other than that in the tournament hall in the famous De Montréal building, where things are heating up. We're officially past the halfway stage. Players are taking their seats now. And today for round 8, I am Grandmaster David Howell, and I'm being joined by everyone's favorite commentator, Daniel Naroditsky. Daniel, it's great to have you here with me. What are you looking forward to most today?
Likewise, David, thank you for the introduction. It's great to be back. Every single round in this tournament is its own story, its own narrative, and every round has brought with it interesting results, interesting openings, and intrigue all the way to the end. I can't wait to jump in.
Yeah, it's one of the highlights of the chess calendar. It always kicks off the year in such good style, Vaikanze, and it's due to this beautiful blend, this exciting blend of experienced players, young, hungry superstars, and the top women in the world as well. And let's recap what we saw yesterday in the Tata Steel Masters group, where we saw a bit of a shake-up at the top of the leaderboard. A few draws here and there, but 3 decisive results, and they were all essential for the standings. We saw Vidit defeat Alireza after profiting in the opening from a bit of a slip-up. Firouzja sacrificing a piece, unable to demonstrate any compensation. Thereafter, we saw a win for Abdusattorov against Anish Giri, catching up with the leader. Anish there, stumbling for the first time this tournament, and Gukesh now on a 3-match winning streak, beating local hero Max Varmadam. And Daniel, I was commentating on those games with Robert, and it was a bit of a roller coaster, ups and downs, and great opening preparation followed by slip-ups. And this is what we're left with. 3 players atop the table with 4.5 points. That is Abdusattorov, Anish Giri, and Gukesh. But a chasing pack, and a pack that's narrowing, only 1 point between first place and 10th place. What do you make of this as we pass the halfway mark?
Yeah, insane. I mean, everybody is a player in this tournament. I mean, literally and figuratively, and it's crazy. I mean, Alireza Firouzja, you think, okay, he lost to June, he lost to Vidit, he must be in, 16th place. I mean, there aren't even 16 players, but he's actually only half a point out of the lead. And this is the nature of a meat grinder like Tata Steel. Everybody ends up beating everybody, so nobody's able to pull away. But just wanted to highlight what a win by Abdusattorov defeating Giri in exactly the style that we are used to Anish winning games. Just a smooth Karpovian positional effort that our, patriarchs like Capablanca and David Howell, of course, would be very proud of.
Exactly. They may be young, but they're very mature. And I love it, Daniel.
Yeah.
The meat grinder. Let's check out what we have in store in today's meat grinder for round 8. And the pairings include Alireza Firouzja against world champion Ding Liren. What do you make of that, Daniel?
I think it's the perfect reaction as Peter Lekas. Okay, very interesting game. It's going to be a battle of the generations. Alireza needs a stabilizer game.
And we also have Jordan van Foreest against Parham Magzoudlu. We have Max Varmadam, local hero, against Pragnananda. What do you make of Prag's chances now?
Okay, Prague needs to play for a win, but I mean, Warmerdam's so solid. It's so hard to win with Black in the last couple of rounds after the narrative flipped.
Yeah, and so many juicy pairings, so many juicy matchups. 7 of these boards, of course, and everyone out for blood as we approach the next rest day of the tournament. Some of the pairings we didn't mention, Danya. My eyes are drawn to Anish Giri against Wei Yi. Can Anish bounce back? And Jan Nepomniachtchi against Abdusattorov. What do you make of that?
Yeah, it's Anish Giri, I think, has some chances. He has the white pieces. I don't think he's crying over yesterday's game. It wasn't like, okay, he blundered. He got outplayed. He got soundly outplayed. He fought well. You got to take your hat off and congratulate your opponent. So Wei Yi, he's had an up and down event. He's had some struggles in the opening. Let's see if Anish Giri can put some pressure with his fabled opening preparation. But wherever you look, David, treat for the eyes. Firouzja versus Ding. Even games like Van Forest versus Maksudlu, 2 very exciting fighting players. Going to be a really good game.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Do you think Abdusattorov, you mentioned one of the most impressive players yesterday, can maintain this streak? Can he win it after coming so close to the tournament last year?
Yeah, he's playing Nepo. Not a very good, should be a pretty easy game, and basically already a second rest day for Nodirbek. I mean, Nepo with Black. Yeah, nothing major. I mean, Nepo is completely a mixed bag. You have no idea what kind of Jan you're going to get on any given day. Very, very explosive game. Going to be a super interesting one.
Yeah, go Jan. We're always cheering for Nepomniachtchi to bring his A game and put fireworks on the board. And here we see one of the players of yesterday, Vidit, on camera right now, finally breaking that streak. I think he was itching to break that drawing streak of 6 draws in a row. His good friend Anish would have been proud of him there, winning yesterday's game. And he will take the white pieces against Donchenko. Do you think we might see Vidit 2.0, as we were calling him yesterday, start to build on this strong foundation?
I mean, it's actually an amazing pairing for Vidit. He's got a second white in a row after defeating Firouzja. Although yesterday's game, David, I just have to say, if I had my king on D3 like that against Alireza, I would need to bring a change of clothes to the tournament hall. It was a really impressive consolidation effort by Vidit, and then great technique to finish it off. I think he's thrilled to have a second white game. At the same time, Donchenko has demonstrated some excellent prep with the black pieces. He easily held the world champion in an earlier round. He almost defeated Nepo, also with the black pieces. So Donchenko, solid 2650 GM. This is not a walkover game for Vidit.
Yeah, no walkover games anywhere. We've seen that before. Even the lower rated players are taking scalps. And here we see Abdusattorov. He was really putting on the death stare yesterday against Anish Giri. We mentioned him already. Black against Nepo, not going to be easy. But this one promises a good fight. And there we see Anish Giri, full focus mode. And supported at the weekend by the local crowd. Look at that, Danya. The playing hall filling up with supporters with the players now.
Amazing. It really adds to the ambiance. I know that players come far and wide, such as the distant town of Amsterdam, which is a whopping 30 minutes away. I like how when I first visited Vaikanze, I was trying to gauge the distance. And man, it's a long train ride. It's such a big distance. I'm like, you don't know where I'm from. Here in the States, 30 minutes is like half of your morning commute. So it's amazing to see the interest that over the board chess continues to generate. But back to Anish, David, he's had 2 frustrating games now, not just the loss against Nodirbek, but the draw against Parham Maksudlu, missing that one winning move, Queen F6. So he has to push the last 2 rounds out of his mind. Clean slate. Okay, I have the white pieces. Let's play a nice, solid game. And I think he's got the perfect style for that.
Yeah, it's maybe one of the most difficult things in chess, overcoming past traumatic memories, past difficult moments in games, letting these half points slip away. But Anish, he's mentally strong and he's capable. And the world champion, Ding Liren, yet to click into top gear here, Danya. Do you feel he's still shaking off the rust, or will we see Ding start to motor through the field in the second half?
Yeah, it feels like I don't know how exactly to characterize his play. It feels like he's not taking too many risks. After that early win against Gukesh, I think the chess prognosticators, who of course are always right, were already claiming a 5th world championship throne for Ding Liren. But slow down. I mean, it's been a while since he's played. This is a very difficult tournament to stage your return in, and it's totally understandable that Ding is trying to manage his risk and kind of settle into the tournament life. but still plenty of rounds left. The narrative could flip again. He wins 2 games. Guess what? He's right back on top.
And here we see the players waiting impatiently for the gong to be sounded.
Go already. Let's play.
Let's do it, Daniel. Let's get those games going. And everyone's staring off there towards the back of your screens, towards the right of your screens now, as the tournament director and a special guest, I believe, will be hitting the gong. But let's get going. Also, where is Alireza Firouzja?
Yeah.
He's lucky there's no zero tolerance policy to defaults to late arrivals.
These last few minutes before the round start are so angsty for the players. They're just impatiently waiting for the ceremonial announcements, and whichever dignitary arrives to make the first move. It's an important trip for them, but the players are just focused on passing the 30-45 seconds until the round begins. Okay, Prague sitting down there, and in the background you have some players in the master section. I love that both sections are playing together. Really adds to the ambiance. Mm-hmm. And I think we have some chess moves underway.
We have liftoff with the chess. You might not know it, judging by Alireza Firouzja here, but the clocks have been started. The hands have been shaken, and we'll soon start to see the moves unfold. Danya, you've played in this playing hall, this exact venue before. You mentioned the ambiance, the atmosphere. How intimidating is it, or is it conducive to your top chess?
It's big, and the tournament I played was just a qualifier. So it wasn't, the real thing. It was like Tata Steel Light or Tata Steel Very Light, but you can really still breathe in the fumes of all the great players who've been in this exact place over the course of many, many decades. I said this before, tournaments with a long tradition tend to produce more interesting games because the players really want to uphold that tradition. So it's just an honor to be commentating such a prestigious event with such a big name, and to be commentating with such a big name in David Hell.
Likewise, Danya. Thank you. And in the meantime, talking of big names, we have 2 big players in front of us, Alireza Firouzja and Ding Liren. And okay, a Queen's Gambit declined. Any predictions on this move Black has here? 6, 7, 8 viable options.
9. A6, H6, Bishop B4, Bishop E7, C5, C6, Knight BD7. You're not even exaggerating. And every time they seem to exhaust the list, a new move suddenly appears on the scene. Like Knight E4 maybe is next. Actually, Knight E4 used to be popular in the 1920s. It's called the Dory system. Wow. I think it's not such a dumb move. But Ding Liren taking a little bit of a pause because Bishop E7 is the traditional Queen's Gambit decline. Bishop B4 is a Rogozin, and those are 2 completely different openings.
Yeah, finding Dory. I never heard of this Knight E4 variation, I must admit, so thank you. I'm taking notes, learning something every day.
I'm glad I opened the Dory to you on this knowledge. Okay, I stop now, okay. I promise.
And okay, prediction time just before he makes his move, which he surely will do soon. Bishop E7 or?
Bishop E7 is my prediction.
Okay. I'll say, just to be different, Knight BD7. But both players looking away from the board. Something's caught their attention.
The vacuum cleaner maybe didn't do such a good job. Alireza, I could do better than that. And C5, okay, semi-Tarash.
Okay. And this is good and bad news because Black does have some very solid options at his disposal. Some very forcing options, assuming White does trade off in the center. C takes D5 being the main move right now. But of course, Alireza doesn't have to break the tension. He can maybe keep the center, kind of keep the standoff with pawn to E3. Big moment. I'm a bit surprised, I must say, Alireza. I thought he'd go E4, super direct, want to attack, want to win, kind of straight from the opening. Just judging on the back of his defeat yesterday, he's that type of player. It's kind of it's a seesaw when you watch his games. It's an emotional roller coaster. But okay, solid from Ding Liren at this early stage.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit surprised that we're not seeing, an Italian or Rui Lopez from Firouzja, but, he's a very multifaceted player. Did he expect the move C7, C5? Probably not. I'm sure Ding has played this before, but it's just so hard to anticipate what your opponent is going to do when there are so many different systems as early as move 3, and nothing has been defined yet. After C takes D5, Black has 3 moves. I mean, there's the old school E takes D5, which is largely fallen out of favor. There is C takes D4, which is the hot move, and then there's Knight takes D5. which is still, I think, considered to be a very solid system.
Yeah, which Ding has employed many times before with success. So, interesting to see Alireza think, and he
But
does play
okay,
E3.
very solid, conservative weapon, but okay. It's isolated Queen Pawn, maybe, yes.
Yeah, I love to see it. Look at the tension now on the board, and do you think this is maybe influenced by the fact he's got the candidates coming up in a couple of months? Alireza, the last entrant to the candidates this year.
Yeah, it's entirely possible. You're in the time frame when you need to start managing your how much you reveal of your preparation, which is an entirely separate beast that you're fighting. I mean, I can't even imagine what that's like. Like, you can't play any of your main openings, so you need a separate repertoire, to play these fools like Dingley Ren and in Tata Steel without revealing any of your prep. That's got to be brutally difficult. And here we have completely symmetrical position, David. Once again, I don't know much about this position. I know White can still play CD. I've seen players go D take C5 and then play this like a Queen's Gambit accepted, like A3 and B4. But both players very slow to carry out these opening moves.
Yeah, very edgy, very tentative here. Ding gets up from the board. Bit of a stare there from Alireza. Yeah, like you say, I mean, I've had this position plenty of times in my career. I think the main two moves are C takes D5, and again, Black has a choice which way to recapture. Depending how classically trained you are, you might take with a pawn or you take with a knight. And A3 as well, the waiting move, I believe, is very popular these days. It's a bit of a waiting game. It's, again, the standoff. It's like, if Black moves his dark square bishop, then you play your idea, D takes C5, and they've lost a tempo. It's just kind of waiting for the other side to declare their intentions in the center. I've always got commitment issues, so I'll always play A3 here and just wait for my opponent to make that big decision. But
why decide today when you can decide tomorrow? But I think this opening really epitomizes how opening fashions have changed. It's not, I wouldn't classify this as an ambitious system for White. You're not trying to, crush your opponent out of the opening. You're just trying to get a rich position that is full of complexity and full of strategic nuance, and then outplay your opponent in the middle game. You're trying to get a position where you're more comfortable than your opponent. And A3 is on the board. Well predicted, David. And the ball back in Dingley Ren's court here.
Yeah, and I'm just having flashbacks. I'm trying to see if, my instincts were correct. Ding, actually, with the white pieces, had this exact position against Nakamura in that fateful candidates game where he was able to win on demand, ended up coming second in the candidates, qualifying for the World Championship, and we all know what happened next. So fond memories for Ding, but this time he's on the black side of things, as we do see pretty much what might transpose into a Queen's Gambit accepted, as you mentioned, Daniel.
Yeah, A6 is on the board, preparing B7, B5, and you're exactly right. Yeah, Queen's Gambit accepted vibes here, with the black bishop likely coming out to B7, and oftentimes, of course, White plays D takes C5, and then we get a riveting Queen's Gambit accepted endgame, which has been very popular through the years. So, okay, finally we have a little bit of clarity in this game, although still, there's plenty to be decided in the center. Will we get this endgame? Will we get an isolated queen pawn? Still, a lot of questions remaining to be answered in this game.
Yeah, and I think we'll move on elsewhere, but just to mention, Ding in that game where he won with White against Nakamura in the candidates, played the move bishop to D3 here, preemptively retreating his bishop. Alireza does something similar, drops the bishop back to A2, and still all of those questions still in play. Who will decide the central tension? We will find out a bit later, but this is our bird's eye view, and okay, we're obviously still in the early stages, only a few minutes in, but where are your eyes being drawn, Daniel?
There's quite a few games going on. I'm still familiarizing myself. Okay, quick run through. We have a Rogozin, pretty standard Rogozin up on the left in Vidit versus Danchenko. We have a very strange opening in Ju and Jun versus Gukesh. And it's rare that I have no idea if the first move was E4 or D4, but that game belongs to that category. Gukesh has just played D7, D5. That's on the lower left. And I'm also looking over at Van Forest versus Maksudlu, which I know is not one of our top games, not one of our leader-defining games, but a very strange Sicilian in Van Forest versus Maksudlu. I've narrowed it down to 3, David. I also have decision anxiety, so you make the final call.
Okay, the most indecisive man in the world is going to make this call, and I'll start on the
That,
left.
that honor would belong to me.
Okay, let's start with Zhu Wenjun against Gukesh.
Yes.
We've gone
Right answer.
we've gone for one world champion. Let's go to the other in this section. Zhu Wenjun with the white pieces, where she's done really well. She's scored some great results with white so far this tournament, and like you say, max tension. Not max Farmadam, but max tension in the center in this game. After d5, and maybe we retrace our steps just to see what opening it did indeed arise from.
Okay, it was d4 as predicted. Zhu Wenjun is a d4 player. Okay, Nimzo and a Bogo Indian by Gukesh, which of course is quite a bit less popular than d7 d5, as we saw in Fallujah versus Ding, but still a very reputable opening. Bishop d2, bishop back to e7. Okay, I'm not totally familiar with this. I don't play this with either color. It must be a move. Knight c3, castles. Wow. Allowing e4, and now striking with d5. This is some, garage, like startup, weird, modern stuff by Gukesh. And Zhu Wenjun currently pondering how to resolve the central tension. Of course, the tempting option, David, is to play this classic c takes d5 and then to push e5. What do you make of this? Have you seen this before? What is this from Gukesh?
I must admit, I'm not familiar either with this. It looks super provocative. This is definitely one of those openings you just kind of pick up once, try it out, make your future opponents waste some time preparing. For example, those future candidates, they'll have to be like, oh, is Gukesh really going to do this against me? But yeah, I think you don't repeat this opening because it does look like white should have great chances. White has an extra tempo after all. It's not the best extra tempo, this bishop on d2, but you have the center, and yeah, I wouldn't be able to resist. Push a pawn to e5 either now or on the next turn after trading on d5 first. And I guess the idea for black is to plant the knight on e4, and now there is a target. You can take this bishop on d2. Do you think...
I'll make the moves.
Yeah,
take
let's do
e5. Definitely. I mean, if you're playing knight e8 here, then, I think you need to be demoted to the challenger section. No, knight e4 it is.
That's disrespectful to the challenger section.
Yeah, you have to be demoted to the open. I think there's also an open for the for the spectators. That's where you belong. If
the amateurs
goes back to e8.
Amateurs D group.
Exactly. Okay, so here you can see the idea of inducing bishop d2 as you indicated. Okay, bishop d3 is very natural, and I would imagine that Gukesh would grab the bishop pair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most likely you take the bishop pair, then you try and open things up. I'm not sure whether that's with a quick c5 or a quick f6, but either way, we have, I think, a lot of certainty that this is Gukesh's preparation, and this might deter Zhu Wenjun from entering such a forcing line. It does get quite concrete here. Maybe white's center is hard to keep intact. Black will get relatively active. Yeah, pawn takes. Now I'm not sure. Knight c6.
Yeah,
or,
now you think.
Giving up a pawn. Now you think. But yeah, we should point this out, Daniel. Knight takes d5 is a pawn-winning threat.
Absolutely. This tactic I can see even this early in the morning. But this is the limit. Knight takes d5 is very thematic. And if you gobble up the knight, the eval bar shoots up, the queen goes down, and black does not have enough to show for it. So this is one option. Another option is to go for your other idea, David. Instead of c5, if we rewind, this is, I think, a critical moment, and this position must feature in Gukesh's preparation because we've made all the most natural moves for white. Maybe you just want to go knight c6 and play for a quick f6, French style, bishop g4 if you're allowed to do that. And I can see how Zhu Wenjun could be discouraged from entering a position like this because, yes, visually, white is better. You have a good center, but if black can get f6 in, he's got the bishop pair. There's a potential semi-open f-file. This is exactly the kind of cagey position you want to get if you're trying to play for a win with black. Yes, very risky, dubious, but this is what you got to do in 2024. Finally, I got the you're right. It's taken me 21 days.
Yeah, it is indeed 2024. And yeah, I mean, it feels like e5 is principled. It's the most ambitious way to go in the game position, but you can see why Zhu Wenjun would hesitate. I guess other safer options might include just keeping the central tension, as we saw in the other game, bishop to d3 or queen to c2 or something to support the e4 pawn. And yeah, very much a case of Gukesh taking risks, wanting to win with the black pieces. He's on a roll after all, 3 wins on the bounce. And yes, he's got black, but that's never stopped him before. He's playing really, really ambitious chess. So yeah, I advocate for e5, maybe even immediately now. But bishop d3, I wouldn't be surprised to see at all if Xu Wenjun wants to play it safe.
Yes, I agree. Bishop d3 is the safe option. I think taking twice on d5 looks very unappetizing to me because then you run the risk of being worse. In fact, I think you are worse if you just accept the isolated queen pawn. So Xu Wenjun has to take the plunge. But yeah, bishop d3, maybe that is the safe option that she chooses, but maybe we should leave her to ponder this critical moment. There's plenty of time, and she is a very methodical, well-reasoned chess, but she doesn't do anything quickly or hastily. And shall we travel back to the bird's eye view and see what other treats await us on the other boards?
Let's do just that. And I mean, the other games that you did mention, they are interesting, especially the Sicilian with Van Forest Magzulu, which is only at move 5 or so, but has forced a long think from the player with the black pieces. I also do see a very active queen in the game between Giri and Wei Yi. So maybe we start there.
Great minds there. I was looking at exactly the same board. I was like, there's a black queen on h5. I like the way it looks. Okay, this is the current position. I also think we would do well to rewind a little bit and probably see where we came from. I'm getting kind of King's Indian Grunfeld vibes. They're continuing to blitz out their moves. Wei Yi is blitzing out his moves, to be specific. Okay, so rewinding a little bit. This was a Grunfeld Slav. Okay, early queen a4. I've seen this before. I've seen this a4. Knight f3, castles, and bd7. Obviously, black threatens the fork with knight b6. White releases the central tension. Knight b6 is thrown in. Okay, queen takes d5. Giri drops back. And this is how the black... Okay, I would ignore the question mark. I'm sure this is still prep.
Yep.
There's queen h5 number 1. And queen h5 number 2. Knight d3, preventing bishop h3 and rook d8, current position.
Yeah, if you can't achieve it the first time, then go back, queen h5. Very active square. And I must admit, I've had that exact position multiple times in blitz games, rapid games, until the c5 move, which was given a question mark by the computer. But it does, as you say, it does smack. It does smell of home cooking. And Wei Yi, just look at the clock times. He's gained almost 4 minutes on the clock. And rook d8 is a bit annoying. It cuts across all these knight f4 ideas. White's queen is a bit uncomfortable. It's total symmetry, pretty much, with the pawn structure. And just about whose pieces are more active. I don't see any reason for black to really be worried here. I'm assuming Anish moves his queen. I don't know, queen b3 looks like the most active square, but she might still get hit. And yeah, this is a hard one to call. If black's able to trade off the light square bishops, never any problems long term for black. But this bishop on g2, I think, is going to be the key piece in the near future, Daniel.
Yeah, this is not the kind of position that I would want to be caught in from the white side without preparation. Just precisely because of what you described. It's very difficult to understand where the pieces are going. Like, are you supposed to go queen e1, queen c2? When you run the engine, it's very easy to say, well, of course, the correct move is queen b3, for instance. But walking into a tempo developing move like bishop e6 is very, very difficult. So early signs, and I don't want to overstate the case here. I mean, maybe Anish is still remembering his prep, but I agree completely. You're a Grunfeld player, David, so you must be very happy from the black side. Here, I'm a King's Indian player. I'm also happy. As long as I see a bishop on g7, I'm mostly happy. But I think this is a great start for Wei Yi.
Yeah, just judging by the clock time, he clearly knows his stuff. Yesterday we saw this super impressive preparation from Max Varmadam. 30 moves in, he was still in book. He still knew exactly what's going on. Here it's only move 14, but he's emerged from the opening as black with a very healthy position, no real weaknesses. And as we mentioned, if black gets bishop h3 and trades off the light square bishops, then he can actually look forward to this position, this middle game, with a lot of confidence. White has to worry about knight g4 ideas all the time. Some very basic caveman checkmating ideas. But,
hey, there's a reason this bishop h3, knight g4 mating pattern has existed for so many years. It's because it's good. I mean, the more I look at this position, the more I suspect Anish probably will try to move his queen. Maybe something like queen b3. Nope, that's not how the bishop moves. Bishop e6. maybe you can sandwich the queen on b5, try to get into a slightly favorable endgame, but I don't know, maybe you can banish the queen on a3. It's so hard to make decisions in this position, partially because you could get mated. You look askance and suddenly there's a knight on g4. You're like, wait a second, this is not what I signed up for.
Yeah, exactly. The queen, wants to get out of dodge. It wants to get off the d-file, but it does feel like you're going slightly in the wrong direction. Kingside action might be happening. Queen b3, not instinctive. And I do feel, as you kind of hinted at there, Dania, that Anish will go into the tank for quite a while now. If not in this exact move, then certainly he'll be investing a lot of time in the next few, especially if Wei Yi is still in prep. So I think we're both under the impression this is an opening success for Black, at least psychologically. And objectively, looks like no problems at all.
I agree completely, and I think this will be an interesting middle game. We haven't made any moves on the board yet, but we should probably wait for Anish's decision because it will really characterize the battle depending on where he puts his queen. But I could totally see Anish taking, 20, 30 minutes in a situation like this. Of course, I'm going to say that, and then the moment we flip away from this position, he makes a move.
Yeah, we'll come back in 5 minutes and they've made 10 moves each, or
it's an end game.
Something like that. Exactly. Or draw agreed. But in the meantime, action elsewhere. And okay, you mentioned that Sicilian early on. It looks like more of a normal position now, but maybe we just recap what happened since we've referred to it a couple of times between Van Forest and Mag Zoodloo. White's bishop might look like it sits on a very natural square in that game, but it's had a bit of a journey already.
My gosh, yeah. You think it's like when you see the position Nepo Dubov after move 27. It's one knight f3. You're like, okay, this is normal. You're like, wait, they've made 26 moves. But this looks kind of like a Najdorf. Yeah, I should let some time pass. I agree. This was a Moscow variation, bishop b5 check. Okay, very popular nowadays. And then the traditional move, d4. Nowadays, people are castling or playing c3. But Van Forest goes back to the roots, so to speak, d4, and knight takes d4. Now, this is slightly unusual. Queen takes d4 is the traditional move. Knight takes d4 is some modern stuff, playing this like an open Sicilian. Knight f6, and bishop back to d3, proactively bringing back the bishop. Parham says, okay, you unpinned my knight. I'm going to jump into c5. And yeah, very Najdorf-like position with the main difference that in the Najdorf, you rarely see just like a black knight chilling on c5, like by move 6. What do you make of this?
It's very rare. I've seen similar ideas before. I remember once sitting next to a game where Pavel Elyanov had the white pieces and he went for this exact idea. And I was looking across at him like, come on, dude, you're moving your bishop so many times. You've basically lost a tempo compared to a Najdorf main line. Nowadays, everyone's playing bishop d3 against the Najdorf anyway. Why don't you just go for a normal opening now? But actually, that game continued, I believe, g6. White played f3, and after bishop g7, White just dropped the bishop back to e2 within a few more moves. White's basically lost a few tempi with the bishop, but has forced Black away from the Najdorf and into more Sicilian dragon-esque type structures. Mind games at play here.
Yes, and this knight on c5, it looks very flashy, but it also kind of blocks you from operating the way that you want on the queen side. I've actually fallen into this kind of line from the Najdorf move order, where against bishop d3, I'll play g6, I'll get move ordered into a dragon, and the dragon's kind of bad. So even a better version of the dragon is still kind of bad. So even with a couple tempi, it's pretty uncomfortable. And in all seriousness, what tends to happen is if you just kind of stamp out a couple of normal moves, castles and whatever, you play a6, suddenly White is playing exactly the moves that they normally play. White already is setting up bishop h6, h4, and this knight on c5 is neither here nor there. Once the attack on e4 has been stemmed, David, it's not entirely clear what the knight is doing here. So from a strategic perspective, I get it. Of course, we're not mentioning that Black has the option of taking on d3. That leads to a completely unique type of pawn structure. I'm actually not sure how Jordan is planning to recapture it. Maybe he wants to take with the queen and preserve the spirit of the structure, but I'm totally unsure. I'll be honest.
Yeah, and you're not the only one, Danya. Count me in there, but also count Mag Zoodloo in because he's been investing a bunch of time. He's spent almost 15 minutes now over the last few moves And understandably so. This is a very rare variation, a very rare idea. Jordan's known for that. But either way, he's going to get a fresh position, whether it's a Najdorf, a Dragon, a Dragodorf, no matter what branch of the Sicilian you label this as, it's going to be a fresh position. So this is one to check back in on later. I think it's just the opening nerds in us, right, who are really invested in these little move orders, these little nuances, but it won't affect the outcome of the game.
Yeah, we always want to know, when we see something this unusual, because it's quite rare to see something this unusual. And this is why I like players like Van Forest. They always give us these interesting opening surprises. We will let this game age a little bit. Parham has a big decision on this move, like e6, e5, knight takes d3, and that'll give us more information about where this game is going. But we are going back to the bird's eye view, and my eyes are traveling over to Nepo land, Vidit land. Where do we fly to next?
Okay, let's start with Nepo land.
Okay, good choice.
One of our favorite holiday destinations.
Yes. Direct flights from Oslo and Charlotte.
Exactly. It's only a 7-hour plane ride away. But yeah, Nepo land, it looks pretty promising for white, I've got to say, at least at first glance. Looks like a very simple position, but only one side has a real weakness, and that is the black pawn on a5. Perhaps it could be defended by the black bishop at some point. Perhaps black's bishop will get active on a nicer diagonal later. Black has a nice compact central pawn structure, so nothing too much to worry about. But I'm also looking at the clock. Nepo himself has barely spent any time, and yeah, I mean, am I being biased here, Daniel, saying that white has a small but stable advantage?
No, I agree. I think this pawn structure is quite favorable. White is holding down. There's no prospect of pushing d5. I mean, of course, I say that, but actually d5 is probably a move to be taken seriously in this position with bishop b4 coming next. So we can address that separately. But if white is allowed to double on the a file, I don't know, maybe get the knight around to d3. It feels like white's position is more pleasant, but as you're saying, at the same time, if black can find a way to securely defend a5, maybe with a bishop from d8 and then sliding the queen away, eventually black has some active ideas like preparing f7, f5. But by and large, I think, yes, black is probably on the defensive here in the early going.
Yeah, and Nodirbek, I'm not sure how comfortable he'll be feeling. He normally likes these types of positions, as we saw yesterday against Giri, from the other side, where he can just kind of probe away and nibble at weaknesses and channel his inner Karpov, as you mentioned. But right now it's unclear what black should be exactly aiming for. Should we try and make a few moves, just shuffle the pieces to see how easy it is for either side?
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. My dumb tactical brain is having a hard time refuting d5. First of all, maybe we can start with that. d5, again, I know this is a Actually, it's not. Eval bar does not skyrocket as much as I thought it would.
And if I take back CD, maybe?
And then just to illustrate for newer players what the idea is, bishop b4, the point is that when white plays the move b3, the knight loses its defender and this pin becomes a lot more dangerous. Actually, there's a very interesting subtlety, David. D takes c6 is a mistake, but not because of queen takes c6. This would be a counter mistake. Suddenly knight d5 and there is a Forkovich on e7. This is the importance of spotting tactical subtleties. Instead, you play bishop takes c3 and simply take the rook, picking up an exchange, but white is under no obligation to play dc, and I think you have a better move in mind here for white.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm not sure which one's better, but queen d3 or queen e3. And black isn't quite able to take either on d5 or c3 right now. If you remove the knight, then you walk into a pin on the c-file. And if you take on d5, just similar to the variation you showed, the white knight lands on d5. And still a bit to calculate knight c5, for example. But I guess white would play queen c4. And I don't think you're winning the pawn back immediately. And if you don't, then maybe you're not quite in time to go for this d5 break.
Yes, and on the next move, I can finally get the rook out of the pin or play d takes c6. I agree. I think this is the key, the simple queen d3 move. In the meantime, Nodirbek has made a decision. He has situated his knight on c5 immediately, knight d7 to c5 on the board. And okay, after rook e to a1, my first impression is that Black has to be a little bit careful about this b3, b4 idea. Okay, I wonder what Nodirbek's response to rook a1 is. Is the knight traveling back to e6? What do you think?
Yeah, quite possibly. It looks like the knight wants to sit back on e6 sooner rather than later, but b4 is still an idea, even in that position. So tactically, you have to have worked some solutions out. And
knight a4 instantly by Nepo. I mean, is this still his prep? We're in move 17. I mean, Van Forest Maksudlu is on move 6. And here, like, all the pieces are gone already.
Yeah, I mean, if it were me playing, I'd still be on move 3. 20 minutes down on the clock. So, yeah, this is speedy. This is another level, but he's known for it, right? Nepo, he's known for, I'm not going to say bluffing, but being confident enough to kind of continue playing very quickly, even once he's left his preparation, just because he's so familiar with ideas, even if not the specifics. So, yeah, knight e6 surely here, Danya, and I think we're both drawn to that rather than taking on a4, because it might just be a good knight versus bad bishop scenario if you trade off right now.
Yeah, and Nepo might be wishing Nodirbek good night after he surrounds that a5 pawn. So knight e6 is kind of automatic, and I'm very curious what Nepo's intended response is, because I was under the impression that knight e6 is a move that Black wanted to play anyway, which tells me that I completely don't understand this position. But hopefully people can't blame me. Knight a4, you're also putting a knight in between the rook and the pawn. The knight is kind of third wheeling. And I'm curious, what is the arrangement that Nepo is going for after knight e6? I mean, Evalbar likes it. Maybe he just wants to take it slow and play g3. And maybe he's saying, listen, there's no hurry. The a-pawn isn't going anywhere. I'm going to blockade it. I'm going to limit my opponent's counterplay, and then I'm going to surround it. But sounds good on paper. How is it going to work in theory? In practice, that is, knight e6 is on the board.
Yeah, how well will it work? Knight e6. G3 and e. Oh, sorry, I'll stop with my terrible attempts at the puns. But knight e6, I'm expecting g3 as well. And I think that's just a very classical move. Control the opponent's knight jumps. And we're going to see a long kind of strategic maneuvering phase, I reckon, now. Unless Black is able to break out with f5, because Black is a bit kind of cramped, a bit passive right now. And yeah, I mean, the more I look at it, the more I really like White's position. Just this kind of bind. I'm going to call it a Maroczy bind, even if it's not quite the traditional, just because of these pawns on e4, c4.
But David, Maroczy bind is only against the accelerated dragon. I totally don't understand what you mean.
Sorry, I'm changing the rules of chess, but I'm going to call it one nonetheless.
Yeah, that's what it is. Preventing d5.
Yeah, exactly. Hard to break out. And we're going to break out of this game, at least for a moment, because, Daniel, it's time for our first break. We're now exiting the opening phase all over the Masters section, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the middle game action. So we'll be back in just a few. See you soon.
My father, he used to play chess with me. And that's how the journey began.
My mom tried teaching me, but she failed. It was too hard for me. I was too little. And later I read the book, and then I managed.
My parents, in the holiday, they take me to the club and then chess.
My father taught me the game when I was 5.
By my father.
By my father? My father taught me the rules when I was 6 years old.
I believe my grandmother taught me chess when I was 4 years old.
It was by one of my family friends.
Played with my grandpa and my uncle.
I studied chess at the age of 7, and it's an interesting class after the school.
Because the chess piece is quite beautiful.
I got introduced to chess because of my sister. She was the first one playing in our family. And
I saw my parents play at home, and then I joined the chess class in my school, so yeah.
Chess Kid is going live and in person at the Chess Kid National Festival. Bring the whole family. Meet your favorite chess masters. solve puzzles, play K8 tournaments, compete for the Chess Kid Festival Championship title, and so much more. This festival is surely one for the books. From February 16th to the 19th, 2024 in Charlotte, North Carolina. Book your seats now before they're gone.
I'm International Master Alex Banza, and I'll be presenting you Silman's complete endgame course from beginner to master. Besides what you will see from Mr. Silman, I'm gonna try to do my best and share with you some of the insights that I managed to steal from my coach. Trust me, you have never really imagined something like this could be compared to chess. You will notice that the difficulty of these positions will kind of increase exponentially as long as we progress with the series. Let the games begin. Knight takes on a3, bishop takes on a3, knight b5, targeting your bishop, targeting the pawn. You have to keep the bishop on the diagonal. Knight takes on c3, defending my pawn. Knight e2, but after the stunning knight to b1, threatening pawn to a3, pawn to c3, threatening b2, threatening a2. There is just no way to stop. Improve your endgames and start crushing your opponents with this very evil playstyle.
Welcome back to round 8 of the Tata Steel Chess Festival, where action is heating up. What a cinematic view that is of the beautiful town of Vaikanze. And talking of great cinema, there has been a couple of pawn sacrifices in the playing hall during the break. This feels like the players, Danya, are really getting in the mood now. Tomorrow is a rest day, so this is their chance to strike. They're going to pour all of their energy into this round.
Yeah, this round has been somewhat of a slow burn. Some of the games taking a while to really get underway and show us their flavor. We have a couple of very traditional openings, and we're putting those games off, I think, until the middle game, such as Vidit versus Danchenko. But some action is unfolding on a couple of key boards. We're looking at the bird's eye view with Ju and Jun versus Vidit, and that beautiful camera angle in the middle. But I'm looking at some pawn stacks that you mentioned. Firouzja versus Ding. Where is White's d-pawn? It has turned into Black's d-pawn. Nepo also with a wild positional pawn stack. He has sacrificed his c-pawn. Maybe we can put that off for next, but shall we jump into Firouzja versus Ding?
Yeah, let's do it. It's not the Queen's Gambit, but it's the Queen's Pawn Gambit, because, as you say, giving up a pawn, and we have to figure out the compensation. Actually, after giving up the pawn, it is...
And so does Alireza. He also has to figure out the compensation. Wait, why did I sack this one?
Move first, think later. That's the motto, right? And maybe we just recap, Dania, the last couple of moves. Big commitment. Big investment here.
So you mentioned that Ding Nakamura is bishop d3. Alireza drops his bishop back to a2, keeping the option open of playing d5. Hint, hint, wink, wink. b5, queen c2. Okay, no comment. Trade. Bishop b7. And here this d5 move, sacrificing the pawn, opening up the center. It makes some sense if you can follow it up with rapid development. And oftentimes White surrounds this pawn by putting a rook on d1. But it bothers me a little bit that Firouzja is taking quite the think after sacrificing this pawn. I'll also point out that in the break I looked up this position, David. It has occurred once. It's like when you think you found a nice new corner of the library, and then you see like Sally was here, 1948. This was a pretty recent game. Jumabayev, Narayanan versus Jumabayev in the 2022 World Rapid, which continued castles, bishop e7. I'm going to make the moves on the board. Castles, bishop b7, rook d1, which is totally sensible. And now Narayanan clung to the pawn. He went knight a5, which I really like, making it difficult for White to recover the pawn on d5. White played bishop g5, Black castled, and White got into some trouble, I think, with a mistake. Bishop g5 castles. Now White can recover the pawn, but it's probably just equal, David. So instead, queen f5 was played, walking right into this very nasty move, knight c4. And it looks like White just didn't procure enough compensation and lost the game pretty quickly. Very encouraging news for White.
Yeah, encouraging to say the least. I mean, this is the type of thing that can happen if you're not fully prepared, if you kind of make this type of pawn sacrifice and then have to start thinking, because knowing Firouzja as well, he won't want to just bail out in variations such as the one you've got on the board. Bishop takes f6, knight takes d5, and he won't want to head towards a pretty much dead level position. Even if he regains his pawn, he will want to keep the momentum flowing, build up some attack, some initiative. And if it's not possible for Black, then for White, then it feels like Ding. It might be easier, if anything, for Black to play. He's just reacting. He's just going to play bishop e7, castle, and see what White does. It's definitely onus on White. We should mention Ding's been spending a bit of time as well, so clearly he's unfamiliar, but at least his moves are automatic. It's definitely, as we try to figure out what to do next, it's definitely, as you mentioned, Firouzja trying to figure things out. And flashbacks of yesterday, he sacked a knight, and then he went into the tank for 45 minutes and blundered. He's going to make sure history doesn't repeat itself today.
Yes, and I would say that it's not particularly risky. Like the line we just illustrated, if White does take on f6 and take on d5, it's very level. I mean, White is not really risking there. But of course, Firouzja wants to play for more than that. I'm curious what his other candidate move is, because castle's kingside is what everybody plays in a blitz game. Just get the king out of the center, try to put a rook on d1 ASAP. Maybe he's considering the immediate bishop g5. And I'm curious how this impacts the development of the game. Bishop g5, let's say Black plays bishop b7. Is long castle on the table? Like, is there any way to spice this up? Yeah, exactly.
I did just see a featured chat asking, come on, hey, Firouzja, are you going to castle queenside? And I think it's more in jest than expectation. But knowing him, it's possible. It just feels like the white king's too open on that flank, on that side of the board.
Yeah, there might be some issues down the c-file, some minor problems with the move like b4, and then you can basically resign. But what could it be? I mean, castle's kingside, we've already looked at. That basically is the line that we just went through. Okay, the immediate bishop takes f6 does not look very appealing to me. I mean, again, you run into this type of position. What does black have to complain about? I mean, the most primitive option, just to castle, is always going to be fine for black. And then you can stick a knight on d4, trade a bunch of pieces, and make an easy draw. This is not what Alireza is looking for, but if he doesn't find anything he likes, then better this than, just kind of like stubbornly not recapturing the pawn and getting a worse position.
Yeah, as happened in that game that you mentioned. So
exactly.
It feels like he's at a crossroads right now. On the camera, it doesn't look like Ding's enjoying his life too much, but at least his next move is obvious. You can pretty much pre-move bishop e7, almost safely, and pre-move castles, and the game continues. Black isn't getting attacked anytime soon, and yes, you have to give the pawn back, but far from the end of the world.
Yeah, so a very promising looking move by Firouzja, but tempered, I think, by our examination of the position. It's just not the kind of sacrifice that sends you cowering into a corner if you're Ding Liren.
Yeah, it's not Halloween, but I have seen scarier pawn sacrifices than this one.
Yeah.
And talking of pawn sacrifices, maybe we go to the other game where there was a pawn sacrifice during the break, and we were kicking ourselves.
This reminds me of a story, David, but I'll save it for a more opportune time. Sorry, go ahead.
Are you sure? Don't forget, I want to hear it.
I won't forget. Let's get to the next. Let's get one more game, and then as a reward, I'll roll it out.
Let's do that. So let's zoom out of this game and let's head over to the game between Nepomniachtchi and Abdusattorov, where during the break, I don't know about you, but I was kicking myself for not suggesting what Jan instantly did, giving up a pawn for strategic reasons in order to create even more of a bind. The Maroczy bind no longer there, but White's knight heading to a better square. And look at the pawn structure now, Daniel. It's it's not the kind of scariest pawn sacrifice in the world, but at least there's a clear reason behind this one.
Yes, this is actually very instructive for newer players. So just to rewind 2 moves, we had this position after knight e6, and this actually was Jan's idea with knight a4 pushes c5. Now, it would be very nice if you could play d5 here and preserve your pawn structure integrity, but you can't do that because e5 is going to fall. So you have to accept DC and knight back to b2. Gee, I wonder where the knight is going. Could it maybe be c4? That looks like a pretty decent square. And my immediate reaction to this is what happens if black lands a knight on d4. But these types of moves tend to make a lot of noise. But if you put your queen away on the right square, oftentimes they're not that scary. You can drive the knight away with c3 later, although, of course, you have to be very careful making such a move because it weakens b3. What is White's response to knight d4? Is it queen back to d1? Is it queen c4, which is not out of the question? I mean, it's not like there are that many pieces to attack the king side. I guess we're about to find out because knight d4 is on the board.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a stickler for kind of healthy pawn structures, so I would play queen d3 to just to
call.
Okay, he's played that just to protect the f3 knight and the c2 square. I mean, queen c4 did look logical, but at least now he maintains the integrity of his king side, and I guess that that dynamite square c4 is reserved for the white knight instead. And it does look a bit scary. I understand your hesitation, Daniel. Rook fd8, for example. It looks like you're about to walk into a discovered attack, but I think it's just an optical illusion. White will probably play knight c4 anyway, and I don't see any good knight jumps for black.
Yes, this is also a very important kind of concept where you think, oh, there must be, some nefarious knight retreat or discovered attack. But in fact, the queen does an amazing job of controlling everything. You're absolutely right. Knight c4. Suddenly, finally, some pawns are hanging. Maybe black can try some, bullet move like rook a b8, hoping that white doesn't see knight takes b3. But white could even maybe slide the queen away to c3. And suddenly these threats have become a reality, David. If nothing materializes in the center for black, black is going to lose the pawn back and it's going to be worse.
Yeah. If somehow magically the knights, one set of knights disappeared, if white is left with this beautiful stallion on c4 against black's bad bishop on e7, even if white's still down a pawn for a while, I think Jan is going to be the only one enjoying life. So yeah,
Wow.
rook AB8, that's the type of move that would catch me out, Dania. But
Totally.
yeah, it looks like
But
white's
look at
still
the
in control.
clock. I mean, Jan is just playing a bullet game. 137 on the clock. It's move 20. And I like what I see. This is not tilt.
Yeah, he's gutted he missed the bullet brawl yesterday. He was trying to grind out a 5-hour game, but he missed his chance, so now he's making up for it.
Incredible. Yeah, the story, I was actually going to share it on my previous commentary, and I felt bad that I forgot about it. It's sort of on the topic of hoping that you see something amazing, and then upon further investigation, it turns out to be a dud. Yasser was actually in Charlotte for a couple of days as a guest of honor at a tournament, and he shared lots and lots of news stories. So I'm fully stocked up now.
Nice.
And he shared a story that I'd heard before from him from, I think, a tournament, either Tilburg or Tata Steel. He was at some archaeological museum in some European city, and there was an installation with some sort of tombstone with inscriptions written in ancient Greek. And it was a really fascinating inscription. He wanted to know what it said. And Yasser says, I know just the guy who can decode ancient Greek. There's a German GM, Robert Hubner, who was actually one of the top GMs in the world in the 70s and 80s. And he's also a scholar. He knows many, many languages, and he speaks ancient Greek. So Yasser says, I called Robert Hubner over to the museum, and I think that all the secrets of life are about to be revealed to me on this tombstone. And he's like, well, Robert, not Robert Hess, Robert Hubner, what does this tombstone say? And Hubner starts reading, well, I'm about to disappoint you, Yasser. It says, okay, this guy inherits 5 grains of salt, like 3 bushels of wheat, 2 barrels of beer. It was just a list of the items that this person's heirs inherit, far from the meaning of life. So pawn sacrifices, not as promising as they appear. Inscriptions on Greek tombstones also not as promising as they appear. Yasser tells this story better, I promise.
No, that was fascinating. And my sister actually teaches ancient Greek, so I'll be sure to mention that to her. But
amazing.
Yeah, so if anyone ever needs a translator, Robert Hubner or Julia Howell. But either way, yeah, I mean, I think especially with that pawn sacrifice from Fallujah, that story is perfect. I mean, it's as if, yeah, you're expecting the world, you've opened up the opponent's king, and it's a massive anticlimax. You have no attack. Just have to try and bail out for a draw. That's life. That's chess sometimes.
It is indeed. Nodirbek continues to ponder his position. Suddenly, I think it's gone from, okay, mildly unpleasant, but I can totally manage this, to, wait a second, if I allow the knight to come to c4 and the rook to come to a1, I'm dealing with concrete problems. So this is one to watch. And Nodirbek needs to play very accurately in the next couple of moves, I think, to contain a white's initiative.
Yeah. It feels like Nodirbek's getting a taste of his own medicine. Yesterday, he had something similar against Anish Giri. It was also kind of a knight versus a bishop, the opponent having a worse pawn structure, and he was able to outmaneuver his opponents. But today, he's on the receiving end of this positional kind of suffering, and he needs to compensate somehow, maybe dynamically. I'm not sure exactly how, but yeah, I think, judging from the tone of your voice, Robert Hubner, I was going to say. Daniel Naroditsky.
I'm honored.
Hubner was a great player, but yeah, Daniel Naroditsky. Would you pick white in this position?
Absolutely. I absolutely would pick white. It is, once you get past, as you said, the fear of allowing a move like rook fd8, is he just this confident? Does he know the position this well? But whatever it is, it's working so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Nodirbek is the one answering the difficult questions. So maybe we take a pause on this game, and maybe it's time to show some attention to those that we haven't yet investigated. Maybe we catch up with the other opening battles elsewhere. We haven't yet gone to Vidit against Donchenko, for example. Likewise, Varmadam against Prague. So I'll let you pick one of those two.
Okay, let's start with Vidit Donchenko, which is somewhat of a cookie cutter Rogozin. Looks okay for black. I mean, this is an opening where a lot depends on tiny subtleties like the placement of the minor pieces, and it can be hard to give a sweeping assessment. But my early impression is that black is doing just fine, as he usually is in the Rogozin, maybe a tiny pull for white at the most. What do you make of this position? I mean, I've played the Rogozin with black. I've had this type of structure where white can basically close up the center with d5, but typically black is not too afraid of this move because then you get the option of developing kingside play. Of course, the knight sometimes is a bit awkward. Maybe this is why black played a6. I don't know. Maybe it's to secure an amazing square for the knight on a7. More likely it's to prevent knight b5, but let's not mention that.
Multi-purpose move, a6.
Exactly.
Super sophisticated. Yeah, I mean, I've got kind of similar experiences where I never know from the white side when to push d5, when to lock the center. I think white shouldn't be aiming to open things up too much, at least not on black's terms, as black has the bishop pair. I didn't really see any reason for black to be worse at all, to be honest. It feels like he's got everything he wanted. He's broken out with e5, which normally is quite tough to achieve in these Rogozins. And white's rook on e1, it's basically saying, okay, mate, open up the center, take me on d4, just give me an isolated queen's pawn, and then I get some activity on the e-file. But if black doesn't, if he plays kind of patient waiting moves like a6, maybe next plays rook a8 or brings his rooks to the center, then yeah, it's very tough to know exactly what Vidit should be doing. So again, feels like a standoff, logical play by both sides. And I'm going to be lazy here and say that black is totally fine from the opening, regardless of all the nuances, of all the details.
Yes, I completely agree. I mean, I think we're going to see a kind of vanilla, rook a d1. I was about to say we're going to see these types of moves. And this is how I think white should play this position. You have to, cross your T's and dot your I's here. If there are useful moves to make, then you make them. And what this move indicates to me is that Vidit is probably not relying on the move d5. Maybe he's faking black out. But if you play d5 now, then it begs the question, why did you put your rook on a closed file? Now I think Danchenko has to decide where to put his rook. You mentioned rook d8. Rook e8 is also possible. It's one of those positions where the price of a move is not that high. It's like it doesn't make such a big difference. But nonetheless, when you're sitting at the board, you feel like every decision, especially against someone like Vidit, is extremely important. I'm also pretty confident that we might see b2, b4, just expanding a little bit on the queen side, tightening the screws and restricting black's mobility on the queen side. That might be something Vidit is thinking about as well.
Yeah, Vidit, he did it. He played rook ad1, but b4 definitely coming next. And I expect a similar strategy from Danchenko. Just wait, improve. I'm not sure. I mean, Daniel, I think the thing I've struggled with, I struggle with many things in chess, but one of the biggest kind of areas where I'm just guessing is which rook. And I have no idea where the black rooks go, whether it's e8 and b8 or d8 and c8 or
yeah, exactly. Just choose.
At some point, just the lottery, right?
Oh, completely. It's in general, this type of position, I'm just pretty bad at it because I don't know what the plans are for either side. It's like everything's up in the air. And then suddenly when I play someone like Wesley or Vidit, 5 moves later, I'm like much worse. And like nothing has happened, but somehow they have understood where to put their pieces and I haven't understood where to put mine. So I don't really envy Danchenko here. Of course, there's this added psychological effect. You're playing Vidit. You have the black pieces. You want to be accurate. And sometimes that causes you to second guess simple decisions.
Mm-hmm. And maybe just before we move on from this game, we should mention why it's such a difficult position in terms of the tension. E takes d4 and e4, I think both quite unappealing for black. Resolving the tension might just be premature here.
Yes, I agree completely. I think a lot of people in the chat probably want to push e4. This is a very instinctive move, but after knight d2, you run into concrete problems. f5, for some reason, it won't let me play the move. You need to investigate the site. No, it's because it's illegal. And if you play bishop e6, trying to go after the queen, white can simply interpose with d5. For example, knight e5, queen takes e4. Boom, you've lost the pawn. So simply put, here you have no kingside counterplay, and you've saddled yourself with a huge weakness. Queen h4, also completely innocuous because of g3. And David, I'll let you take the explanation for e takes d4, which I think, to be fair, is a much better move than e4, but still maybe a little bit unpleasant. Yeah, you mentioned this rook on e1, and now it's a very happy camper.
Exactly. I mean, it's not a blunder. It's not a huge mistake. Often it's very tempting to saddle your opponent with an isolated pawn. White's d4 pawn, weak long term, but now it just makes White's pieces look far more healthy, far more active. I like to talk to my pieces, and I think this white rook on e1 is the happiest camper in the world right now. So yeah, the black queen would have to lose time over the next couple of turns. There's no obvious safe squares for her unless she retreats, which she doesn't really want to do. And yeah, ideas such as bishop to d3, followed by knight to e4. Maybe the knight will land on e5 a bit later as well. Yeah, it just feels like, yes, you're opening things up for the two bishops, but actually you're not quite ready. White's rooks especially will profit. So better not to get itchy fingers here. Better to just sit on the position and continue to slowly improve.
I agree. I think my inclination would be to make one more improving move. Okay, e takes d4 I think is fine for black if you handle it very, very well. And these are the thoughts that are circulating in Danchenko's head right now. It's a high-level positional struggle. By and large, this position is on the more boring side of the positions we have in this round. So maybe we should let Alexander make his decision. But definitely a game that has the potential, I think, to evolve into a more tactical middle game a couple of moves down the line.
Yes, one that we'll leave to bubble over for a while.
Yeah,
and we'll come back to a bit later.
The Alka-Seltzer is like fizzing. You know, we gotta let the carbonation process take place.
Exactly. We need a catalyst for. Anyway, yeah, let's go elsewhere.
Oh, very
I
good.
Can't believe you dropped the B. Can't believe you dropped the B word though. No game is boring, Daniel.
Yeah, boring. It's not a word that should be in any commentator's vocabulary.
Okay, where to go next? Okay, we haven't checked out Max Varmadam against Pragnananda. So again, maybe not the most exciting of games, but that one is heating up nicely. Still very tense. So let's jump over that.
Definitely, we would benefit from a quick look. Yeah, Warmerdam has had quietly, I think, a very decent event. He's a solid player. This is a good experience for him. And Warmerdam with black is just a nasty pairing. He's got great preparation. He's just just a good positional, solid player. And I actually think Prague is probably okay with the draw in this game, especially given his position. I think White has a small but stable advantage here out of another Bogo Indian.
Mm-hmm. Trendy opening.
Yeah,
Do you think,
suddenly everybody's playing this.
Do you think the two young Indians, Gukesh and Prague, prepared together, both wheeling it out on the same round?
Oh my god! I mean, Bogo, doesn't that stand for buy one get one? Okay, if two of us play it, then maybe a higher likelihood that one of us wins. But
I can't believe I've never thought of that before. Wow.
I haven't either. Don't worry, I'm morning brain. I've never stooped that low.
What you mentioned it's early there. What time is it out in Charlotte, Dennis?
It's 9:03.
Okay.
9:03.
Early in the morning for you. Early doors in this game as well.
Yep. So rook e8 was the last move. Black has some central control, but it feels a little bit flimsy. White hasn't completed his development, so knight c3 comes to mind. But you always have to reckon with the prospect of black trading and then closing up the center with e4. So it's another one of those very positionally kind of high-level situations where the decisions may not seem important, but they actually have pretty far-reaching implications.
Yeah, certainly. And it's another position where it's kind of, you're reluctant to touch anything because you want to develop with white, but then you allow black to close the center potentially. You don't really want to touch the center if you're white, trading off on e5. You kind of have more space from the white side because you've expanded so far on the queen side. Taking on e5, just simplifying the equation, it might just suit black a bit more. And likewise, d5, yes, it kicks back the black knight temporarily, but black's knight will wrap around via d8, f7, and you've kind of cut off half the board. And on the king side, you won't be able to fight as hard. Yes, you have an advantage on the other flank, but it's committal. And I think actually, at least in practical terms, a good choice by Prague to not allow Max to display any forcing preparation like he's done in previous rounds. But on the other side, yeah, it is a bit of a waiting game, and you have to be really sharp if you want to outmaneuver your opponent later. And it's one of those vanilla moves you referenced, one of those non-committal moves,
Yeah.
rook to d1. Whether it's useful or not is out of the question, or at least yet to be answered. It's just pass back to the opponent, basically.
But it's probably not too harmful, and black has a similar type of move in the form of bishop d7, although maybe in some lines the bishop ends up in the crosshairs of the rook. In fact, I would point out, I'll put these moves on the board, I think actually bishop d7, in some cases, maybe I have the move order wrong, but it walks into b5. And this is what I was talking about. It's not just empty words. These positions get tactical very quickly. This is just the nature of chess. A file opens up, boom, suddenly you have tactics. And this is a case in point. Takes, you think everything is defended. Now, I'm not sure which piece to take with. I'm kind of apprehensive about trying. Okay, queen takes e5, I got lucky. And maybe both moves were fine. And after takes, your bishop is hanging at the end of the line. Okay, maybe maybe you can win the pawn back, but the endgame is still extremely unpleasant, David. This would be Max Warmerdam's dream to get just like a risk-free endgame advantage with a nice bishop clamp on the queen side. Maybe you could get your knight out, something like this. Rook is coming to d7. Okay, so bishop d7 might not be the most accurate way to handle black's position.
Yeah, this is my ultimate fancy, Daniel. Position like this, no risk. Minority attack, kind of accelerated version here. Rook a to c1, rook d7. Yeah, it's good. Bishop on g2. Black's a bit exposed as well. So definitely Prag won't be allowing any simplifications. He's super sharp tactically. Again, it's just about how to improve the pieces then. He would love to... I mean, some of the viewers at home might be wondering, why doesn't Black pawn storm? Play g5, h5.
Some viewers and some commentators are wondering why this is...
Actually, the more I look at it, why not? G for go, let's do it. But it's committal. Actually, I can't refute it. I guess it might just need a bit more preparation work. Maybe something non-committal like h6 or a6 or something first. But g5 is on the cards.
At least just the least innocuous, most, just nibble around the edges kind of move. I was briefly contemplating f4, but then it occurred to me that white's kingside is just too solid. I mean, after ef, I mean, even something very primitive like knight c3, and opening up the center favors the side with the more active minor pieces. And right now that is white. I mean, the bishop on g2 is clearly superior to its counterpart, and I think that is the source of a lot of black's problems. The fact that this bishop on c8 has nowhere to be and has nowhere to go.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And that's why in some regard, at least in some circumstances, Black would love to move his knight back off this beautiful e4 square and put a pawn on that square, play e4 somehow, just to blunt long-term the effect of white's bishop. But hard to achieve, and of course not really ideal to start retreating, especially if white can leap forward and knight c3 there. So that's why it's a bit of a waiting game. That's why I think Max didn't develop his queenside knight yet to challenge Black's steed in the center. And it feels like this reflects the game we just came from in the fact that it's just waiting, tiptoeing around. Kind of it's this Mexican standoff right now.
Yeah, but Black's position is unpleasant. I think the Danchenko game is a Mexican standoff, but it's equal. This is like white is more comfortable in the standoff, and it's harder for Black to make decisions. So I'm very curious how Prag is going to prosecute the next stage of the game. He has to be careful. And on that note, shall we go back to all of our other standoffs, because we have some action on a couple of the marquee matchups.
Yeah, let's do that. And my eyes are drawn towards Anish Giri, who, after a long think, did make some, I'm going to say, unorthodox decisions here. Not standard. Firstly, there's a white queen sitting on a bit of an odd square. And secondly, he's pushed a pawn, yes, to kick back the opponent's knight, but he's blunted his own bishop. We were just talking about the power of fianchetto bishops, and white's bishop is not grateful to Anish for what has just happened. That being said, Black is forced to lose a bit of time, and Wei Yi, for the first real occasion in this game, is thinking. So at least he's got the opponent out to prep Anish, but I've got to say, Daniel, first glance, I really love Black's position. Maybe it's the Grunfeld player in me, but Black's bishop on g7 superior to the counterpart on g2.
No, I think I also prefer Black's position, but then again, I'm a King's Indian player. It feels like exactly what we talked about a couple of moves ago, where it was very hard to understand where to put white's queen. He put it on e1. he got a little bit impatient with e4. Now black can shuttle the queen over to b5. So maybe we see queen h5 for a third time later in the game. But there's no question in my mind that white's position is very unpleasant, and Anish is playing purely to bail out. I think maybe he's trying to put his knight on d5, force an exchange of knights, but he is definitely playing from the back foot here. And this is very discouraging news for Anish. This tournament has gone a little bit south for him, but it's way too early to tell. I mean, if he can hold this game, everything is fine, but he must be feeling a little bit apprehensive right now.
Yeah, Anish, I mean, a draw's not the worst result. He'll go into the rest day. He's still in and among the leading pack. He's still touching distance from the lead, but a loss with white would be disastrous. Yeah, maybe we just investigate a couple of moves deeper.
Yep.
Queen e5 or queen b5 look like the two possible choices right now. Yeah, I'm not sure which one's better. I like your queen b5, but I'm a bit scared I'll be hit by a4. Maybe even is now out of the question. I want some
fantastic call. No, that's a lovely move, actually. a4, and you're trying to roll out the red carpet for white's knight, knight d5, and there's like suddenly 1,000 threats that this knight is posing.
Yeah, at least in blitz, I would play this in a heartbeat.
Okay, apparently knight c7 is not the correct move, but even something as subtle as rook b1, I would not want this from the black side, given what black has had, which is a very comfortable position. And because of this, I think great call by you, and Wei Yi plays queen to e5, avoiding any of these shenanigans.
Yeah, and it's probably not the end of the world, that whole variation, but better to avoid tactics if you can. And yeah, queen e5, if black gets a couple more moves, if black bishop comes out, if black gets a rook to c8, exactly, bishop d7, bishop e5, this could end really, really badly. Very quickly for white.
This is a really bad position.
Oof. Okay, it's got to be time to bail out. What about your knight d5 idea? Trade, when in doubt, trade off and try to make a draw. Oof.
Yeah, method of simplification. I mean, here black has a choice, of course. Black can maybe keep the tension, but I like the simple approach. Let's say takes, and maybe something like bishop. Okay, maybe this is not playing for maximum, but at a minimum, you could play something like bishop f5. And I think a lot of people would look at this and say, it's kind of an equal endgame. But there's one very specific problem, which is that white's bishop is not coming out. And your rook is not getting to b1. Black is monopolizing all the important squares with his bishops. Rook e1, no big deal. Bishop can just drop back to f6. And now our old idea, rook c8, coming into c2. I mean, this is exactly how you lose a game like this. So this would be a last resort for Anish, I think, is to go for a position like this. If he finds nothing better, he might have to suffer in this type of endgame.
Yeah, I mean, this type of position, it would be kind of a classic case of a lower-rated player trying to force a draw, trying to make a draw with white, and then kind of taking negative subpar decisions and being punished. And yeah, this is, again, it's the type of position we're used to Anish being on the other side of, where he can positionally torture his opponents. But here, yeah, it feels like it's gone wrong. And if not knight d5, it's hard to suggest alternatives. I mean, your bishop d7, bishop b5 idea is coming quickly and forcefully. Wei Yi, it just looks like a dream opening for him. Maybe queen b4, as we're highlighting.
Yeah, maybe some activity. I mean, another big problem is that this queen is now so misplaced. Maybe try to activate it on the queen side, put a little bit of imaginary pressure on black's pieces. But yeah, queen b4, black could respond with bishop d7. Maybe their knight d5 is a slightly better version. Yeah, I actually like queen b4. I think this might be a good way to sidestep a lot of the squares that are under black's control. And maybe it's worth for black to play e6 and contain the d5 square, because I think this is quite a bit of a better version with the queens on the board. White's queen is actually quite active here, attacking, hitting a lot of weak points in black's position.
Certainly. Queen takes b7, rook e1, at least some real threats in the position. So, yeah, of course, Anish isn't lost. He's not significantly worse if he's accurate, but it's definitely him fighting for equality right now, trying to keep the balance. So, okay, I mean, the picture says it all pretty much. Anish head in hands, fighting for equality. Let's leave him to this big decision right now. I just wanted to mention Zhu Wenjun against Gukesh as well. Since Gukesh is one of our leaders, A lot has happened there. I think maybe one of the most developed games now.
Absolutely. Let's go there. One of the most developed games and one of the fewest minor pieces on the board. And Ju and Jun has been just a powerhouse of the white pieces. She has been unbreakable. And it's just so difficult to manufacture winning chances against her. And I think this game shows that. Gukesh trying a very cagey opening. You called it, David. Ju and Jun managing her risk. I'll rewind a little bit. Back to the moment where Gukesh played d5. I'm sure he was hoping for a sharper position after e5, but no. Ju and Jun shuts it down with bishop d3. That leads to a mass trade in the center. And very pleasant position for white with some long-term pressure on e5. And that kind of forced Gukesh to ultimately, okay, exclam, but he had to trade a bunch of pieces just to reduce the pressure on his position. And quickly, we get a position that I think is relatively risk-free for white.
Yeah, I think she'll be enjoying this position. Of course, objectively, it's roughly level, but the reason maybe we would be inclined to pick white here is because of this queenside majority. Like you say, you'll gain a bit of time, kicking black's knight around, easy access to open files. Black's e-pawn, probably weaker, the weaker of the two, compared to white's c-pawn. And I think any piece exchanges here, queens coming off the board, whether it's rooks coming off the board, would only increase white's chances, minimize the risk further as well, due to the fact that white's queenside majority are easier to push than black's kingside pawn formation. Yeah, I have a feeling this one might fizzle out, but either way, it feels like Ju and Jun. I mean, she's coasting at this point. She's making all of these candidates look very, very human.
Very true. And I think, okay, one thing you have to be careful about in this position is allowing black's knight to travel around to d4, which is a nice score. But I also share your creeping suspicion. I think they will find some way to trade knights. And if they trade knights, then you kind of know where this game is going. And it's not in the direction of a decisive game. Hint, hint.
Yeah. Actually, that's you called me out there, and you're completely correct. That's the one piece exchange, kind of the knights coming off the board, that would pretty much guarantee that this game fizzles out. But yeah, I mean, I actually like the way she reacted to this opening. During the break, I went to check because I was so confused. Where had I seen this opening before? It's such a rare one. And apparently Caruana had essayed it before against Sam Shankland as black. So it does have pedigree. And she did well to avoid any real forcing lines, any opening surprises. And yeah, I think we would all choose white's position slightly, even if it should be roughly level. And okay, Daniel, I see a crazy move just being played by Magzudlu. So I think we'll leave this kind of calm middle game for now, this level position. And we'll head over to Jordan Van Forest against Parham Magzudlu.
Let's do it. Oh my gosh, this is quite the change of scenery. It's like when you fly from one destination where it's sunny and, a million degrees, and then it's snowing and, windy, and it could not be a more different landscape. Of course, this is a Parham game. It feels like every one of his games just erupts into just abject chaos by move 12, which is exactly the case here. Okay, f3 was met by the natural e7, e5, counterattacking the knight. So we do have a Dragendorf type setup, with the exception that white, of course, has castled kingside. So a slightly more positional treatment by Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, you try and make it positional, you try and make it slow, and all about the maneuvers, and then Parham hits you with e5. That being said, it does feel like it's mixing these dragon ideas with Najdorf ideas, this pawn structure. First, we should clarify the forcing moves. Taking black's bishop is probably a mistake here. It just looks like you part with all of the dark squares and black's pieces come to life. So this would be, a big backfire for white. Black's bishop. Yeah, also the white king feeling really airy on some dark square diagonals.
Yeah, some d6 action. I mean, no.
I
think we're going to see knight b3, yeah.
Yeah, knight b3 looks natural. And despite the fact that black can slightly ruin the white pawn structure, it's not the worst thing in the world, because black's d6 pawn is probably the weakest of the bunch.
And, yes, and white can play for the d5 square, which is actually a very unpleasant idea. If white is allowed to establish his dominance over the square, it's actually not the end of the world in the Najdorf, typically, if white has the d5 square, but it's a little bit unpleasant, I think.
Yeah, and it would now become a fight of whether black can activate, play dynamically enough to offset white's control over that square. I don't know, rook c8, maybe try to trade on black's terms.
Mm-hmm.
Do you jump into d5? Can you jump into d5? I'm not sure.
Yeah, now we're getting into some typical Najdorf like tactical waters. Maybe black has this b5 shot. And I'll just point out that this is constantly an idea, maybe not exactly in this position, but just to show the concept. If white grabs the pawn on b5, white drops a piece. Not the immediate queen b6. This runs into a slight problem. But first you want to eliminate the knight, and then suddenly queen b6 check forks the bishop and the king. So the presence of white's pawn on f3, I think, gives Parham a lot of hope that he will be able to make this tactical, and he will be able to use these resources in order to counteract white's control of the center. I think black is fine here. I think the position is going to quiet down a little bit. It looks very sharp right now, but once Jordan drops his knight back and Parham drops his bishop back, we'll get a slightly more, controlled struggle. Still tactical, still sharp, but somewhat more, along normal lines.
Yeah, and that's the question. Can Jordan get an advantage? Can Magzulu make the game even more chaotic than it currently is? We'll take a pause on this one. We'll take a pause from the Tata Steel Masters as we go to our second break of the day. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon as these middle games all start to heat up. See you soon, everyone.
All right, guys, when you're ready.
All right.
Frozen versus Kostya. Chess Dojo versus... What exactly is your brand? Oh no, my queen? I guess that would be it.
Oh no, my heart rate's, yeah.
Overly sized giant queen.
Speed up, guys, speed up. Oh, this is Kostya's cut line.
The chess is so good. It's not Kostya.
I haven't looked at the board once.
Eric is fast.
Go for a duty flag.
Duty flag.
Oh, that knight's not pinned.
Knight is not pinned. He's shaken.
All right. Thank you. Okay. It's fine.
Fine?
Fine, yeah. Less stuff in the way. Oh! Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big time.
It's a sacrifice.
Back in it. Oh my gosh,
Wow.
what is going on here? That's not a move.
Oh, shoot. Oh no, my rook. Okay. Check, 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 check. Ah.
Should you tell him or should I?
Ah, GG. GG. Oh, the game. Whew. That was a workout. That's tough. Nice. Man, you did 5 of these.
the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation. The battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nodirbek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Ding Liren makes a return to the board, after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish Giri, and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Welcome back to round 8 of the Tata Steel Chess Festival out there in the beautiful Dutch seaside town of Wijk aan Zee. And it's not just the Masters section, not just the Challengers section happening right now. Look at that amount of chess. Look at all those players enjoying their life, Stanya. And are you jealous? Would you be wanting to be out there playing?
I'm not really jealous of the weather in Wijk aan Zee and lack of restaurant choices, although the pizzeria is pretty good. But when you look at the Challengers and Masters section, you come inevitably to the conclusion that they're the only ones in the playing hall. But no, they're merely a speck in the massive landscape of chess players who converge on this town, which, by the way, in Dutch literally means neighborhood at sea. You think it means something exotic, but no. I mean, that's what it is. It is at the sea, and it is a neighborhood. And this neighborhood tends to attract so many chess lovers of all ratings and countries. It's an amazing atmosphere, truly.
Yeah, the Dory variation, now these Dutch translations. I'm learning a lot today, Danya, and I think the players as well learning a lot as we enter kind of the crucial stages of the game now, in the middle game everywhere. And I'm going to guide us back to the chess, where we see the bird's eye view here. Still kind of slow progress on a few boards, but one of them is certainly heating up, and that is one of the headliners, Firouzja against world champion Ding Liren. In the break, we were having a brief chat, and you were under the impression that Ding might have slightly gone wrong. Still nothing too drastic, but he might have erred this early on.
Yes, it feels like Ding has gone looking for trouble where there was no reason to find it, and he has found it. He went looking for it, and he's found it. Now, at first blush, it seems like Black has prevailed in the opening battle because he's managed to keep his d-pawn. But I actually that doesn't tell the whole story, because if you look around the board, White's pieces are actually incredibly active. And the fact that Black has pushed d4 has opened up White's light-scored bishop. Firouzja's pieces are perfectly positioned. Everything is in its proper place. And I was kind of staring at this position during the break while kind of zoning out. And I had a hard time finding a move for Black.
Yeah. I mean, I'm scared to suggest, because I'm scared at some point of blundering. It feels like he doesn't want to miss a ding, but I'm missing a few dings right now in terms of tactics. There's always, I mean, bishop b1, queen f5 you're highlighting. It's getting pretty scary tactically. Black's piece is just not ready for this action.
It's okay. Every time we make a blunder, we learn more about the position. So it's all good. I think we can throw out some moves. Yeah, everything is definitely not Gucci for Black. But okay, what is the specific issue? I think the specific issue number one is that this queen on d8, I feel like this has been a theme today in a lot of games. Like, queen has had a hard time finding a good spot. So my initial question would be, okay, what exactly is wrong with the move queen to b6? And maybe it's nothing cataclysmic. Maybe it's just, yeah, bishop takes f6 and knight d5, queen d8. And this queen f5 idea is constantly it's a huge nuisance for Black, David, because suddenly there's this massive hidden threat of bishop b1. And it's a classic theme. You cannot push g6 because you dropped the bishop with check.
Yeah, anyone who's done Puzzle Rush will have come across this pattern for sure multiple times. White's rooks have lined up.
Whoops.
Ooh, h6.
Goodbye. Sorry. Go on.
No. He gave me a heart attack there. I thought Ding had blundered into this or something. Yeah, I mean, this is... Yeah, it's just a case of White's queen and bishop lining up, and suddenly it's terminal, almost. Maybe Black keeps things alive by...
Yeah, exactly.
Bishop c8 trying to bail out into a horrible endgame. I don't know. It's not what Ding wanted at all here. White at the very minimum could capture everything on f6 and have a really pleasant position to enjoy. Due to Black's shattered structure, bishop d5, just regain the pawn at the very minimum. So if we try to figure out what Ding should be doing in the game position, if not queen b6, if not getting out of this stare down by the white rook, then what else? Rook c8. Okay, maybe stare down at the white queen.
Yeah, but it doesn't solve any of... You're not working to solve any of the problems in the position. Actually, wait a second. There's tactics already you could be considering, which I know is very superficial, but look at bishop b1. And suddenly, Black is forced to play g6, and this is very bad news. If you have to go g6, okay, I'm just going to... It's much easier to sack other people's pieces, but it works. Rook e7, queen e7. Okay, maybe this is imprecise. No, knight d5 is correct. And Black has to give up the queen. And clearly insufficient compensation here. Maybe some drawing chances in a position like this, David. But I would much rather take that miserable ending, because also the queen is coming into h6. And this is almost a death sentence. So it's not that either. What is it?
No chance of a fortress here, and actually, this last variation is key, Daniel, because it means there's a threat in the current position. It's actually really subtly lined up. Rook e1, just an improving move, lines up this rook takes e7 tactic, which does, again, I'm going to quote Puzzle Rush, it does recur a lot, especially in these IQP positions. Actually, and I've been playing them my whole life. Since I was a 5-year-old, pretty much, and I've never managed to land too many of these rook takes e7s, but they're always kind of lurking in the shadows, and Ding has to be on red alert right now. He doesn't look comfortable at the board, and no obvious moves. That's the difficult thing. It's like when the obvious moves like rook c8 are failing, when queen b6 is failing, what else? You have to really be creative here just to hold the balance, and that's horrible psychologically.
Yeah, I cheated a little bit. Queen to d6 apparently is one of just like 2 or 3 moves that keeps relative balance, but this is a very difficult... Okay, when you play the move, it's like it makes some sense visually, but the idea is actually now bishop b1, I think you can meet with g6. I would still be terrified here, David, because, I mean, rook takes e7, now you can play knight takes e7. This is the idea, and the queen makes contact with the knight, and Black is safe and secure. But of course, White is under no obligation to play bishop b1. There's many other ways that you could prosecute the initiative. You could consider a move like knight to e4, which looks like it trades a bunch of pieces, but in fact, all that you really need for an attack is the queen, the bishop on a2, and I think the knight on f3. So this is very much an option. There is no way for Black to solve all of his problems. Black is worse, objectively.
Yeah, and it's the type of worse that isn't kind of manageable with just kind of instinctive, intuitive moves. I mean, this is like my nightmare. I want, if I'm going to be worse with Black from an opening, which happens way more regularly than I would like, then I want a position that I can kind of just stabilize and cling on and slowly kind of fight my way back into the game. But here, Ding, it's kind of move by move.
There's a tactic I just want to display. It probably doesn't work, but I had a brief flash in my mind. If we go back to this queen d6 move, after knight e4, I was just kind of trying to calculate in my head. Okay, I was thinking takes, what's wrong with this? Queen g6, and I'm not totally sure, but I think knight f7 might be a killer. And look at this, rook f7, bang! And again, that bishop on a2, whether it's on a2 or on b1, it is the hero, it is the unsung hero of White's entire construction. Little did Ding know what beast he would be letting out into the open by pushing d4. And he's played the move b4, which is another one of the moves that does more or less keep a decent position.
Yeah, normally when we give the top players in the world a very narrow path to survival, they'll find it by pure calculation or process of elimination. But yeah, that was a beautiful tactic, Danya. Yeah, and I'm sure it was on Ding's radar as well. That's how good these players are. But b4 I guess it's because it just simply doesn't give white enough time to go for these tactics with bishop to b1, although it's still very tempting, I must admit.
It's still possible. I mean, because BC, bishop takes f6, looks good. We might get absolutely insane tactics in this game, and this is heating up. Every move is adding layers of tension to the position. And bishop b1, g6, rook takes c7. Try evaluating that position with like a hanging knight on c3 on top of everything else. Of course, I also think White could take the Karpov approach and just play knight to e2 and just say, listen, I'm going to win the pawn back on d4 and keep all of the advantages of my position without calculating. That's my type of chess. Lazy man's chess. That's why I'm not in Tata Steel.
You and me both, Danya. It's easier to sit here and commentate. But I like 92, not just because we're winning the pawn back, but also it might come round via g3 to f5. And from there, I mean, that is a dream attacking launchpad. But okay, let's push ourselves out of our comfort zone, just as the players are doing out there in Vaikanze. And let's try and calculate, because bishop b1, to my eyes, it's got to be the first thing on Firouzja's mind.
Absolutely. So I think we should show, first of all, b takes e3 is the most tempting response, trying to avoid playing g6. And here, actually, it's not necessarily a give. Okay, bishop takes f6. You have to play this nightmarish move g6. And somehow black is actually holding on. My first inclination is to play rook takes c7, but I don't think it works. Knight takes c7. White is not fast enough. If you try this maneuver, queen c1, it feels like black should have enough time, because queen h6 is not even really a threat, because it can be met with knight f5. So
yeah, just bishop takes f3 in that case, maybe. Just eliminate a piece. And
amazing. I mean, look at this. Knight f5 opening up an attack on the bishop. Everything is defended. That is actually lovely defensive concept. What does that mean? That means, if we go back to the position after g6, does white just have to play it simple with bishop takes e7?
Yeah, it just feels like we're kind of cashing in too soon, or kind of selling ourselves short. But knight takes e7, we still take on d4. Again, I'm not sure which way. Rook takes d4, I'm assuming. Queen c7. And due to the fact we're hitting f3, yes, we might go a pawn down in an endgame, but maybe we're clinging on if we're Dingley run.
Yeah, this is another miserable endgame, but maybe a little bit less miserable than some of the other positions that we've seen. It's not like he's calculating this with a big smile on his face, like, yes, I get this endgame with no winning chances. I'm down a pawn. Amazing. But at least he's not checkmated. And this line was relatively forced. So if Alireza plays bishop b1, we actually might get this endgame.
Yeah, and I have a feeling he's going to calculate this for a long, long time, because actually minimal risk for white, and unless he finds knight e2 kind of just too tempting to kind of continue the attack, and not being able to calculate his way to victory perhaps, but unless he plays by instinct knowing that the attack's super strong anyway, then that looked super logical. I don't know if black had options. For example, after bishop to b1, could I just play g6?
Exactly. That also has to be fully assessed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm struggling to assess it. Bishop b1, g6. It looks like a very similar tactic. White will play rook takes e7, as we kind of highlighted elsewhere. And this time, white is actually unable to kind of secure a better endgame and has to speculate. I guess black takes with a knight, and after rook takes d4, queen moves. Queen b6, queen...
What is happening here?
Queen b6 and rook takes b4. Yeah, it's... It's scary. It's super tempting for white, I must say.
Yeah, maybe I'm looking at some queen sacks, but nothing produces quite enough material. I think b takes c3 doesn't work tactically. I'm sure there's some move here. Maybe like taking a page out of Anish Giri's book and playing queen to e8. But this is terrifying for both sides, I would say, because also remember, from white's perspective, when you have a move like knight e2, it's always kind of knocking on the door and saying, well, this is really sharp, but maybe I miscalculated and I'm worse here. I could just make this safe, easy move and manage my risk. I hate decisions like this, honestly, because you're deciding on many levels. You're calculating, but you're also trying to make a more intuitive, like general decision. Like, do I go for the risky option? Do I try to keep the tension? And then whatever you decide, you know you're going to regret it. It doesn't matter what it is. It's just the rule of chess decisions.
Yeah, it's that risk-reward ratio. It's where you want to be a poker player, not a chess player, to calculate the probability, and then you think, okay, it's not worth the risk. But I don't know. If I had my chess coach hat on, I would say to Alireza, kind of, okay, try and calculate. Give yourself, it's a key position. Give yourself 10, 15 minutes. If you're still not convinced, if the variations aren't to your satisfaction, if it's too irrational, the position, then you go back to basics. Knight e2, it's a safety net, not worse. You'll win the pawn back at the very least. Your attack continues. But you might have a knockout if you play bishop b1. So it's worth the time investment just in case it is strong. We see the evaluation bar. The player's, of course, far less sure than we are. But I think in the back of his mind, his spidey senses, he's saying, okay, this might be the moment. So the perfect time for a long, long think. All of these variations.
The players are bar less sure than we are of the evaluation.
I would evaluate it that way.
One more of these puns in, you might be heading to the bar. And so will everyone in the chat.
That's where I was yesterday. But it's tough position. I need to catch up. I don't know. I'm not good with these puns, Dania. You've got 2700 level for sure when it comes to the wordplay.
I appreciate it. I've only had 2700 on the chessboard, but man,
this is 3100 on chess.com. That's what really matters. Or 32, I don't know. I'm selling you short.
That's exactly right. That's the only rating that's important. Not these 2759, 2780. What are these numbers anyway?
Child's play. Okay, so this one really wild. We could get lost in this one for hours calculating, as Roger well might, judging on his time usage yesterday. Okay, let's give him time to calculate at this key moment. If he plays knight e2, we'll come back, we'll calculate more. If he plays bishop b1, it's even more fiery. So we'll be back either way. Let's go to another game. Okay, let's go to the bird's eye view. And Dania, I'm struggling to decide. Anish Giri played a move that we both frowned upon, I must say, but Wei didn't follow up in the way we were expecting. Wow, he's actually sacrificed a pawn, so maybe time to jump in there.
Let's go, yeah, because there's a lot of action unfolding on that board. What exactly happened? Well, we saw Anish's decision to play knight f4. Wei Yi centralized his queen, and knight d5 was played. We considered this move. We thought that after the simple knight takes d5 and bishop f5, black has an incredible endgame, but instead, Wei Yi playing for more than that, but maybe as a result, he's going to end up with less. Bishop e6, sacrificing on e7. Anish says, thank you very much. And can Anish now find some sort of bailout? Yeah, knight d5. And I just think maybe Wei Yi didn't realize how much better he was, because now, David, if black takes on d5, we're going to get total liquidation in the center and a draw. And this is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, peace treaty, soon to be signed, it feels like. Total symmetry back in this position. It's, as you say, it feels like a decision that's influenced by the fact he's black against Anish Giri the day before rest day. A draw is a good result objectively, but could have been more. And also a risk-free advantage, the line we were advocating, because now the queens will disappear, the light square bishops will disappear, and unlike that position with all of the bishops kind of staring down at the white queen side, white's bishop can actually move very quickly, even with gain of tempo sometimes. So yeah, white has nothing at all to worry about here. Anish Giri's out of the woods. A draw, I'm not a betting man, but I think I would put a lot of money on this result now, fizzling out.
No, but I'm a little bit puzzled, because it would be one thing if you had to burn all your bridges to go for the better position, but Wei basically could have had this exact type of position, except he's better. It's like this type of endgame, but you have winning chances. And I completely agree. I think from the player's perspective, when you have this easy way to make a comfortable draw, it's such a good result. I mean, to hold Anish Giri from a position of strength out of the opening, that often you don't realize that you actually have serious chances for an advantage. And I don't think we should criticize him too much. Yeah, Anish has to be a little bit careful here. I think he needs to make like one or two accurate moves. Funnily enough, he can already move his dark squared bishop out. You pointed that out. Bishop takes b2 is basically never dangerous because white is just going to immediately pick up the pawn with interest. And I think soon, eye contact will be made, score sheets will be signed, and we'll have our first result of the day, very likely.
Yeah. It's move 23 now, but look at that. Wei checking the score sheet. He's waiting for the magical move 30. Anish was looking away from the board as well. I think both of them know.
How can we make 7 moves in 2 moves?
Yeah, let's just blitz the rest of the game, they're thinking. Without blundering, of course. But yeah, Anish is going to move his dark square bishop out of the way in the next turn or two. And full equality. Just no weaknesses for either side. Yeah, missed opportunity. It feels like Wei Yi, it's such a good start to the tournament. He got a couple of wins early on, but it's been a bit up and down ever since. And yeah, quick draw yesterday, extra rest day yesterday. He should have been full of energy for this one to throw everything at Giri, but just that one. We say it's an opportunity. It was small. It should have still been holdable, of course, for Anish, but you've got to apply some pressure somewhere. You don't get easy chances at this elevated level. And there we go, looking away from the board again, just waiting for the moves to start flowing. And that handshake just... Yeah, I wonder who's going to offer the draw. Yesterday, I had a bet on one of the games with Robert, what move number it would finish on. Do you think it will finish on move 30, 31, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, unless they find a 3-time repetition before, which I think is unlikely because I don't really anticipate a repetition. I think they're gonna reach move 30. Does Black have to make his 30th move before a draw offer can be issued?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so that's precisely, I think, when the draw offer will be made.
And Anish on the camera, okay, he made eye contact there with his opponent. He looked over. Yeah, I think he's impatient to make a few moves. There's not much that can go wrong for either side. And okay, it's taken a couple of hours, but we might soon get our first result of the day.
Indeed.
Hard to find anything else to say about this one.
Very little going on in this position. I mean, white can play rook e1. I mean, white can bring the bishop out anywhere he wants. If bishop e3, bishop h6. And I mean, what's going to happen is we're just going to get a bunch of trades in the center, like bishop g2, king g2. Rook is going to come to d1, and they're going to find a way to trade all their pieces. And these top GMs are experts at minimizing the intrigue once they've decided that it's time to, wind down the engines and discontinue use of electronic devices and put your trade tables up like it's that time.
Exactly. This flight is soon landing. Yeah, light squared bishops off the board, rooks will come off the board. I think that's how this game will end. So okay, we'll Wei looking away impatient now. We'll give these players some space, some time to onboard this flight, and let's go to maybe more exciting pastures. Okay, Anish.
Nope.
Teasing us there. Nope. Hesitation. Praying for a miracle if he wants to win
exactly.
this one.
Let's pray a little bit and then make a move.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Alireza has gone for bishop b1, so we're about to see some really chaotic things happen on that board against Ding Liren. But on the bird's eye view, where else are your eyes drawn, Daniel?
Okay, so just looking around, we still have this fairly balanced position in Vidit Danchenko. I mean, that just has not been a very tactically compelling game. Maybe still a very tiny advantage for Vidit. Yes, Anish has played the riveting move, rook e1. What a surprise! Attacking Black's bishop. I think the Nepo game has, I wouldn't say taken a turn, but there's been a couple of developments, and it still seems like Jan is in control. Shall we check into the state of that game?
Yeah, I would love to. Jan, we were really impressed by his opening preparation. It felt like he'd caught his younger opponent in at least his own comfort zone in something that might make Abdusattorov uncomfortable, and that white knight has finally landed on c4. Rook stacked up on the a file against Black's big weakness on a5, and it is a bit tense. Again, the standoff between the Black rook on d8, the white queen on d3, but due to the fact the white king has some breathing space, I love the fact he's included g3 a bit earlier. I don't think the tactics are working necessarily in Black's favor. I see moves like queen c3 and I think, okay,
yeah,
have some fun, calculate, but it doesn't really do much.
Yeah, you learn to live with this situation on the d file because nothing is, I mean, every move you need to kind of double check. Okay, are there any new discoveries, any new tactics that are that are threatened, and you have to be very, very careful if you're white. Any capture might lead to kind of a change in the position and might allow a hidden tactic to rear its ugly head. But I don't think there's anything like that in the cards right now. I think Nodirbek is still very much suffering on the board, and now a little bit on the clock as well. He's losing a pawn. That is an uncontroversial statement. Probably Jan has his eyes on the A pawn, I would say, rather than the E pawn, even if has the ability to take on E5. I actually think if he's able to break the dam on the queen side, he's going to generate a million threats. I mean, knight takes A5 will even threaten knight takes C6. And black is just like on the verge of collapse here. I don't see a good move for Nodirbek.
Yeah, he's going to break the dam. He's going to break the warmer dam. Wrong opponent, but I tried. Rook takes A5 is unavoidable. And I mean, it's a tough position. I actually think the evaluation bar is deceptive here because it feels like white's advantage is long-term and could only grow over the next few turns. I mean, I would, as black, just try and stabilize a move like F6 just to cut out any business on E5.
Let's try it out. F6. But, okay, I think that's a reasonable prediction. What is white going to do? Is white going to throw in a move like rook? For some reason, my hand is like reaching to play rook A4, but maybe this is unnecessary. Maybe you just snap the pawn off on A5.
Yeah, maybe after rook A4, then I would consider queen to C3. Just want some cheap tricks, cheap tactics.
Like us as Cheapolito.
But with a knight fork on E2 to come and simplifications. But as you say, knight takes A5.
No, this is lovely. I'll showcase this because not only this is not just a queen trade, it's also a fork on top of it as a little bonus. You win the E4 pawn, and black solves all of his problems because white drops this very important central pawn. Well spotted and very much missable tactic. Okay, so if it's not rook A4, of course you could also keep playing the waiting game. You could keep trying to improve and wait for the right moment to capture. But yeah, maybe the right moment is now. Knight takes A5. And now, again, I don't know how black is going to react. Queen B5. There's a million ways you could play this with black.
Yeah, I've protected E5, but I've also weakened myself on the light squares, which I'm regretting slightly. But yeah, either way, it's Queen B5. There's some tactics. Something to do with knights. Yeah, knight jumps.
Just knight takes D4. It's simple. Knight takes D4. And you're just losing stuff. I mean, this is, I think, a good way to showcase how black's position collapses. Rook takes D4. And is there something cataclysmic here?
Knight takes C6.
I'm thinking about rook takes D3. Takes
rook takes
here.
No, I don't know. I mean, if worst comes to worst is white, you just move the queen and you say, okay, I'm better positionally.
Yeah, that's actually the queen F3. Get out of the tactics and then drop your knight back. And Nodirbek had exactly this type of scenario on the other side against Giri, right? Good knight versus bad bishop. And now this is the cruelty of chess. Next round, you have the exact same situation with the other side. But here the eval is already +2 because once the knight drops back to C4, the queen comes into F5. White is infiltrating from all sides. And I don't see a good way to avoid this type of scenario if you're Nodirbek. He's already been thinking for 11 minutes. This is misery for Nodirbek.
Yeah, this is one of the worst bishops you'll see and one of the better knights you'll ever see. And this one, as I mentioned, evaluation bar slightly on white side, but could easily grow within a move or two. So Jan Nepomniachtchi potentially taking down one of the co-leaders in this round. No yawn for Jan in this one. It's a beautiful game so far. I'm also looking across at some other games that have developed. Zhu and Jun, it feels like making some progress, but also Max Varmadam. I made that terrible pun with his name and I feel guilty, so maybe we should go over there and give him some love because his position has improved.
Yeah, he definitely is playing for maximum. And okay, I managed to stoop even lower. That is my accomplishment for the day. But no, it feels exactly like the narrative of the game is that Prague played a little bit carelessly in the opening And Max is a great positional player. He won an excellent positional game against Danchenko, which flew a little bit under the radar because it wasn't one of the top games, but super smooth. And he's got a similar type of vibe here. A lot of queenside pressure. Prague still has this problem with the bishop on c8. This is a nasty, nasty situation for Black.
Yeah, it's just a bit awkward. It is one of those situations that could turn if, for example, White trades off the wrong set of pieces, or if the d5 pawn suddenly becomes weak. But unfortunately, if White keeps control, if White, I mean, I'm even imagining putting, firstly a rook on c1, throwing the White a pawn forward, even bishop f1 to c4 at some point. I mean, it just feels hard to come up with a plan for Black. You can't. I mean, you're on the queen side, you're worse with Black. You can't really go all in on the king side. It feels like the White king is going to be safe as houses. So what is your plan? White has so many improving moves. And we see the evaluation bar, which is quite a bit on White's side. But I think it might take Max a while to realize how big his advantage is. That's the only thing. Prague. I wonder whether he knows how big the trouble is.
Yeah, I think both players can sense it. Maybe Prague wants to play something like bishop d7 and b6, just kind of anchoring the knight and securing this weak light square on c6. I really like your idea of bishop f1, bishop c4. Also, in some cases, you might just throw away the d-pawn in order to open up the center. Sometimes you see this type of idea when one side's pieces are much more active. But yeah, Max, I think, senses that he needs to play an accurate move here. He needs to maximize his advantage, no pun intended. And maybe the way to do that is prophylactic measures. Bishop f1, stop the knight from coming to d3, which is not such a dangerous idea in itself, but it's still a good idea to restrict your opponent's pieces and add a layer of protection to this very important pawn on d5, whether or not you end up sacrificing it in the future.
Yeah, and I'm also taking inspiration from Nepomniachtchi in his game. Black had a strong knight on c5 there, and he kicked it away. And minimum White can hope for here is bishop to f1, put a rook on c1, and knight b3, trade off that knight, especially if Black's already played b6, because there'll be a backward pawn to stare down at on c7. And it just feels like long-term Black's going to be suffering a bit. This White pawn clamp on d5, b5 is going to kind of fix this weakness on c7, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Prague taking a risk in the opening, and it's not paid off so far. Max doing everything right, just as he did yesterday for a long, long time.
It feels like he's the wrong guy to take risks against. He's just so well prepared. He's a very classical player, and those are not the types of people that you really want to go too crazy against in the opening. I would say the same for Ju and Jun. You know, you stick your head out too far, you fly too close to the sun, and you get punished. But still, of course, it's too early to tell. The next couple of moves are going to be very important. But the more I look at the position, the more I like the setup that you're describing, David. Bishop f1, rook ac1. I like that we haven't made any moves in this position. I think that is a good way to illustrate just how stable White's advantage is. Like, you can understand why White is better, really, without delving too deeply into concrete lines. That's the player's job.
Yeah, all he needs to do now is further warmer damage Black's position. Oh, no. Oh, okay, let's move on. White has the advantage in this game.
Yeah, that pawn was practically impossible to beat. Okay, off we go to a different game, shall we?
And we see a pawn sacrifice. Magzudlu has given up a pawn against Van Forest. So maybe we jump over there briefly to see whether he has Magzoodles of compensation or whether the compensation is insufficient.
Yeah, good that you didn't miss the forest for the trees.
This the D6 pawn is dropped off.
Yes, it has. White has happily gobbled it up. I will also point out that Alireza is still thinking after Ding's move g6, so we haven't missed any action on that board. I mean, we might get a crazy time scramble there. I could easily see the players spending, tons of time calculating the complications. Okay, so how is this pawn sacrificed? If we go back a couple of moves, after f3, e5, the knight went actually back to e2. I was expecting knight b3. He went back to e2. And this was his idea, bishop b6, b4. The knight has to drop back to d7, so this was a forced sacrifice. And rook e8, rook b1. Does black have sufficient compensation?
Yeah, first of all, really tactically sharp there from Jordan. We missed this before idea when we looked at this game before. And it's first glance, it feels like there's some compensation. Whether it's sufficient, I'm not sure. And it's all because of how loose white's queenside is. The white knight on c3 is going to feel a bit unstable long term once a rook lands on c8. The b4 pawn, which he's just protected with rook b1, can be tickled in a few ways after bishop to f8, for example. That pawn will feel a bit vulnerable. Then again, it is always kind of the burden on the player who's sacrificed or lost material to prove the compensation. I must admit, Daniel, I've nearly never seen Jordan grab a pawn and try to cling on for dear life. It's normally the other way around. He gives a pawn up on move 5, and he just kind of plays as if nothing happens. So I don't know. I quite like black's position, at least the outlines of it after bishop f8 or rook c8. It's hard to know exactly how white is going to untangle long term.
It's important for black to get the move order right here because, and there could be several ways to do it. White, I think, wants to put the bishop on e3 to restrict black's ability to give potentially either a nasty check on b6. Also, this could be used as a transit point for black's knight. The c4 square is really weak, and you often see the knight coming to c4 in these Najdorf-like positions. So if I were Meksoudli, I'd be deciding, as you said, between rook c8, which has just been played, good call. But after bishop e3, I'm curious what exactly his follow-up is going to be. Because there, if you play bishop f8, the queen drops back to d2. And lest anyone has forgotten, white is up a pawn.
Yeah, actually, now you mention it, this is the kind of ideal scenario for white, bishop on e3, queen on d2. And this could have been prevented. You talked about move orders. Bishop f8 last move. And the white queen wouldn't find such a comfortable square. Now, after bishop f8, queen d2 there would block the white bishop. So, okay, if we follow that line a bit further down, bishop to e3, bishop f8, queen d2. Again, it's so frustrating for black that knight b6 doesn't quite yet come.
I know, I'll show why. Yeah, it drops a piece because first white takes on d8, and this is the problem with having a pawn on a6. Yeah, thanks, Najdorf. And you can't quite squeeze the knight into c4, which means you need to find alternate arrangements, maybe some sort of vanilla move like queen c7. Bishop e3 has been played, by the way. But this just doesn't feel like black has made the most of his initiative.
Yeah, and also after queen c7, you've lost a valuable tempo, so white does have the opportunity to play a5 and shut down this knight maneuver that we were talking about. And the black knight on d7 now, yes, it might get to c4 if you can play b6 or b5, but it's committal. And yeah, suddenly it feels like white is getting closer to consolidating the extra pawn.
A5 feels like when I was flying to Oslo to commentate CT, and they supposed to fly with one stopover, Charlotte to Newark to Oslo, and then suddenly they canceled my flight. So I ended up going like Charlotte to Newark to London to Oslo. This knight now has to go to b8, c6, a7, b5, d6, and finally it can reach c4. But it's got to cross a couple war zones before it can get there. But your point is well taken, David. I think it may be too early to make big conclusions because, of course, the players are putting tremendous thought into every move. But it feels like allowing bishop e3 might have been a slight and maybe unnecessary concession that really puts the onus on black now to demonstrate that I have enough compensation for the pawn. I was also flirting with some crazy ideas like knight d5 and bishop f8, but these types of ideas never work because I can always give the piece back and free up the queen.
Yeah, and maybe we show that because it's a very cool variation. White could also give up the queen for three pieces.
Exactly. But this is the idea. Wait, the engine, apparently it's only 0.7, but bishop f8 is not the move?
Whoa.
Oh, maybe you just go like bishop f5 and the queen is trapped, so bishop f8 can't be stopped. Is that the idea?
If he plays this, we get the gold coins, we shower the board, even if it doesn't work, even if it's bad for black, because this is beautiful. Piece sacrifice to trap the queen. But bishop f8.
But your point is very nice. D takes c6 is the problem. A lot of people forget that three pieces can be much stronger than a queen in a lot of middle game situations. I mean, this knight is coming in. Okay, maybe rook d1 isn't the most accurate, but okay, people get the point. It's bad for black.
Yeah, maybe the other rook, but same idea. The knight's jumping, and white's pieces, once they coordinate, will be superior to the black queen. Simply more of them. So, okay, tough. Yeah, I can do maths. So tough position for Magzudlu. I'm also counting, and he's simply a pawn down. So he's the one proving the compensation. Of course, Black's got great pieces. White's bishop on f1 a bit stuck. So there is compensation, but is it sufficient? That's the question that will be answered in the next dozen or so moves. Okay, let's jump elsewhere. This one's still bubbling. Okay, let's go to the bird's eye view. Dilemma, where to go next? Suddenly things are heating up, and it's always at the same time. That's the thing with these longer time controls.
Yes, I feel like there's always one game that ends relatively quickly, and then all the other games are like moving toward the time scramble at exactly the same tempo to make it as difficult as possible for us to catch all of the action on all the boards. I will point out that Giri and Wei are inexorably moving closer and closer to that move 30. Not much is happening there. We probably will catch the results when it appears. Where else am I looking? Okay, Alireza is still thinking after Ding played g6 and might be thinking for the next, like half an hour.
Yeah. Yesterday he indulged in a 43-minute think, Alireza, which, I mean, we've all been there, we've all done it, but some more than others. And it did end up costing him. There was a big mistake at the end of that 43-minute think. We see him on camera, deep in concentration, but understandably so. I don't know. I mean, that might well be the most interesting game, but it's only progressed one move further. So maybe we leave it there, unless you want to delve in and turn on our calculation brains, Daniel.
Let's give our calculation brains a little bit of a longer rest. A game that I just wanted to assess, maybe not look at it too deeply, or else we all might go crazy, because this is not the most interesting position. But Vidit versus Danchenko, I'm just trying to understand, like, is this all part of some master plan by Vidit, and he's going to play like the positional game of the century, or are we moving toward a draw? It does feel like actually Black has some issues to deal with, because d6 is a long-term weakness, and I've actually lost some games precisely to this type of idea, where the knight comes to c4, suddenly all of your pawns are under attack. So there's no question White's position is preferable. Is the advantage significant, though, in your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, like you say, we would take White every day of the week, just because you're the one asking questions. You've got the pawn on d5, just this wedge. Black's knight as well. I mean, what Vidit's done is very clever. Black's knight would love to reroute and kind of plonk itself on c5, which a lot of knights have done today in the round. But unfortunately, the Black knight cannot use d7, cannot get to c5, because the Black b7 pawn would then be vulnerable, would then drop. So White will get a tempo. White will get knight to d2, and I guess, yeah, that means that Danchenko has a 2-move window to somehow consolidate. And I guess you mentioned the draw. I guess one question could be, what happens if Black trades all of the rooks off? Is White still significantly better there? Is d6 still that bigger weakness? I get the impression it is a significant issue for Black. You're just not quite in time to develop your knight.
This is such an instructive line, because so many people would do this automatically, and it looks so peaceful. Like, is it really that dangerous? And the answer is yes. Black is losing. Black just cannot stop the twin threats of knight e4 and knight c4. You can go b5, then the knight comes to e4. Otherwise, the knight gets to c4. Now, I guess you can play knight d7, but at this point, it's too late. It doesn't help anymore. I'm trying to find the right execution. Maybe even bishop g4 can be thrown in to really paralyze Black. Although, I don't know, knight b6 there. It's like, you have to be accurate here, but clearly things have gone very, very wrong for Black. Also, queen c3 comes to mind.
Yeah, queen c3 comes to mind. Even kind of if you're kind of being a minimalist and play knight e4, knight c5, just take it. Put the queen on b6, and this White d pawn is a monster. Black's bishop paralyzed, Black's queen's paralyzed. Actually, this is probably just decisive. Disadvantage.
b6 is coming, and that would be game. And this is how easy it is to lose. So I guess the answer to our question is yes. This is why Danchenko is thinking. This is why he's deep in thought. Black's position could deteriorate very quickly due to this weakness on d6.
Yeah, and big credit to Vidit. manipulating the position. He got rid of the black bishop pair. He chose this pawn structure. He closed it at the right time with pawn to d5. And yes, there might be a way for black to hold. I'm wondering whether you play b5, you bite the bullet, weaken your own queenside just to get the knight round to c5 quickly. But yeah, it's pressure on black. Vidit's risking nothing at all, and he's the one posing the problems. That's all you can hope for at this high level. He just looks so calm. He's never in trouble these days. Vidit feels like he's really stepped up his game this last 12 months.
Yeah, I feel like he hasn't lost a game in forever, and that's because he hasn't. He's playing solid chess, but he's winning tournaments while he's doing it. So he's not just making loads of draws. He's been managing his risk so far this tournament, but maybe that is exactly the way to win it. Everybody else is having these major ups and downs, and Vidit is just sort of quietly creeping up to the top of the tournament standings. But I agree with you. I think b5 might be the best bet. It's a painful move to make, especially because you open up a host of prospects for White's knight. Instead, another good move, I think, by Danchenko, fighting for the c-file, rook to c7. Kind of a classic motif, right? Putting the rook somewhere along the file, preparing to double. And if he can take control of the c-file, maybe that helps him prevent this knight journey to c4.
Yeah, very classy move there from Danchenko. This is the less committal way of trying to solve issues, and yeah, at least you're activating one of your worst pieces, that rook on f8. So, of course, still hard work ahead for Vidit. No foregone conclusions, but slight, maybe long-term advantage for the white pieces. And yeah, we won't delve too deep here. As you mentioned, Daniel, we've shown a couple of key variations. Okay, I think it might be time, as we zoom out of this game, to go on another break. You mentioned it, time scrambles will be imminent, especially that fiery clash between Alireza Firouzja and Ding Liren. So don't go anywhere, anyone. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more action from round 8 of the Tata Steel Chess Festival.
It's Kasparov against Topalov. I think it was dream calculation by Kasparov, and I love it.
My favorite is, I would say, Garry Kasparov against Veselin Topalov, played in this Vaikanze 1999.
The game Kasparov against Topalov comes to my mind. It was so famous, so many remarks on it.
Topalov's king came, from c8 all the way to b1, so that was like interesting part of the game.
The Variants Community Series continues on January 4th with Crazy House, where you can add your opponent's captured pieces to your own arsenal. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship and show the world what you've got. Join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on chess.com.
I can guarantee that working your way through this course and solving all 1001 exercises will reward you not only with a greater tactical knowledge, but also with spotting more tactics in your own games. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony and I'm a Women International Master. I wish you a warm welcome to the course 1001 Chess Exercises for Beginners, authored by Franco Mazzetti and Roberto Massa, with videos by me. In this case, the knight on c5 is not protected, and so the winning move is g6. g6 is the discovered attack, but it is also a double attack, because not only are we hitting the knight on c5, we are also threatening mate on h7. In this case, rook c7. Black has no choice but to capture, and now our queen comes in. We've lured the queen away. Now the king is too far removed. It cannot protect the black queen. So we are going to pick up the black queen on the next move.
Welcome back to round 8 of the Tata Steel Chess Festival. We have been following the master section out there in the beautiful town of Vaikanze. And a lot of Dutch fans out there this weekend supporting their heroes with a chance as well of watching world champions at play. Dania, it's a packed playing hall at the De Montréal.
It is, and it has been a packed playing hall for the last 80-something years. One of the most storied tournaments on the calendar, and it occupies a prime spot at the beginning of the year. The players want to kick off each calendar year with a good result at this tournament, which I think contributes to the incredible action, the openings, the ups and downs that we always see in this marathon event, David.
Yeah, one of the highlights for players, fans alike, and for spectators, of course. Let's check out the standings. We're now deep in the midst of round 8, but what are the players playing for? Who do we have an eye on? It's 3 leaders ahead of today's action: Abdusatorov, Giri, and Gukesh, all on 4.5 points from 7 games, or +2 as we say. But it is bunched up there at the top, only 1 point separated, 10 players heading into today's round. So everything to play for, and a lot of action still in store. And we did get the opportunity to ask these 14 players prior to the tournament who they thought would win. Let's go check out that video.
I think me.
Probably Anish is still the favorite to win it.
I'll say Vei.
Honestly, I think maybe Nepal. the village.
I guess, hopefully me. You're looking at him.
If I can pick myself, let's say Alireza Firugia.
I hope it's me.
If it's allowed, I would say myself, so.
If I can choose, I would choose myself. Because I'm rating favorites.
I do not consider myself the favorite. I believe it is possible. I mean, Jordan won it, so anything is possible.
I didn't think of this.
Yeah, this tournament is very strong, and
I would pick Nepomniachtchi.
We should wait for about 3 weeks and we'll know.
And there we heard it from the players themselves. Dania, really nice to see a lot of the players backing themselves, choosing themselves. Who would be your pick to win this historic event?
Yeah, I love this kind of like they say it and then there's this sheepish grin, like they just committed the crime of the century. They penetrated a Swiss bank vault. Yes, how dare Nodirbek nominate? It is not allowed. You may not say that you will win the tournament. I think that the current standings make it incredibly hard to make predictions. I still think Anish has a great shot at winning this event if he can find his form from earlier in the tournament. But as a dark horse prediction, I would actually point to Nepo. It feels to me that Nepo has been gaining traction, gaining confidence as the tournament goes along. If he can continue to coast to a convincing victory today, as seems very likely, I think Nepo has a big shot at claiming the Tata Steel throne this year.
Yeah, certainly. And he needs to pick up form at the right time. He's got his eyes on the candidates tournament in a few months' time. Winner of the previous two candidates tournaments, Nepo. He's been there before. He's done it smiling to himself there on the camera. In the meantime, another player you referenced, Anish Giri, who has been leading this tournament from the early stages. He drew today. So he's the first player to reach 5 points, but of course could still be caught by some of the others. In the end, this one, Dania, a very, very balanced game.
Yes, I mean, huge surprise. This game ended in a draw on move 30, and the players there discussing the proceedings. And honestly, not a lucky, but a bullet dodged, shall we say, by Anish, who could have landed in some very hot water if Wei had gone for a better version of that end game. Very strange to me that the speed and alacrity with which Wei just kind of gave away that advantage. This could have been a long struggle session for Anish, but it is what it is. He stabilizes with a draw. Okay, not ideal, but not a tragic result going into the rest day. Speaking of tragic results, David, I think we need to make a beeline for Farujaland because we have some major updates in that game. We should congratulate ourselves. We did, I think, a pretty good job analyzing the critical position. Alireza went down kind of the critical line, the most ambitious line. He played bishop b1, g6. He sacrificed the exchange, and then they got to this position, where we struggle to figure out where black should go with his queen. And apparently, Ding has chosen the wrong square.
Yeah, it was a tough choice. Really difficult position for Ding, but he actually still has 47 minutes on the clock. It might be too late, though. He should have invested more of that time, as we see a double question mark given by the computer. Sometimes we make exceptions. Sometimes we say, okay, human touch. It's not that big a mistake. But this one looks like it gives up a piece. The queen is undefended. And one of your favorite phrases, one of my favorite phrases, LPDO, loose pieces drop off.
Uh-oh!
Ooh,
Hello?
knight e4, double attack.
Under 94! I mean, at first I spotted knight d5, and I was like, well, that doesn't work because the knight can capture, but you can do this the same thing, but better. And wait a second, let's put this on the board. Knight e4, just forget about all the complications, right? It's so easy to get bogged down calculating this that you forget about, basic Betty here in the form of knight e4, queen takes c2, Chekovich. Now, one question, king g7, takes h6. How does white gracefully get out of this? Do you just drop back and give a check on h5, or do you check on h5 immediately? Yeah, anything, I think, is winning.
Anything. Multiple choices, as you say. Just check, get the knight out of the way, and take that black knight. In the end, we'll just do a bit of counting. It's 2 pieces for a rook. You take this pawn as well. Huge material advantage. Game over.
Yeah, beautiful, because e1 is also protected. Here, black can simply resign. Okay, was this just an outright blunder by Ding?
I think so. He's realized it. Look at this. Look at this body language. I don't know about you, Daniel, but I try and cover my face when I've blundered. When I've realized as well. The last thing you want is a camera. Last thing you want is another player kind of making eye contact with you. As soon as you've made a mistake in Firouzja, it looks super calm, calmer than I've ever seen him. Looking away, surely knight e4 is on his radar. Bishop takes f6. You mentioned it as well. Very tempting, but
this is unbelievable. This is just a huge blunder. Knight e4 is essentially game over. Ding just blundered a piece.
I mean, we have the evaluation bar, so we know there's something to look for. But I think it's very findable. I mean, it's either bishop takes f6 or you find this tactic. I mean, the only reason he's thinking is because he's spotted knight e4 and is just trying to kind of figure out what Ding has spotted. But I think in the end, it's a simple oversight. It can happen to all of us. It's a crazy position. But yeah, Ding has slipped up.
Wow, what a huge moment. I mean, it's not totally over in that endgame. I mean, Black doesn't have to play h6. But before we get any further, I will just point out the correct move apparently was to play... Okay, a position was, from a practical perspective, a position was extremely unpleasant. Okay, knight f d5, in my mind, is a very non-human move, just like opening yourself up to 1,000 pins. So maybe queen e8, which is a move that was on our radar, was a better option. One thing that Firouzja might be calculating, David, is if we just go back for a second to knight e4, takes, check, here. There is this nastiness going down on the c file. But wow, White has another incredible idea to drop back to g4. And look at this, even in the endgame, the party continues. The bars have closed, the nightclubs have closed, but the party never stops in Firouzja land. Mate on h6 would be possible. But this is all very easy to spot. I think the big obstacle is pulling yourself away from calculating bishop takes f6 and just looking for other candidate moves. The moment you do that and you change your frame of reference, you spot knight e4.
Yeah, exactly. And he's so good. He's so sharp tactically, Firouzja. But he obviously wants to prioritize checkmate. So bishop takes f6, you do look at. You kind of go down this rabbit hole of looking for taking on f6, putting a queen on h6, checkmate, as we kind of were tempted by in another variation earlier. But once you see that that's less clear, oh, okay, look at the body language now. Suddenly a frown. Is this because he doesn't understand what Ding has seen? Or is he just surprised about the mistake? I feel like he spotted it now, just judging by the way his eyes were darting around Firouzja. I think it's taking kind of superhuman self-control not to play knight e4 instantly.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you have to look at this bishop f6, bc, and queen c1. Of course, you have to follow, I don't know, I've heard this attributed to like every world champion. If you see a good move, look for a better one. Plenty of defensive resources, and to the surprise of exactly no one, knight e4. Okay, double exclam, but for a player of Firouzja's caliber, this is, he eats this with his cornflakes in the morning.
Yeah, double exclamation mark, punishing a double question mark move, but I think Ding's reaction says it all. Immediately the head back in his hands, and the fact that he's not moving instantly means he hasn't spotted this. And unfortunately, loose pieces, the black queen, the black knight, they do drop off, and this Zwischenzug, this Zwischenschach, the in-between check, knight takes f6, just decides the game. How hard do you think he's able to fight after this? Is it just game over?
Well, I think he has to go for the endgame, first of all, because I was briefly considering, okay, knight f d5, and none of this works because White can always just trade the queens and take on e7, so there's no way to complicate the game. You have to go into the line that we just discussed, I think, with queen takes c2, and then maybe rook c8, and it occurred to me that the drop back to g4 could be met with knight g8, so maybe Black can find some way to fight with a rook against two pieces in the endgame. Objectively, as we can see from the eval bar, it's, I wouldn't say dead lost. I think it's technically lost in the endgame. But even to find that, Ding has to pull himself out of this funk and find the best resource. Firouzja is down to 23 minutes, David. Maybe that is one chance that he can try to harness if he finds a way to complicate the game.
Yeah, he has to complicate it somehow because the dust is soon going to settle in that position. And just judging by his body language now, the fact he hasn't moved, he's got to recover from this first of all, just psychologically. But knight e4, he does trade the queens. There's literally nothing else he could have done. And I think we'll see a quick flurry of moves now. Firouzja will take off that black knight. Check. There we go. The black queen falls as well. Bishop and knight for a rook. And black's king still not entirely safe. Look at Prag in the top right corner there, just eyeballing Firouzja.
Really?
This is going to be... key result. Sorry for the standings.
Wow. Yeah, he's like, is this really happening?
We're all human, Danya, unfortunately. I've blundered way worse than this.
Oh yeah,
times.
this is nothing. And I mean, especially in a position this complicated. Of course, the armchair generals always come out in these types of situations, but let's not forget the context and the pressure that Ding has been under ever since he played move 13 d4. Just when we thought that, Firouzja's opening experiment was not amounting to anything, Ding went looking for trouble and he found it. So the blunder isn't just the result of tactical blindness, it's all pressure that he's been under. And that context has to be taken into account. Of course, it's still a bad blunder. Ding still does not commit blunders like this often, but the entire narrative has to be factored in here.
Yeah. And he's fighting. The queens are off. He still had his head in hands, but he's played rook c8, creating a threat, hitting White's bishop. White's back line, the back rank, still slightly tender. So, accuracy is still required from Firouzja. Essentially, Firouzja just needs to consolidate now. Just knight g4, we're thinking, is the most accurate move with all those beautiful checkmating patterns, despite the absence of queens. But there must be other ways to hold on, even if the white bishop moves here, or you just defend it. It feels like you've done much of the hard work already. So, Ding, he has to activate hustle mode. That's the only thing that can stop this game disappearing right now. Firouzja still with 22 minutes, as you say, but should be enough for him, judging on the fact that he played 25 moves yesterday with 20 seconds. This should be sufficient.
Yeah, he's such a great blitz player. I think if he finds knight g4, black, I think, has to play this move knight g8, which is a saving grace. Otherwise, black loses instantly. And then white is free to move the bishop because bishop on g5 controls c1. So there's actually no danger of back rank mate. It's kind of an illusory danger. But there are some tactical complications to wade your way through. Black will try to harass white's minor pieces, which are a little bit unstable on the king side. So the game is not over. And if you're Alireza, you have to switch from excited mode, like, yes, I just found a potential game-winning tactic against the world champion. Now you have to settle in, and you have to accept that you're going to have a potentially long technical phase. Converting two pieces against a rook is not the easiest job in the world. White is winning, but it'll take quite a bit of accuracy to ground down Ding's resistance.
Yeah, especially such an open position. Rooks do tend to hold their own to some extent. Yes, white has two pieces, small kind of nominal material advantage, but if they're not fully coordinated, rooks can hold the balance. I loved your accidental pun there, Danya. The danger has passed, but
oh my gosh.
Unfortunately, this material imbalance should be decisive for white. Firouzja about to move. It looks like he's staring over at his knight, at his bishop. I think knight g4 will soon be played.
It's such a elegant move, but it's also a move that simplifies your task because, like you said, the key is to consolidate, bring your pieces back from their battle stations, back to home base, essentially, and try to limit the activity of black's rooks in the immediate future. But yeah, for Alireza, 20 minutes is eons of time. He doesn't feel the heat on the clock for another 15 minutes or so.
No, that's for sure. One of the best bullet blitz players out there. And I guess the reason we're talking so kind of so strongly about white's advantage here is just because at this high level, two pieces do beat a rook. But of course, at any level you fight on, you still look for chances. You try to make the most of whatever pieces you have left. And there we go. He reaches for the knight, drops it back. Checkmate in 2 is threatened. World junior champion Maurizi is watching on the camera. And that's a really nice, classy move to make. Knight g8 strictly forced, as you pointed out, Daniel.
Slightly less like Harry Hans Niemann, I think. I thought that was Hans for a second, but yes, that is Maurizi, who is acquitting himself very well in the challenger section, one of the top French juniors. Okay, knight g8 will be played, and then probably white will move the bishop out of the rook's purview, and we're going to officially kind of enter the technical phase of this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ding, he's played knight g8 very quickly. We mentioned hustle mode. That's how to do it. You have to play your moves quick. You have to hope that you get a chance, and you have to be ready to pounce a bit later. Hustle on the clock if you have to. In the meantime, as you say, we are reaching this next phase of the game, where it's about whether white can convert a material advantage. Let's go to the bird's eye view, where other games are reaching different phases as well. And okay, the evaluation bars have really woken up just in this last quarter of an hour or so. Where are your eyes drawn next, Daniel?
Wow, black is in trouble on all boards. It feels like, okay, Ju and Jun is, it seems, slightly misplaying this endgame against Gukesh. It feels like she's made a couple of automatic moves and suddenly is in a little bit of trouble, but I'm just judging visually. Nepo, the queens are off on that board, but the nature of the position hasn't changed. Nepo has this probably technically winning position now in the endgame. He's restored material equality. And Van Forest, once again, he seems to be consolidating his extra pawn and has, I think, every shot of keeping it. We can go to the Ju and Jun endgame. I mean, it's still a little bit dry. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe we briefly touch base there just to show what might have gone wrong and why we're thinking that black is in the ascendancy slightly, at least momentum-wise. And then we'll go to some of the other more complex games. So, I think her first mistake, Dania, she's let her opponent win Connect 4. Black's pawn chain, beautiful on the king side.
Yeah, now it's hopeless. But in all seriousness, this actually is a very impressive pawn chain. And what's more impressive is the fact that black's knight has a very clear path to infiltrating all of these weak light squares, knight e5 to c4, knight e5 to d3, whereas its counterpart would like to park itself on d6, but it's a long and treacherous road to d6, and it might not be a reachable square.
Yeah, black's king as well. Much more active than its counterpart. It might not look like the most decisive factor right now, but if all of the rooks were suddenly to disappear, then black's king has a straight path. It can make a beeline towards white's queenside pawns, and the white king, meanwhile, sat at home. This is why sometimes we see the top players in the world delay castling. We always recommend castling early in the game, but sometimes the top players delay it just in case queens come off and they can win the race in the endgame. The king much more flexible here. So it's these small factors. Maybe it's still holdable, but definitely from the last time we were here, it has worsened for Ju Wenjun. I loved what she was doing on the queen side, pushing her pawns. I think maybe just choosing the wrong moment to trade off the queens a few turns ago. So maybe small advantage Gukesh on both board and clock.
Yes, and also it's the trend of the game, not just if the current evaluation is slight edge for black, but it's also very unpleasant because you know that you were probably better at some point. You had a very comfortable position and suddenly you're kind of on the defensive. But I actually like this resource by Ju and Jun, f4. Slightly drastic measures are required by white to curb the activity of black's knight. And f4, I think, yes, it gives black this very menacing looking connected protected passer, but white could also blockade it with the king, maybe potentially if the knight can circle around. So I think f4 might be the lesser evil to prevent knight e5 at all costs. And if black takes on passant, well, then that simplifies the position and that makes white's defensive task a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think a necessary evil, this f4 move. Really clever. I think before it was too late, actually. If black got one more move and played knight e5, real danger time. So, really classy move there from Ju Wenjun. And if she gets her king to e3, or if black does play en passant, we all know it's not forced, but morally forced maybe, en passant. E takes f3. Yeah, at least more pawns off the board brings you closer to safety.
That's a funny phrase. Fun fact, if black's a rook were to be on b8 here, then after en passant, just to quickly show this line, again, this is neither here nor there, but rook takes d8. Imagine if black's rook were on b8. F takes c2 would actually be possible because I think it would be possible because here white can simply play rook takes c8. But if the white rook were on b8, black would be able to recapture it with his knight. Just shows you how in almost any position, the placement of one piece can completely dictate the evaluation. Things can get tactical at a moment's notice. So I'm actually not sure. Should black take en passant? Should black try to maybe break apart white's structure with a5? I mean, I find these endgames very, very difficult to play. Magnus, of course, is the king of converting these slight advantages, but more often than not, when I'm in the driver's seat, I find myself in the passenger seat just a couple of moves down the line.
Yeah, it's. I think all of us, other than Magnus, find it that way. Don't worry. Yeah, and fortunately for Zhu Wenjun, she's not facing Magnus. But yeah, Gukesh now has that awkward dilemma to take or not to take. I think he will most likely preserve his protected pass pawn on e4, preserve that connect 4 pawn chain, just because long term it looks so appealing. But yeah, in the meantime, still within the realms of a holdable endgame for white. So, okay, we promised we wouldn't linger here too long. There's action elsewhere. You mentioned a technically winning position. Should we check out Nepomniachtchi? They're deep in the endgame now, just rooks and knights left. He's facing Abdusatorov.
Yes, let's go there. We have two rook and knight endgames. In fun fact, Zhu and Jun Gukesh with 2 rooks on the board for each side. Here we have 1 rook on the board for each side. It feels like pieces are disappearing, but like I said earlier, the fundamental nature of the position doesn't change. Ever since Nepo played this move c5, black has been struggling with weak pawns. That has remained the same. Now material is equal, David, but it might not be equal for very long because I find it very hard to believe that black can maintain all of these pawns. He might have to give at least one of them away, and I'm not sure which one should be given away because rook e7, just want to highlight very quickly an important tactical detail in the early going. Maybe there's other ways for white to play here, like f3, but at a minimum, rook c8, rook e6, and now, boom, rook takes c6. Very thematic, tactical strike, and white picks up lots of pawns and easily gets out with his knight. This would not be acceptable for Nodirbek.
Yeah, beautiful, instructive, and important. So black cannot passively defend the pawns. So ultimately, yeah, king e6 will walk into, at minimum, rook e8 check if white wants. And yeah, you just have to try and figure out the best way to part with a pawn. It looks like the e pawn is dropping no matter what, and one of the black c pawns might well drop. Black somehow needs to get the rook active. I just don't see it. Rook a7 looks too slow. It looks like you're on the wrong side of the pawns as well. Oof, I don't envy Abdusatorov here. It looks, as you said, just technically lost. You need a miracle here to save the game. You need computer precision, which is not easy with under 20 minutes left.
I'm shocked that the evaluation is only 1.1. I would think it's more. Maybe black has to make a run for it and just go like king e6, king d5, king d4, and everything is crumbling. The ground is crumbling beneath you, but you're just running toward your destination. Maybe that's what black needs. I actually think, yeah, king e6, rook e8, king d5, terrifying though it may be, is what you might need, because if you go passive here, like you said, white's, it's only going to be a matter of time. You might cling to the pawns for a couple of moves, but eventually they will be surrounded.
Yeah, I must admit, I thought for some reason king d5 was walking into a checkmate, but no, you're surviving. You're coming forward, and if the black king gets to d4, c3, miracles might indeed happen. So, yeah, how easy would you say that is for a human, though? King e6, king d5. I mean, you have to be desperate to play it, but maybe he'll get there. Nothing else, simply process of elimination again.
Yes, and the crazy thing is after king e6, the Russian schoolboy inside me says, Wade, look for a better move than rook e8. Maybe a move like f3 can be thrown in. White can also just kind of sit on the position and pick up the pawn when he wants to. So it's whichever way you look at it, this is a monumental defensive task that awaits Nodirbek. Nepo has 51 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to pause and calculate. I don't see this working out for him. He needs a big mistake by Nepo. He needs a miscalculation. He needs Nepo to play too quickly. That might give him the chances that he needs. But if Nepo maintains his control, I think he might coast to victory in this game.
Yeah, it feels like he needs a helping hand, but he also needs to find king e6, because the more I look at it, the more I think everything else is just almost resignable. And at least after that variation you mentioned, king e6, f3, at least you park the knight back on f6 and you say, yes, it's ugly, yes, it's horrible, but I'm not a pawn down yet. So the game would continue. So yeah, it feels like king e6 the only way, and Abdusattorov suffering nonetheless. Okay, Jan, on fire. Let's zoom out of this one and go to the bird's eye view. We've had a lot of moves between Firouzja and Ding, so maybe we go and check back there, because it is the most dramatic game. And we're now closing in on move 40.
We are indeed, and that might shut down Ding's last hope here, which is to somehow use Alireza's clock, muddy the waters. He has managed to pick up a pawn, but that is a small consolation. It has come at the cost of his bishop. I was just trying to remember, did he have a bishop? And I was like, yes, he did. He gave it up on f3 for Firouzja's pawn. Now it feels even more lost. Black just feels completely lost. White just has to find the right arrangement, I think, of pieces here. That might be the last hurdle, David. Maybe bishop e3 to d4. I sometimes struggle, delivering the final blow in this type of situation. Like, do you go king g2? Do you go bishop e3? How would you arrange the minor pieces here?
Yeah, killing these top players, finishing them off is always the hardest step. You can get a winning advantage sometimes, but they're so tenacious. First move that came to my mind was actually knight e3 with a sneaky threat of trapping Black's rook.
Ooh.
I'm wondering how that rook gets out via h3.
Oh, hello. But then maybe the bishop comes in.
Yeah. Ooh, bishop d1. I mean, this looks terminal, and
that's game.
Quite straightforward. Yeah.
Choose your pick. Yeah, king g2, bishop g4, tomato. Okay, maybe bishop g4 less precise, but both moves would lead to resignation. And okay, Black can maybe give up rook for another pawn. But the problem, without the a pawns, yeah, maybe you could make a case. But with the a pawns, it's game over. White's just going to converge on that pawn. Great call, David. I wasn't even thinking about trapping the rook, but yeah, knight e3 might just be resigns. Black's losing another piece.
It's because I don't know how to look for checkmate, Danya. It's literally been years since I last found a good attack. So nowadays, what I try and do is collect material and then consolidate. So this is one phase of the game I'm a bit more confident. But knight e3, yeah, it's. I'm sure there's many other ways, like you say.
He's played it.
Yeah, just there must have been a reason he kind of tempted that rook to the f3 square, and this might just signal resignation. Like you say, maybe one more move, maybe rook h3, bishop d1. Unless he tries f6, which I'd previously missed, but
yeah, but I mean,
f6 all wrong. Black's king is
bishop anywhere, bishop f4, h4, and you can take your time surrounding this. Rook is not going anywhere. It's so deep in White's territory, and Black's pieces are just passive spectators. Jeez, what a quick resolution. I was anticipating a long conversion process, but I think this game might end before move 30, and it's not going to end in a draw, hint, hint.
Yeah, I think Ding as well, once he realized he'd blundered, just wanted to get it done. Of course, he was losing. He knew he was losing, but it's so hard to watch when a player is suffering like this. Yeah, I think it's moments now before we see the handshake. Nothing else to do. Black's rook is trapped. He'll be down a clear piece for 0 compensation. Like you say, without the a-pawns, you fight, but with the a-pawns on the board, White has a future potential queen.
Wow, the world champion goes down.
Yeah. Tough tournament for him. He's been away for a long time. No classical chess in over 6 months, so understandable that there's some rust. But Firouzja really laying down his credentials for the candidates. He's had such an up and down tournament. It feels like decisive game after decisive game, Daniel.
Yeah, and this is the thing that people, I think, forget about Alireza. Because of his style, he will lose some very sharp games, like the one he lost yesterday. This is an inevitable byproduct. I mean, even Garry Kasparov, the sort of classic player with a super sharp. He also had some disaster games, unsound sacrifices. But if Firouzja if all the stars align and he plays this kind of chess in the candidates, this is how you win a tournament like that. If these sharp games tend to go his way, you never know what can happen. So this type of style works very well against the top guys. Ding handled himself really well early in the tournament in a sharp position against Gukesh, but today, I think this all started, David, when he underestimated the danger out of the opening. He kind of played d4. He thought that things were going to liquidate in the center, but Alireza had far more violent thoughts on his mind. And what a brilliant game, honestly, from Firouzja. Miniature. I think this can be considered a miniature.
Yeah, exactly. It's rare to beat one of the top players in the world in what we think is going to be under 30 moves. And hindsight is everything, of course. And in hindsight, this pawn sacrifice that we were questioning earlier, we thought it might not lead anywhere. It might be overambitious. It paid off. I think it was Ding, actually, who got overambitious, trying to keep the pawn that he'd been given. And Firouzja punished him ruthlessly, brutally. And Ding...
Ruthlessly.
Exactly. Ding just coming to terms with things. Unfortunately, no way to fight on here. Maybe one final move. But as soon as the white light squared bishop enters the action via d1, black rook loses its life. And the top players, they're like sharks. They smell the blood. Gukesh came over to check out the game. Jan
always
was there a moment ago.
They always know exactly where the blunder has occurred. It's crazy how the other players have a sixth sense. Okay, obviously Ding is going to try out a couple of moves. h6 on the board. And Firouzja, I think, has a very pleasant choice here. David, between the immediate king g2, against which maybe Ding wants to play rook takes f2 and h takes g5. Okay, rook b7 there is going to be resigns. Or you could probably just drop the bishop back and, take your time, sip your espresso, and just watch the rook on f3 die a very miserable death.
Yeah, I like bishop d1 as well, just for the fact that if black throws in an intermezzo with rook takes f2, you throw in an intermezzo and take on h6, and you say, okay, minimal pawns left for you. Or bishop d5, I guess, does probably the same job. Bishop f4 as well, sadistic.
Yes.
Black rook is not getting out.
Wow, This is actually quite mesmerizing to just see this process unfold. Firouzja, I like how he's taking his time, very professional, and a good lesson for younger players particularly. Not to rush, really to make sure you have everything covered. All it takes is one little blunder to nullify, an incredible effort. Bishop d1, good call.
Bishop d1. And good lesson for everyone at home. Even once he realized that Ding had made that slip earlier, he didn't get overexcited. He slowly kind of composed himself, and he's played it perfectly. We saw the spectators a moment ago as well. Everyone peering up at the screen, everyone sensing that this game is almost over. At this level, you don't really play on a piece down. Black's trapped.
Van Forest, they're like vultures. Like every player has taken a turn, watching this unfold. And we're just waiting for the handshake. It's very hard to predict exactly when it occurs. Okay, maybe Ding will try rook takes f2 and resign after bishop takes h6. My guess is he resigns in this position. But you never know.
And he looked at Firouzja. Normally eye contact is a big signal as well. The body language of these players. You make eye contact, you both know the inevitable. And the result is decided.
Wow. Ooh. I mean, you rarely get such a crushing defeat. Such a convincing game. Okay, rook takes f2. He will try. Firouzja will counter intermezzo him, presumably with bishop takes h6. It doesn't even matter. You could play king takes f2 and go after the a6 pawn, but why risk it, right? If you can limit black's counterplay on the king side first, why not do it? Beautiful. You called it. This is child's play for Firouzja. Basic Betty.
And Ding plays on. He doesn't give up yet. So now he's a piece down for just one pawn. He activates the black rook. Okay, white's bishop can move. The a6 pawn is simply dropping. Hard to see any counterplay here, any real chances. But okay, the game continues. He's hoping for a miracle. Maybe just coming to terms with things as well. Maybe trying to avoid... we both do a bit of writing, Danya, and often newspaper columns, they look for games under 30 moves. He's now reached move 30. He's trying to ensure he doesn't end up in the books.
Avoid all the Instagram and YouTube shorts and all the headlines. And I honestly think that sometimes chess fans put too much of an emphasis on, someone didn't resign on time, or he why is he playing on? He played on too long. But I honestly think that's a little bit overblown. It's every player's prerogative to play as long as they deem fit. And we should encourage people fighting until the last. I don't think Firouzja is taking affront to the fact that Ding is not resigning. I mean, the margins are not that heavy. You know, White still has to demonstrate a little precision.
Yeah, exactly.
But once the spawn falls, it's over.
Yeah, nobody ever won a game by resigning. And this is definitely good advice. I mean, this is the top level of world chess, but any other level, pretty much, I advise never to resign, because blunders do happen, miracles do happen, especially if the clocks are ticking down. You got to just keep playing. You've got to set traps for your opponent. And Ding, at least he's clinging on, defending the a6 pawn. It still takes a while for White's bishop and rook to combine against that straggler, that isolated pawn on a6. Yeah, your arrows, I think, predicting exactly what is about to happen.
X marks the spot. This a6 pawn this way. You could start with rook a4. I would start with bishop c2 just to make sure that if the need arises, you could also stick your rook on the 7th rank. Okay, all roads lead to Rouen. All roads lead to Toronto. I don't know, choose the city, but all roads lead to Waikanze. And the a6 pawn is going to drop. Plenty of time to 12 minutes. I mean, Firouzja would convert this in a blitz game without even looking back.
Yep. And he's played very speedily, still with 12 full minutes on his clock. And we're past move 30, approaching the time control. It's hard to imagine this one lasting past move 40. And yeah, I mean, who knows, this could end up being a world championship match later this year.
Maybe this is a preview.
Yeah, and actually it's been a tough ride for Ding now. He's lost to a couple of candidates. He lost to Pragnananda as well earlier in the tournament. These candidates, they're out to kill the king. That's the problem when you're world champion. Everyone's out to get you. They put in extra effort. It's frustrating, but it's it's part of the game.
Hopefully Jamie Lannister doesn't qualify for the candidates, or else nobody else has a chance. But yeah, this is going to be the candidates is going to be the Wild West. It always is. It always is so unpredictable. But of course, the truth is that people think they have more of a chance against Ding than against Magnus. Very controversial statement. And that is why everybody will bring their A game to that tournament. Okay, so Firouzja taking his sweet time here, but the result is not in question.
Yeah, I'm sure you've been asked this plenty of times, but who are your picks for the candidates? Has the first half of Tata Steel changed your view at all?
Not particularly, actually. I don't think there's any crazy conclusions to be drawn from the first half of this tournament. I think Firouzja has a good chance, actually. If he can tighten up his form a little bit, I think he's got a great shot. I think he's got the right style to win the candidates. And also Jan. I mean, he's done it twice in a row. Why can't you do it 3 times in a row? Very curious to see how Jan handles the candidates this year. He might have that extra motivation. And we know that a motivated Jan is a very dangerous Jan.
And who do you think would have the best chance against Ding in a long World Championship match?
I mean, given current head-to-heads, probably Prague. I mean, he's got 100% against Ding. Ding has no shot. I mean, a Nepo Ding rematch would be a fascinating storyline. But it's really hard to say. I mean, Ding's form is going to be a complete mystery. You just don't know what kind of Ding is going to show up to the match. So many uncertainties, David, and this is what makes 2024 in chess so exciting. You just have no clue where players are going to be at the end of it. Is Prague going to be 2,900? I mean, is Ding going to still be world? You just don't know.
Yeah, that's the modern chess world that we know and love. And okay, Ding potentially trade off knight by bringing his knight in. Either way, I don't know about you, Dana. Maybe we keep these players on camera, but there are games happening elsewhere that we could potentially investigate.
Yes, let's do that. I think the result isn't in question. I mean, people shouldn't get too mad if we miss like the handshake. We know Firouzja is going to win. It's a matter of time, but we need to cover the other games are also moving. They're not pausing the clocks to watch Ding's downfall. That would be a little sadistic. Okay, what else do we have? I'm looking around. Okay, Warmerdam continues to kind of sit on his position against Prague, continues to sit on his impressive advantage. Vidit still trying to work something out of this position against Danchenko, but I think that he's not going to succeed. I think Alexander has enough in the tank to hold the draw there.
Mm-hmm. I would be inclined to agree. Look at that black rook, top left of our screens. Donchenko's rook getting active. Feels like Donchenko has defended extremely well. Meanwhile, Abdusattorov did go for that king march that we mentioned. Black's king on e6. So Jan Nepomniachtchi still better, potentially winning, but not yet a pawn to the good. Abdusattorov still suffering on that board. Talking of a pawn to the good, Van Forest as well with an extra pawn. I mean, we're sport for choice here. Any preference? It's a few endgame grinds going on and a few tense middle games.
Let's check out, maybe we can look at Warmerdam Prague one more time. I mean, of course, Vidit Danchenko, I think, might end in a draw in the near future, but I don't think there's too much to analyze there. What do you think? Shall we check out Prague suffering? Because he still is dealing with this very nasty bind on the queen side. Warmerdam has just been playing a fantastic positional game from start to finish.
Yeah, really, really impressive from Max Warmerdam. And I did see a stat yesterday that Prague now hasn't lost in 40 classical games. And most of those 40 have been against really elite grandmasters. You mentioned earlier, Vidit rarely loses, I should say, these days. But
Vidit rarely loses.
Too much talking. Such a long time. But Prague is almost invincible as well these days, until he met Max. And the big question is, how kind of sizable is the advantage? Is it decisive? White might well win a pawn in the near future. The black a7 pawn looks like it might just fall off the board, but black has everything else covered here, Dania. Maybe you can set up some type of fortress.
Yeah, it's like, okay, my toilet isn't working. The stove in the kitchen doesn't turn on anymore. My front door is always open, but the house is still standing. I'm still kicking along here. Bishop back to f7 by Prague. He keeps trying to target this pawn, take white's attention away from other sore spots on the queen side. Of course, this opens up the possibility of queen c6, but maybe Prague just wants to drop back to e8 in response to that. Kind of a nifty idea. Okay, I think the bishop is going to come to c4, completing the maneuver. Started many moons ago on move 20, actually. And once the bishop is on c4, David, does Max Warmerdam want this a7 pawn, or does he have bigger fish to fry? Does he want to maybe even open up a second front on the king side? Very risky idea, but in some situations, you could try to open stuff up. I would be terrified of doing that against Prague, though.
Yeah, then again, he could potentially, Max Warmerdam here, go for a long... I mean, I'm trying to take inspiration from you here. Kind of this long-winded plan. Put a bishop on c4, maybe play h4, and then just scoop the king over to b2. Get it over to the other side of the board, and only then try to kind of open up that second front. The queen side, I think, is actually just totally locked down. So the white king might be safer on that flank if you do want to... kind of outmaneuver the opponent by opening up this second front.
Yes, this is a very pertinent plan, and this is how you need to think in the long run, because this type of position is very static. The pawn structure is unlikely to change, so you can calculate move by move, but it's also worth calculating in terms of, okay, this is what I want to achieve in the next 10, 15 moves, and this is how I do it. The engine, not a huge fan of this move, but who can blame Max for putting his bishop on c4 here and protecting his pawns, adding another layer? His king feels a little bit lonely. In a bullet game, I would be trying to set up some cheapalitos on the king side, but I'm very skeptical about that in a classical game. Maybe bishop h5 should be considered.
Yeah, at least to annoy the opponent, at least give a moment of pause to the opponent, especially with the clock ticking down. Bishop h5. Bishop f3, it's a bit of tickle. But we are soon approaching the time scramble. Most games now around the move 30 mark. We will, of course, update everyone on the result that's likely to come in soon between Firouzja and Ding. But in the meantime, I think this is the perfect moment for our final short break before we reach the climax of round 8. Time scrambles incoming. We're reaching the magical move 40 soon, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Can you beat Magnus Carlsen? Okay, yeah, probably not. But what if we give him a few distractions? Can you beat Magnus while he's cooking? What if he's playing football? How about Magnus skiing? Surely you can beat him sleeping. Now there's a Magnus for everyone. This month on chess.com.
We first thought that we had experienced the chess boom that had washed over us in 2019. At the end of 2018, kind of going into 2019, we kind of looked at, oh, well, that was the chess boom, and oh, we're at a new level. It was kind of then, but then literally COVID happened. We were ramping up so quickly in each country that locked down, Italy, India, but you could see the registrations flying through as each country locked down. And it was all happening so fast. There was no oh, this is so cool. This was oh my gosh, we're going to, we literally couldn't keep up. And so there was no positive coolness out of this. It wasn't until we were into the, pandemic and then several months and we're oh, wow, during the pandemic, more people are gonna play chess. It will die back down. Nope, then came PogChamps. And what Dean talked about. And we're oh my gosh, then, okay, after that, and then came Queen's Gambit. We're all right, well, that was definitely the peak. And then the media started writing about chess. And then, okay, where is it going to stop? We have been...
PogChamps 3.
You're just getting hit wave after wave after wave. And then there's the stuff in the media now, which is wave. And we almost can't even come up breath fast enough to recognize this before there's another wave coming. From this point on, we just don't know what to expect. Is there another wave coming? Probably.
the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation. The battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nodirbek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Ding Liren makes a return to the board after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish Giri and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Well, I hope you've all grabbed a snack because we are back. And as we saw in that little video, Ding Liren facing the candidates, and it looks like he's about to crash to another defeat. It's been a tough day for Ding, Daniel.
Yes, he has managed to limp his way to move 40, which is a very small consolation because Alireza is the one who had one more box to check. He needed some extra time. He's gotten it. He's simplified the position. He is still up a minor piece, and he has one corner pawn left. It's the right color pawn. Even if it wasn't, it would still be winning with rooks on the board, David. But with the right color pawn, it's really elementary. I feel like I've been saying this for 2 hours now, but I think we might get resignation very shortly.
Here we go. King to f4 might be the final nail in this game's coffin because black's pawns are not long for this world. King f4 kills all counterplay, and there we see a handshake. World champion Ding Liren resigns. Firouzja with an important win. Oh,
wow.
What a game it's been.
What a win. Yeah, I mean, 43 moves, but the brunt of the action took place in the first 20. It was the blunder, Queen c7, that is going to make the headlines, but the lead up to that blunder was equally important. Alireza with that early pawn sack, maybe not objectively dangerous, but it worked wonders. And Ding Liren, the rust continues to show for the world champion, and he is on -1, I believe.
That's right. Ding Liren now further away from the leaders than before, and Alireza jumps up into that pack yet again, catching up with the likes of Anish Giri. So a great round for him, a really instructive game, putting pressure on really early, very direct attacking play, and rewarded for it, Firouzja. And that means 2 games down. We also saw Giri draw earlier against Wei. 5 games remaining, if I can count correctly. That's right, 5. Wow, been a long day. But the 5 remaining games, there's still a lot of intrigue. We see a few evaluation bars. Quite excited, especially for Jan Nepomniachtchi. But remember, we're building up to move 40. So action still ahead, Dania. Action happening very soon, all over the place.
Yeah, weird scene there. Neiman came up to the board and he was trying to make a move, and then Vidit told him, keep your hands away from my board. Of course, nobody's ever made that point before, I know. But it is still early. And okay, Nepo continues to nurture his seemingly decisive endgame advantage against Abdusattorov. We can also check into Van Forest versus Magsudlu, which we haven't looked at in a while. Where shall we go from here?
Yeah, I think that latter game that you did mention, we need to update ourselves on because that's perhaps the one with most tension still remaining, most pieces, and still this imbalance of one side having sacrificed a pawn, but fighting for compensation. So let's jump to this game between Van Forest and Magsudlu. I missed the chance when Hans was on the screen to ask if he's going to win today against Lamy. But yeah, important game that we'll come to later in the challenger section. Okay, queen to e6, last move in this one. What are your first instincts, Dania?
What are my first instincts? Well, white is up a pawn. Let me get the difficult observations out of the way. I know
Thanks
that's why they bring the big boys out, the muckety mucks, so we can make observations like that. But okay, I think clearly the question is Maksudlu is trying to combine long-term pressure against e4 and c3. Those are the two main targets. Black's pieces may seem passive, but okay, the knight might be coming out to d6. First impressions is that black is okay here. Probably white's position is preferable, but I think black probably has just enough for the pawn. For Jordan, my hand is reaching for bishop d4. Maybe it's worth swapping bishops on c4 and then sticking a bishop on d4. Already you have to constantly check for tactics. Bishop takes b4. There's a lot going on the c file. The big question right now is how does white consolidate these two pawns, David? And my inclination is bishop takes c4. We can put some moves on the board, but what is your candidate move here?
Yeah, let's try it. Bishop takes c4. I mean, like you, my eyes were drawn to the d4 square. It looks like the perfect home for white's dark square bishop. It's just a question of when to plant it on that square, perhaps now, to consolidate everything as you mentioned. But we do have to watch out for some tactics. White's position slightly loose. I guess knight d6 will come in the near future. Got to watch out for bishop h6 ideas. Bishop takes b4 tricks sometimes with pins. But knight d6 to b5 or to take the e4 pawn. And it's not easy to hold everything together.
All doors are open, and it's very easy. I mean, it's a 3-result game. It's not like white is, playing with no risk. If white makes a couple of like e5, I already don't like because this creates more weaknesses. It actually sends the knight where it wants to go anyway, and suddenly your position is, crumbling. Everything's collapsing. C3 is really weak. So maybe a scenario like this is what Jordan doesn't like. Obviously, you don't have to play e5, but yeah, a move like knight d2 also, honestly, David, doesn't impress me too much. Black, I don't know, rook c6, rook c7, bishop h6 is possible. All hands on deck for black. Practically, this is the kind of position Maksudlu wants, especially with, 8 minutes on his clock. By the way, he's in pretty acute time pressure as well.
Yeah, it feels like he's got sufficient compensation here. Of course, in order to win this game, he'll need some subpar ham moves by the opponent. But
okay, that's a second, but don't worry, none of your puns are missed. As for the pawns, I usually don't capture them, so can't speak for those.
Exactly. No, but it does feel like black's still the one fighting for equality. Hard to imagine black winning this game, especially in view of the clock situation. But yeah, I mean, if you can hold the balance, keep asking these questions, keep targeting these weak white pawns, I think it might well just be sufficient to keep the balance. And Jordan, he's anxiously looking for ways, maybe more sophisticated ways than the direct just planting a bishop on d4 that we were looking at. I don't know if white can try anything else. You were highlighting maybe bishop f4 hitting one rook. Maybe using the d4 square as a launch pad for white's knight instead. But he'll need to be creative to keep his extra material here as white.
Yes, I agree completely. Bishop f4, I was very excited about the complicated tactic, rook c6, knight d4. But in all seriousness, it's actually kind of a nasty move in time pressure because the typical advice, at least from my coaches, when you're in time pressure, you want to make quieter moves and you want to force your opponent to make decisions. This is the last thing you want. You don't want to go for a forcing line unless you truly believe it's the best. A move like bishop f4 opens up a lot of possibilities. Bishop d6, knight d6, rook d7, and you want to skew your play toward those types of moves. So I don't know. It's hard to say how Jordan will prosecute this position. Maybe this fizzles out into some sort of a draw. Maybe Parham blunders and time pressure. Very hard to predict how this game is going to go.
Yeah, and we see it there on our screens. Both players, very high accuracy throughout this game. A few more great moves by Jordan van Forest, and he is slightly more accurate here. He's also pawned up on the board, but ultimately Parham hasn't committed any grave mistakes, and I think just this way he's kind of coordinated his pieces, the black rooks, the black queen. It feels like he's just set up perfectly to kind of just counter and just to react to what white tries next. So I think dynamically almost balanced, but white the one trying to make things happen. Okay, still plenty of time on the clock for white, so we'll check back out and we'll update you if Parham's clock situation becomes more dramatic. In other developments, in Other games, we see Vidit against Donchenko likely to end in a draw, although White's
Yeah, is
G2
black
pawn
better?
somewhat
Like, is
disappeared.
white? Wait a second now. Like, is white struggling suddenly?
Okay, let's actually go over there. We were writing it off a moment ago, Vidit against Donchenko. Yeah, I must admit, just looking at this bird's eye view, I didn't realize that White's G2 pawn had disappeared. And I need to
Oh
figure
yeah,
out.
I didn't realize it either. There's like a big goal there. Yeah.
Well, it's like a White. Wow.
Okay, and white is not up a pawn, because oftentimes in a situation like this, at least you have an extra pawn that you can bank. But no, here actually, I think white might be the one who has to demonstrate just a little bit of caution. I think this is obviously this is still a draw. But I'm looking at this for a while. My first instinct was to try to force it. But if you try to force it, that's exactly how you get into huge trouble. So for example, I was thinking takes, and rook c1 is very tempting. Hoping for rook takes b2, rook c6. Yeah, this is a draw. But black throws in the move rook b5. And for some reason, this is still... Okay, I guess maybe white can just go like rook c6 and, just throw the pawn up to b5 and hold the 2-on-3, but you really don't want that. You don't want to suffer, for another 45 minutes. You want to draw the game cleanly. So anything else coming to mind? Maybe rook c1, but that allows black to keep the knights on the board. I don't know.
Yeah, it's really not easy. I guess you could play b4. I'm not sure whether that's a better version. But black's king will come. Black's king will start edging towards the center, and at some point, knight takes knight might become a threat, or as you say, knight d7 to b6 might become a threat. But yeah, it feels like white needs to get active at some point, so rook a1 in the near future. It feels like this might be the way to go. Pawn to b4.
Yeah, b4 is lovely. I mean, black can, I think, just take and take if he wants to force the draw. If black passes the turn with king f7, white is not really in a hurry because knight c6 is still not a threat. Maybe rook a1 already maybe walks into knight takes c6 and rook takes b4. So a little bit dicey, but maybe, I don't know, white can also pass the move. Worst comes to worst. And I don't think Donchenko is going to bend over backwards trying to generate chances. I think he's more than happy to hold a professional draw with black against Vidit. No small feat.
That being said, if we backtrack just a couple of moves, because I was curious how white's g-pawn disappeared. Donchenko could have pretty much forced a draw, but he was the one who decided not to. So just a couple of turns before this, when black played rook c5, black could have just taken on b2, and then after rook to c2, just play rook takes b2, bishop somewhere, bishop f1, just rook b1, and it looks like you're pretty much forcing a draw. But he was the one who tried for more as black, rook to c5, asking the question with a skewer. White, I wanted to point out this tactic, could save the piece with knight c6.
Only
really
move.
Sneaky. Only move.
Oh, that's really nice. Actually, this is like white is walking on hot coals, bishop g4 and f3 on. That's how the pawn disappeared. Donchenko desperadoed it, and that's how material equality was restored.
Yeah, so a little kind of flurry of fireworks there, but ultimately still a level endgame. Vidit holding things together with that nice knight c6, knight e7 check, knight fork idea. But yeah, it looks like b4 just to make it less attractive for black to capture on c6. This should fizzle out now. So I think our initial intent kind of evaluation was correct, Danya, but we just needed a bit of time to confirm it with the kind of concrete moves by moving the pieces about a bit. But it's going to be the same for Vidit. He'll realize, actually, with white, he needs to pull the handbrake now and just try to bail. This one should be ending peacefully.
Yes, definitely. I mean, these top players are so good. They're very objective. They know exactly when to bail out. And Vidit knows that, one careless move and suddenly he's suffering. You don't want that. This is how you ruin your tournament. You just think you're immune. You think you're playing for two results and, you make a couple of sloppy moves. These top players, especially in the modern times, they don't make these unprovoked, unforced mistakes. They're very good at adjusting, switching mindsets. Okay, now I'm pressing. Now I need to bail out. And we're going to get a draw in this game pretty soon, I think by approximately move 40.
Yeah, it looks that way as Vidit still ponders what to do next. Okay, let's edge our way out of this one. The bird's eye view shows that one evaluation bar is still far more excited than all of the others. and that is Jan Nepomniachtchi with white against Abdusattorov. And I mean, that one, it just, not too much has changed since we were last there, but it just feels like Jan on top form, slowly but surely increasing his advantage. And Abdusattorov, he's pretty much been victim to this exact same strategy he had yesterday, the grind, just being suffocated here without any real counterplay for black. So
yeah, just a positional masterclass with the c5 pawn sack working like a... I mean, rarely do sacrifices like this work, you know, just like out of a textbook. It was chef's kiss. There was like there was no chance. Of course there was, but Nodirbek was not able to deal with the massive practical problems. It feels like he's completely... Okay, maybe not completely lost, but maybe completely lost.
Yeah. And I mean, a quick comparison, a superficial comparison is enough. White's king better than the black king. White's rook more active than the black rook. White's knight clearly on a better outpost than the black knight could dream of. And okay, cherry on the cake, all the black pawns will soon drop. I guess knight f6 tries to cling onto the e4 pawn, but multiple ways to improve here. Yeah, just knight d6. I'm trying to trick you somehow. I don't know. Maybe you can still take on e4.
Honestly, yeah, and you should. Yeah, wow. Knight takes e4, and I mean the rook end game. I know rook end games are always drawn, but except this one. This is the exception. Yeah, this is resignable. I mean, with these, you know, pawns, it would be an affront to pawns to call them pawns, but that's what they are. With the pawn majority, I would lose interest in holding this end game against the Jan, who's got 90 minutes on his clock. That just sounds like my own personal version of hell.
Yeah, that's just greedy.
I would rather stand by the beach in Vaikanze and, you know, 40-mile-per-hour winds than, you know, pretend to be defending this against Jan. No, I think this is very well done by Nepo from start to finish.
Yep. Did you ever go swimming in the wild waters of Vaikanze when you were here, Daniel, or when you were there?
No, I skipped out on that particular excursion. I was mostly holed up in the hotel. It's just the wind. Honestly, the cold doesn't deter me as much, but that icy wind when you walk out of the hotel, it hits your face, and it's like, oh, it feels about 20 degrees colder than it is, and it is already pretty cold. Okay, knight f6, knight d6 on the board. Go us. Jan is licking at the chops here. e4 is going to be the first, but not the last pawn to fall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's important. Well, I was going to say it's important to point out that knight d5 check doesn't work. Even if white didn't have tactics, probably it wouldn't work anyway. But knight d5, you can take it. And the black rook is hanging. So no checks. Rook d8 is not a good pin. It's an easily breakable pin. Knight f5 check. Gains time to step out the way. You win the g7 pawn in the process, as if it wasn't enough to just pick off g4. Yeah, I mean, this one, again, he'll fight on. He's known as the Uzbek fighter for a reason, but yeah, he's... Okay, I've seen one trick here, Danya. Rook f8, your move.
Rook f8, my move. Okay, let's see if I can spot it and then fall for it. Okay, so there's a trick here that I have to fall for.
It's the most basic trick ever. So.
Let's see. Well, we know knight takes e4 is the correct move.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so knight f5 check is probably okay. King e5 seems like it walks into something.
Okay, probably not. Actually, my trick is just, it doesn't work in any regard. I was hoping knight takes e4, knight d5 check. You step forward to e5, and I'll play g6 and hope you play c4.
Yes, you are chasing away the knight from its dominant post. Whoops.
Checkmate.
Crap. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to erase this amazing line, but
it deserves to be erased. Unfortunately, white can just play knight takes c5 there and create an escape route for the king. 2 pawns up.
It's so debilitating when you set a trap and there's like 6 ways. There's one way to fall into it, and then 6 correct moves that all, disrupt the mechanism from happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
It's worth a try. But yeah, white is about to go 1 pawn to the good, and with that, black's resistance should be ending. But this one will go on a while. They have passed move 40. as
yeah.
we see on the timer. a lot of
Yes.
a lot of clock to burn through there before resigning.
Oh yeah. Well, time to ponder the complexities of how many pawns you're going to lose and how fast you're going to lose them. But we've got another rook and knight endgame. Maybe we should switch over to that one. It seems a little bit more combative, a little bit more double-sided. It's Ju and Jun versus Gukesh, another big game where Gukesh has been pressing, trying to manufacture chances, but Ju and Jun, fantastic endgame player as she displayed in her sparkling technical win over Firouzja. And she might be close to holding this one.
Yeah, this last move, very important. Actually, 3 rook and knight endgames in this round. Really nice symmetry there. Yeah, I can tell your excitement. I mean, knights are tricky at the best of times. Adding rook, oof. But G3, exclamation mark, for a reason. It's simply because that's the side black is stronger. Break the pawn chain, break it by its head. And that f4 pawn was actually creating some checkmating motifs against the white king. So you've freed up some space. And I think importantly, the move f3 here is met by, I'm going to say knight to g1, but I'm saying it reluctantly because, okay, maybe not. Where does the knight go instead?
Rook e3 I thought was a move.
Rook e3 might be the only way. Because there's nothing else. I was just going to say knight c1, rook takes c1. So,
ooh, that's a nice one. That's a nice one.
Rook e3.
Yeah, it's really a fork in the road. But rook e3, okay. King f6, I guess, to support. But suddenly white now plays knight c3, and now it's a much better version because black's knight is pegged to the pawn. And I mean, if anything, now suddenly black runs the risk of collapsing a little bit. Knight is coming to e4 and then to d6. Essentially, white has everything contained. But I'm curious, why does the immediate... I also wasn't exactly able to spot the win for black. I feel like it starts with rook d2. Oh! Yep. And now what is knight d3?
Oof.
Oh, that's a nice use of the rook and the knight. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Oh, and then look at king d2. Oh, winning the knight back. Whoops! You've also dropped your rook.
I feel like you've had this variation in bullet at some point, Daniel.
Oh, I'm sure. And I'm sure I was on the white side of it, probably against Hikaru. I was probably up a queen to start the line, and I ended it down like a rook.
Yeah, but that's how easily it can fall apart for white. And that's how precise Zhu Wenjun's calculation is, because actually after f3, she has to find rook e3, and she has to have foreseen it, otherwise she loses immediately. Like I would have done with knight g1. So g3, not an obvious move. That's why it gets the exclamation mark. And if black's forced to trade off on g3, I think everyone can see that you guide the game much, much closer to safety. For white, you activate your knight, you break the black pawn chain, and actually the white knight gets closer to d6, that dream outpost you mentioned. So yeah, big move there from Zhu Wenjun. Anything else black can try? How about... Okay, Pat's sees a check, Pat's plays a check, knight d3.
Absolutely. I mean, knight d3 is very appealing because, particularly for my bullet mind, just because it sets up potential tricks, although I can't actually spot any tricks. I don't know what's wrong with king f3, but I feel like there must be something wrong with it.
Maybe nothing.
What if I give you this check?
Okay. You're asking me to march up the board?
Yes, and then I go f3. I guess that's not the move. I was thinking about some... Oh, no. Here you have king takes d3.
Ooh.
And then f2, king d3. Okay.
Yeah, king takes d3.
But maybe knight f2 check. This just gets... This is how these endgames can really get out of control. This is why endgames are ridiculously complicated. Now it starts getting into like crazy tactical territory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, king e5 walks into rook e1, so king f5 there. But yeah, as you say, crazy territory. Gukesh, if he wants to win though, he might gamble and play something like this.
But maybe Zhu Wenjun can really press her luck with king g2.
Oof.
I mean, this is insane. King g1, and white is just like contorting herself, but somehow holding.
Yeah, it's really by the skin of her teeth here. But okay, f3 in the board.
And instantly rook e3. I saw that, says Zhu Wenjun.
Oof. Exclamation mark, and this one deserves it. That was the only move to survive and not an obvious one at all. The white knight had no safe squares. And yeah, again, it's hanging by a thread, all of these lines, but
Mm-hmm.
it is hanging. That's it's surviving. That's the main thing. King e6, king f6. The black knight needs to defend its f3 pawn. A trade of knights here, f takes e2, and actually white would be better. Yeah, I'm wondering where to go. King e6. I just want to trick you into playing knight f4 check or something, just for the sake of it. But
it's the kind of move I'd play and have like a gleeful, winning smile until the knight isn't captured. But it's funny. I mean, after king e6, knight c3, suddenly the position becomes quite sharp. I don't think Gukesh is really risking, but it's possible to overpress this if you're black and accidentally allow too much activity. Particularly under 10 minutes now for both sides, and plenty of moves to make until the time control.
Yeah, we're at move 34. Still a way to go before we hit the number 40. Okay, let's play a few moves. I'll say king e6, just because I don't want to get checked by your knight once you get to c3.
Okay, so I think we established... Ooh, bad.
Rook d2 check
Evil
now.
Bar can't decide whether it likes this move or not. Okay, king f1.
Now I need something, which I don't see.
I mean, there's...
Yeah, maybe h5, g4 simply. Yeah, h5.
Yeah, not bad.
We're headed in this direction.
94 rook d1. It's very difficult to handle this with little time on the clock. Okay, we have some moves played, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're right. King e6 on the board. Good call.
Yeah. And we should put that on the board, knight f4 check as well.
Knight f4, I was kind of thinking the same thing.
Looks super tempting. And okay, the bar doesn't react, so... Oof.
So the point is takes, and white recovers the knight. But the reason I think we both thought this is bad is because of king f5.
Mm-hmm. Maybe you go... I mean, only one safe square. Knight h5 forced.
G4, king takes f4, rook e4 mate. Don't you see the invisible bishop on c2?
So close. Knight h5.
And suddenly, this king is actually quite misplaced. White has these threats of this like classic knight shadowing the king, sundial type of thing. But this is a very hard concept to conceptualize because you are helping the king move forward, and somehow it's bad for black. This endgame makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like black can play a move like g4 here, and
black
is crushing. But knight g7, this eternal checking motif, so hard for Zhu and Jun. She might need to find this though.
Yeah, I'm just showing that they're black. Oh, sorry, no, wrong. Oh, that allows king d5, of course. How could I? No, but here maybe already white can play h takes g4.
Yeah.
Just picking up the pawn and isolating the f3 pawn. So a lot of hot coals to step over if you're Zhu and Jun, and if you're Gukesh, of course. Big moments in the next few moves in this game.
Yeah, and that's why it's, again, deceptive, the evaluation bar. It might say it's within the realms of a draw, but Zhu and Jun needs to prove it. Gukesh asking the questions, and Gukesh has to make sure he pulls the brake and doesn't push too hard. So it could still go either way. This one, super high accuracy game. Gukesh at nearly 98%. Zhu and Jun at nearly 97%. So well played so far. But between 35 and 40, that's where the mistakes happen, right, Danya? That's where we see the most decisive blunders.
Yeah, this is the danger zone because the chess gods always choreograph it so that the hardest decisions come closest to the time control when you have the least amount of time. And somehow in move 41, everything is always decided. But Zhu and Jun is clearly taking knight f4 check very seriously. She's already spent 2.5 minutes on this move and counting. But I'm just crazy. It's 3 rook and knight endgames in one round. It would be nice if we had some statistician on hand. Like, how many times in the 80 plus years of Tata Steel have we had exactly 3 endgames featuring a rook and knight in one round? What a pertinent statistic that really furthers our understanding of this tournament.
Yeah, we need that stat. We need to ask the Hess gods.
I cannot commentate any further until I find this out.
Yeah, I mean, it's fascinating, the symmetry that does happen. Okay, let's put a pause on this one. It feels like Zhu and Jun needs to be super accurate still to hold the draw. Passive moves like knight g1 won't cut it. So, okay, should we take a pause? Still a bit of time left here. Let's see whether there are time scrambles imminent elsewhere. Magzulu's down to 1 minute left.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that position looks scary as well for black.
Yeah, even scarier maybe than this one. I'm going to keep a side eye on this game. When a couple of moves are made, we'll switch right back to it. We always have more than one time scramble. This is a one-sided time scramble. Jordan has, what seems like an eternity, but it's all relative. I mean, if Maxula had 30 minutes, we'd be saying Jordan is in acute time pressure. Okay, so the good news is that Black has won the pawn back. The bad news is it has come at, it seems, great cost to the placement of Black's pieces. This is walking on very, very thin razor wire is Maxulu. He's going to support the knight with f5, David, so he's not losing the knight after queen f4, but the move f5 also comes at a great cost.
Yeah, and first thought actually was that Jordan could potentially sacrifice something, rook takes e4 just to gain a bit of time to get the white knight to g5, but I don't think it quite works. I think in that position, okay, I'm trying to do some quick calculation, but potentially Black only has 1 or 2 moves to survive. Queen d5, for example, there. I'm not sure whether we try and show this on the board, but Black's queen able to cover just in time some key squares. Rook takes e4 doesn't quite cut it. I wanted, for example, if queen e7, then knight h7 and some tactics. Yeah, here, due to the fact that, okay, maybe there's something better.
I mean, even knight f7, yeah, but your point is well taken. It's just,
Yeah,
it seems very exciting to have these pieces all, I mean, here maybe even rook f7.
Yeah,
okay, I guess not.
Queen e8 would have been a better example, like a e.g. Queen e8, knight takes h7. But yeah, Queen d5 here would kill the fun because knight takes h7 doesn't work. King takes, and yeah, there's going to be blocks with bishop h6, blocks with queen h5.
Exactly, and this is exactly what you're advised to avoid in the opposing side's time pressure. Right, these forcing moves bring Black very close to move 40. So if you're sure it's winning, you go for it. If you're just trying to cheaply flag your opponent, this is not the way to do it. Parham is too good for that. But this has to be calculated. And if not rook takes e4, well, you've got many ways to handle this position. Even a move like queen e5. Okay, no, then just takes... Actually, queen e5 doesn't look so stupid. Queen takes e5, bishop takes e5, rook c4, maybe Black hangs on. Ugh, frustrating if you're Jordan.
Yeah. So queen f4, I mean, it looks like the most natural move. It's the move we play if we have 5 seconds on the clock. Black is forced to play f5, and I think the reason we're so reluctant is because Black's king is going to be eternally weak. We're now at move 35, so he has to make 5 more moves. It's just about whether Jordan... only 5, but it feels like Jordan needs to pose a problem now in the next 5 turns before Parham gets more time on his clock.
2 updates. We have a draw in Vidit Danchenko as anticipated. That one fizzled out. And Ju and Jun has played knight f4 check. Incredible. Yeah, she continues to demonstrate filigree precision in the endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Yeah, she's a world champion for a reason, and she's playing phenomenally well. I think a lot of players would have cracked there and missed that type of tactic, especially with the clock ticking, but not Ju and Jun. Too strong for that. So knight e4. Yeah, I'm expecting queen f4 and then something a bit magical from Jordan, at least to put the pressure on. But yeah, time is ticking on the clock. But also, I think literally in terms of moves, you need to hit Black there fast before Black gets another turn or 2. If Black ever swaps queens, Black's super safe.
Yes, I think the bare bones approach, queen f4, f5, drop the knight back to d2. That's been catching my eye. Going after the knight. And I'm kind of struggling to spot a appropriate response. I'm sure Parham has something in mind. There's probably some tactical way out of the problems. But what exactly is it after queen f4, f5, knight d2?
Yeah. Looks strong and simple. I don't really see what Black should be doing there. I wanted to trade queens, but there's no good squares to use. There's a nice intermezzo there. If you, for example, as Black try to play queen d6 or queen g5, White takes on e4, similar to that Ding game. But maybe we show this on the board very briefly.
Yes, absolutely. Queen f4, f5, knight back to d2. I'll also point out rook e8. You can take twice on e4, and c7 is going to hang. But as you're saying, if Black tries to trade his way out of the problem, nope. Knight f6 check, exactly like in the Fallujah game. It's a good analogy. And after rook takes f4, White's bishop on d4 is so nicely positioned, just holding everything together. and it's anchored in by this pawn on c3. Weak pawns, they defend good bishops, and we have action. Queen f4, f5 on the board. And will we see this knight d2 nasty little move? Black has a piece on e4. It's the strongest piece. Knight d2, very logical. It's on the board. Bishop g7 by Parham. Instant response, trading his way out of the problem, but not trying to trade the queens, trying to trade the minor pieces. And I think he's basically saying, even if I lose a pawn, but I manage to get both pairs of minors off the board, I think he likes his drawing chances in the ensuing endgame, which I think is a fantastic defensive idea.
Yeah, great judgment call. Clearly calculating in Jordan's time there. I must admit, knowing Jordan pretty well, I would have said he'd play g4 instead of knight d2. Just feels like more of his type of move, just to totally blow open the king side. But knight d2, now everything's coming off the board, and it's just about whether white can maintain a pawn and ideally keep queens on the board in order to profit from black's slightly weakened king. But bishop g7, classy move, exclamation mark, for a reason.
Yes, I had this feeling so many times against 2,700 plus opponent. You get a little excited. You think maybe they finally blunder, and then you face a move like this. You start calculating, and you very quickly realize that there's nothing. Like, your initiative has disappeared, and you have to acquiesce to a draw. Can white keep the spark alive? And I'm trying to get a handle on the situation after knight takes e4. I'll put this on the board really quickly. Gukesh, by the way, still okay. Knight f4 check. Yeah, they're following the knight tour drawing line that we outlined, but I just wanted to mention that after f takes e4, the b-pawn is hanging, and I think black will capture it in response to rook takes e4 and live to tell the tale, because these rooks are holding the squares on the f-file. Amazing. Whew. Scary, but holdable.
Yeah, it looks really terrifying, but the black king is living a charmed life, and yeah, maybe no way for white to cash in, break through. I guess in a position like this, white can continue h4, h5, try to hustle, but we are about to reach move 40, and objectively, if black is fine, then Parham will defend this easily. Yeah, trading off more pieces would be the classy way to do it. So he might have survived the worst. He might have ridden a bit of a storm there. And Jordan, move 37, unable to profit from this early pawn grab and the slightly weakened black king. I'm predicting draw here, Dania. I think Max Zulu, he's found all the right moves.
Yeah, bishop g7. Such an easy move to miss, even though it makes conceptual sense. You want to trade off white's strongest piece, but just to ignore the threat on e4 is difficult psychologically, especially in time pressure. And good stuff by Parham, who's had such a difficult time this tournament. Some of these time scrambles haven't gone his way, but we know that he will continue to fight. He never stops. He is a fighter. He plays some of the most exciting chess at the top level, and even his draws are fascinating. Yes, all of this is on the board. It's perfect for Parham. He can just capture a bunch of pieces. He can capture his way to move 40. And I think he is just literally one move away from holding peaceful result. Maybe queen takes e4 can be tried. Yes, Jordan plays queen takes e4, forcing black into one last decision on move 40. Do you take on b4? Do you take on e4? David, what's your call? Okay, never mind. He took on e4. Yeah, Parham's going to hold this easily. But white's pawns are way too weak for there to be any realistic winning chances.
Exactly. I think if in doubt, especially low on time, get rid of the queens. And this is where just kind of having that prior knowledge of rook endgames, of kind of having this judgment, the confidence experience really pays off. You don't even have to think rook c4 will come, or the pawns will drop off very, very shortly and draw agreement soon. Even if white were to keep an extra pawn, probably a draw anyway. But Parham wisely getting the queens off. The only thing that could have stopped him was having a weak king. So this one past move 40, rook d7, rook c4 to come. And draw any moment now.
Draw is imminent, yeah.
Okay, and then there will be 3. So, yeah, Parham, great defensive skills here. Backs to the wall, but holding on. Do you think we'll see Jordan just pretty much agree to it? There's nothing much left to do?
I think he'll go through the motions, like rook f6, pretend that you are making an attempt. But the problem is it's such a clean draw. Like, white can't even get some symbolic advantage. White will drop one of his pawns. I think we might get a draw agreement in the next couple of moves here. And I think we have only one time scramble left. It's the Ju and Jun Gukesh game, which is stuck on the position after knight h5. Shall we travel over to our other rook and knight endgame?
Let's do that. Let's see whether Zhu and Jun can hold that game. Oh, okay. Handshake just as we are about to switch.
Straight up. All right.
Yeah, fair result in the end. Van Forest tried. He took a pawn. He tried to cling on, tried to even attack towards the end, but Magzulu too resourceful, too tenacious, and holding a nice draw. So great defense there. Let's jump over to that game, Zhu and Jun against Gukesh. The position has started repeating itself.
Yes.
And we see a draw here as well.
Well, I think Gukesh doesn't even know the answer to that question. He just gets it closer to move 40. He is now down below 3 minutes. It's move 39. He's got 2 moves to make. And obviously there is this threat of the knight tour, which leads to potentially a forced draw. Black is also not playing without risk. It's easy to block, like G4, for example. I think we tried to assess this type of move and figured that it is a draw after knight G7 check. Really depends on Gukesh's frame of mind. What do you think? Maybe rook D3, another move that has to be properly calculated. God, 2 really hard decisions for Gukesh.
Yeah, really tough decisions right now. And I think rook D3 might be the only way to keep the game going. He's got to be careful he doesn't blunder. 2 minutes left. Knights are so tricky. Knight G7 check, G4 check. He's got a few things to worry about. And we can see how excited he is, how restless he is, just kind of leaning back and forward at the board. Yeah, we have to stay here till move 40. He keeps nervously glancing over at the clock.
It's not going up until move 40. The clock is ticking down only more and more.
That's for sure. And even rook D3 doesn't really make any headway if white kind of plays the minimalistic approach and just brings the king forward. And,
yeah, this is the problem. It's very hard to pose a serious problem to white. And Ju and Jun has 5.5 minutes. It's enough to solve some basic problems. We might get a repetition here. I'm not ruling out a draw in this position. The eval bar gives a slight edge for black. I wonder what exactly the correct move is. F2 is in the cards. I don't know.
Just want to point out as well, Zhu and Jun, she was studying the score sheet for a long time there, and we can just confirm that this position's been reached twice. And if Gukesh gives another check, I think she can claim a draw. So if I'm not mistaken, yeah, it looks like if Gukesh checks the white king to try and get to move 40, she can claim immediately. She was just making sure. Yeah, F2, I guess, doesn't stop this. Or maybe it does stop this knight G7 check idea, but it's very committal. You might just lose your pawn if you're not careful.
Yes.
He's got to take the draw. 40 seconds. He's got to bail out.
King E6 is an option, trying to circle around to D5, get out of that nasty perpetual. But man, that is a terrifying move to play. 30 seconds. He's about to make a move.
White still has knight F4 check at her disposal.
And not get out of that. It's crazy. That knight is following the king into its dreams and nightmares. 17 seconds.
Oh, decision time, Gukesh. He's got to move. Is he going to give a check, allow a draw, or is he going to play on, move the king?
8 seconds. And now 5, and rook back to D5. He finds a way to keep the game going.
Okay, fighting spirit. We love to see it from Gukesh. And that begs the question, what should white be doing next? Does white give a check? Now knight checks feel a bit moot. They don't feel so useful anymore. G4 check does come to mind, however, stopping black from connecting the pawns, driving the black king back.
Yes, I think it's important to point out that black basically has no threats. I like your concept G4. And basically asking, why are you better? How this pawn is essentially disarmed. And then you can just go king F2 and king F1. I think ultimately we might see a draw by rook D2, rook D1 repetition, just because black has no inroads left to make. I think the last step for white is just to secure the kingside situation and push black's king back permanently from this commanding post on F5.
Yeah, ultimately, we can't fault that decision from Gukesh. He's postponed the decision, the kind of the big call about whether to bail out with a draw until after move 40. So very professional move that. He still has rook D2, rook D1. He's got all the checks in the world for later. not risking anything yet. And it's Zhu Wenjun, 4 minutes. Do you see anything other than g4? I'm struggling, I must admit. It feels like he's forced her hand here.
Yes, I mean, the immediate king f2 allows potentially black to play g4, which has been on our radar for a while, but is actually very scary in that situation, because knight g7 is no longer dangerous. This is the point of rook d5. Black can step back to g6. So, yeah, I think g4 is both a relatively straightforward move and also forced. But this is move 40, so Zhu Wenjun can take the rest of her time and just sink this pawn into g4. By the way, looks like Warmerdam Pragnananda, yes, that has finished. It has ended in a draw. Prague's lossless streak continues. They liquidated. Warmerdam was not able to convert that positional advantage.
Yeah, the position. Oh, I was going to make a terrible pun, but I don't think it works. Warmerdam, yeah, he played a great game. Maybe we'll check out that final position just after the time control, just to see how it wrapped up for fans of either player. But ultimately a draw. And yeah, imagine that, Daniel. 41 games unbeaten against this level opposition. Prague is a man in form, and we see them leaving the tournament hall just behind Zhu Wenjun there.
Yeah, stealing a glance at this endgame. Really the last, one of two games that are remaining. The other one being Nepo Abdusatorov. That one's still going, but it's essentially a done deal. Nepo with a clearly winning endgame. But yeah, Zhu Wenjun, very professional, taking her time. She probably knows that deep inside that she's going to play g4. But why not, right? You get an additional 50 minutes. Hold yourself back, because that is the way that you prevent a last-second blunder.
Yeah, that's the way. And these players are so experienced. They've been there multiple times before. They've all been in time scrambles. They know how to gain time, how to get closer to move 40, how not to blunder or commit too much in these crunch moments where they cannot think simply, where they don't have the time. So 2 minutes left. And Gukesh will be predicting g4. He will answer within his last 36 seconds, but he will answer instantly. Of course, as all hands on deck as Neiman watches this one. G4 check incoming any moment now. Okay, still under 2 minutes. Look at the focus though, Zhu Wenjun. Just so impressive this whole tournament so far.
Yes, just complete control over the situation. And okay, g4 is on the board. Gukesh has responded with king g6. And okay, I don't really see a way that this game goes on for too long. Of course, time has been added, so presumably Zhu will take up some of it. But even a simple move like king f2, David, I think black is out of winning attempts and just has to force the draw.
Yeah, black is, I'm not going to say Zugzwang, but close to Zugzwang. There's no way to move the black knight without losing the f3 pawn. You can't move the black rook, apart from checks, without dropping your knight, and the black king is now sidelined. So this one, yeah, we've reached move 40. I think time to take stock, and it should simply end in a draw. Repetition, we're expecting some rook checks, maybe a dance between the black rook and white king. And Zhu Wenjun, yeah, she'll make this next move, and then she'll go freshen up and come back to clinch that result. And yeah, Dania, I think we've reached move 40 everywhere across the master section. The remaining players have a bunch of time to mull over their positions now. So this feels like the perfect moment to go on a break. We'll update everyone, of course, on the result, the aftermath of that time scramble, but we'll be back very soon. So the closing stages of round 8 still to come. These are the results on the doors so far. A bunch of draws, and that important win from Fallujah against Ding Liren. And we should also mention Ding now down to 27.69. The first time he's dropped below 27.70 since 2018. It's been a long streak. He's still our world champion, of course, but a tough tournament so far for him. We'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
I grew up in the small fortress town of Woerden. I've lived here all my life. When I was 5, my father taught me the game, and soon thereafter took me to the local chess club. I can't really remember my life without chess. I feel like it's always been there. I met my wife through chess. My profession is chess. I don't play chess to win. I'm not that competitive. I love how the pieces move. I love the game. I love how everything around me becomes still. When I'm behind the chessboard, time doesn't flow the same way until the clock runs out. In the spring of 2021, time seemed to have run out. I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease, which is a form of cancer. I was 35, and suddenly my life changed. It was a strange time, and chess didn't seem to matter at all. But I was optimistic. I trusted the treatment plan and the doctors that were helping me, and I felt it was in their hands now. The chemotherapy, radiation, at the worst I could barely walk around the block. That it really puts things in perspective. If I have a bad position now, yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, you know. So maybe in that sense it helps that you have a more of a different kind of attitude to life. There are definitely also positive things I take from that time when I was not well. I think it gives you kind of different perspective on life, on everything actually. So it was definitely not only negative. It takes a long time to recover, but chess players are anything if not patient. It was crazy because 1 month before the tournament in Gukesh, I still had my radiation therapy finished. So it was way too early actually to start playing, but I wanted to desperately be at that tournament. I barely prepared for the games because I was just too tired. I only played the games. I had dinner, went back to my room, slept most of the time. I had put that tournament as a goal. Best tournament I ever played. Then at the end of the year, after 16 failed attempts, I became Dutch champion, and that was really the cherry on the cake. That was huge for me. I was ecstatic. It was the feeling of I'm back. All those failures, all those setbacks, they never seem to matter now. What is important is that I have a lot of chess ahead of me. I always wait for the moment when I wake up and I realize that today I don't really feel like looking at chess, but it just never happens. My name is Erwin Lamy, and I'm a Dutch Grandmaster.
We are back, and it's still round 8 of the Tata Steel Masters. We have 2 remaining games. We've seen a bunch of draws so far, and 1 decisive game, a win by Alireza Firouzja over Ding Loren. And Daniel, what have the highlights been for you so far of today's action?
Well, it's been a fast-moving round, which is weird because it started off slowly. I thought we're in for some marathon games, and then boom, a lot of the games just kind of resolved themselves in the blink of an eye, particularly Alireza's victory over Ding. I think that's certainly going to be at least the visual highlight of the round. But in terms of the impact that the games have on the standings, Nepo, who seems to be on the cusp of defeating one of the tournament leaders, Nodirbek, that will also play a big role in shaking up the standings as we go into the final stretch of this incredible storied tournament.
And we'll soon go to check out that game. But first, if you've ever wanted to be on the big screen, just like the top level chess players you're watching in the CCL, then chess.com has just launched the official community Twitch channel, ChessCom Community, where we stream community tournaments and bring you exciting commentary. We host Q&As, review your games, and more. So use !ChessFam in chat and come hang out with us. First, it is back to the chess, back to Jan Nepomniachtchi to see whether he can keep pace with the leaders. And it's in this venue, the De Maurian, the historic playing hall out in Vaikanze, where we will find the answers to those questions. The man of the moment, Jan Nepomniachtchi, will he get the second win of the Masters section? Let's jump back into the chess. It looks, Dania, like it's an overwhelming advantage for him right now against Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, it just seems like he's a couple of accurate moves away. I mean, now the position has transformed a little bit. He is still up a pawn, but now he's got Black's knight in a vice-like grip. I mean, obviously, Black has this scholastic threat of knight b5 check, which Jan sees. He is just trying to find the right way to sidestep. I mean, king c5 comes to mind. You have to be very careful how you approach the knight. It's a little bit radioactive. But I think Jan he's looking for the knockout here. If he can find a way to surround this knight with his king, maybe also with his knight, which would mean getting the king out of dodge, I think he wins the game on the spot. And for once in this game, Jan is taking his time.
Yeah, and again, professional approach. Tip for everyone at home, take your time. Don't kind of accelerate towards what you think is a win without making sure that you haven't missed any counterplay. And I'm with you. I thought king c5 won on the spot pretty much due to king b4 being a threat until I spotted rook a4, and suddenly it's not 100% clear in that variation. So yeah, he needs to show some nuance here, show some sophistication, but he's done everything right. He's transformed his advantage into that of a material edge, 1 extra pawn, but also this black knight shouldn't be allowed to escape. Also, 1 hour on the clock, 1 hour, 5 minutes. I mean, that is oceans of time. That's an eternity of time. Surely he won't let this slip away now. And shoe on the other foot, unfortunately for Nodirbek, who had pretty much this exact type of situation, winning advantage after move 40 yesterday against Anish Giri, but today stares down the barrel of defeat. Should we try and figure out the most clinical, most efficient path to victory here?
Yeah, I know it's a great spot by you that king c5, rook a4 must be Nodirbek's idea. Let's put this on the board. And maybe king c5 is still maintains a decisive advantage. But just to indicate that if black goes rook a5 check, here white can play king b4. Originally, I thought maybe Nodirbek wants this, but it's a small consolation. After knight c3, the knight is still boxed in. All exits are covered. But you're absolutely right. Rook a4. And amazingly, this little island here is self-sufficient. It's very, very hard now to approach the knight. I guess you can go knight d2, but now you can't really go knight b1 because you're always running into rook takes c4 check. It's quite annoying. But I don't know, king d7 or something. Feels like white is going a little bit in the wrong direction. So that might be the first step to avoid the tempting king c5. Okay, that would mean, David, I guess king d3 comes to my note, but that... yeah, this actually gets kind of tricky. Maybe king d3 is the move.
Yeah, it's far less intuitive than you would think. It feels like he's done everything right. I mean, you pin, you win. That's what we're taught, right?
That's
and we
right.
see Jan sitting back and smiling, maybe hearing me make that beginner advice. But Rook a8. Yeah, it's awkward because white's piece is a bit loose. The white rook especially. Yeah, king d3. I guess if you're not wanting to calculate, you might play a move like rook b2.
b2, yeah.
Yeah, cage that knight.
He's played it.
Wow, okay.
And
got
it's,
lucky there.
I think it's similar. No, well spotted. I think it's similar in spirit to Alireza's knight e4. Like when you spend a long time calculating one type of line, you get fixated on like, I have to win the knight, I have to keep the pin. But often the solution is to abandon. I think there's a phrase to kill your darlings, which is used in reference to authors saying sometimes they have to delete their favorite sentences because they get too emotionally attached to them. And this is the same thing. Once you realize the pin is not the most essential part of the position, the knight is still very much trapped. In fact, the pin was causing more problems to white than to black. So once you eliminate it, the rest should be smooth sailing, but it's never smooth sailing with Nodirbek. He will keep fighting. King e6.
Grr. Yeah, these top players, they never back down. They never make it easy. I'm just wondering if white can slowly kind of cruise the white king over to b3 and then kind of reinstate the pin with rook to a2. I mean, yeah, there's definitely going to be pitfalls along the way. There's definitely going to be something said about that by Abdusattorov. I'm just wondering what he might have in mind, though. King c3, king b3.
Yeah, I'm also
drops.
do a measly 3.2. Can I? No, rook a4 fork on c5, so that's good. That's covered. King e5 does not seem dangerous at all. I can just go knight c5.
Yeah.
I mean, what could it be? I mean, how many resources could black have in a position like this? One would think.
Yeah, it's a mystery, and we're about to find out. Jan about to make a move. Will he drag his king back?
Yeah.
There we go. Most direct path. Just going after the knight. It's a two-move threat. King b3, rook a2. Game over.
Yeah.
Okay, Nodirbek. King e5.
Okay, you have to try this move, king e5, at least to create a threat. And now one more little decision to make, where to put the knight. Maybe there's a case to be made for knight d2, just covering everything 100th time. But knight c5 is such a nice juicy square on c5. Yeah, this is the most unpleasant part in some ways of the conversion process, when you're just like one or two moves away, but you know that if you play a sloppy move, you'll extend the game by another indefinite period of time.
Yeah, and that's the problem when maybe, I mean, this position is clearly winning, but especially if it's the middle game where you know you have an advantage, you know every move keeps the advantage, but choosing between 5-6 beautiful moves that don't ruin anything, it's the hardest, most time-consuming thing. But Jan, yeah, he's going to trust himself. I think both of them ultimately win here, Daniel.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. He's
literally just
catch a knight by its toe. Yeah.
Exactly. This knight is doomed. And knight back to d2. There we go. Confirmed on this really cozy little camera.
Yeah.
And we get to see Nodirbek's famous death stare. Maybe one last time in this game. Oh, just a brief look there to his opponent. Ooh, that was a scarier one.
Yeah. The things I'm going to do to you after the game.
Exactly. But this one... Yeah.
Hope I don't see you in the pizzeria, or you'll see me in your nightmares.
Yeah. Ultimately, though, it's just winning. That knight is fully trapped. Not much to say about it. This might be the closing stages of this battle.
The one thing, king b3 might be met with king d4, trying to interfere with my king. Rook a2, king d3. But the depressing thing, even that pawn endgame is probably losing. Although, okay, one way that white could screw this up. Okay, let's play a random move. Like, I don't know. It's hard to even play a random move. h5, for instance. Just humor me for a second. King b3. I go king d4. And there is one trap. Rook a2. Oh, wow. It's actually king d3. Rook takes a3. And I have this intermediate check on b8, avoiding the pawn endgame.
That is nasty.
Insanity. It's always possible to screw it up. There's always a way to do it.
Yeah, and luckily we were able to find it. by playing the moves I wanted. So sorry about that. But
I wanted to play them too. Don't worry.
Yeah, I guess that means that white just has to show a bit more care and maybe drive the black king away. A move such as f4 check would, I guess, prevent the black king from approaching. Again, f4 is a bit committal. Your pawns might become slightly more vulnerable on the king side, but there we go. Jan checking something out on the screens there.
Yeah,
but,
there's always some entertainment with Jan. It's like he's never still.
He's always lurking. Yeah, and actually thinking about it, the black rook is pretty much stuck protecting its knight. The knight is now fully trapped. Knight d2 covers all escape squares. So even going active, rook b7 first, and then kind of doing it the long way around, just putting the king on b3 and zugzwanging black will be maybe the sadistic way to do things. But he's going for his rook.
Rook a7 maybe to prevent rook b7.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
Good call.
It prevents the one threat, but there's about 15 others that take its place.
Yeah, the Hydra of endgames. Chop off one threat, unfortunately. Yeah, white can play anything here. Even rook b8. I really want to put the king on b3 and kind of do it the long way around.
Yeah, because then any attempt at infiltrating with the black's king can always be met with a check. It seems very easy when someone like Nepo does it, but it's harder when you're sitting in front of Nodirbek.
That's for sure. That's why we're not sitting in front of him right now. And
exactly. Instead, we're sitting in front of our computers.
Wow, Jan, do you think this is impatience that his opponent isn't resigning? He's smiling now. Something's tickled his fancy.
I feel like Jan is listening to some comedy tape on repeat in his head or something. Like you just never know what exactly it is that. I mean, he laughs at almost all of his opponent's moves and loses some credibility when he does that.
Yeah, and I'm loving that footer. It looks like he's pointing at it. He's pointing down at that line there. It's like point of view when you're the last pawn that Anish hasn't stolen. Because Anish, he's been a bit of a thief, a bit of a naughty boy this tournament, putting pawns in his pocket left, right, and center.
There he goes.
Yeah. What do you make of him and his chances? You mentioned that, okay, maybe one of the favorites for the candidates, Danya, but he's been the nearly man. He's been the bridesmaid, not the bride, in so many tournaments just in the last few years. Just seems to fall at the final hurdle.
Yeah, that has been an issue for him. Obviously, a tragic loss in the last World Championship, but that doesn't take anything away from his incredible pedigree. But yeah, it's, pretty debilitating when you look at it. But he still has some years ahead of him. I think people in the chess community tend to maybe discount him. But who said that 2 times is the limit to try your luck in the World Championship? He's going to keep going, if anything, with even more motivation.
Yeah, and I can confirm he has history. He has a lot of experience winning things. He pipped me to the European Under-10 Championship by half a point. He pipped me to the World Under-12 Championship by half a point. So he's got a great track record. And of course, try again. And now that Magnus has stepped down and vacated the throne, like you said earlier with Ding, it feels like everyone else believes a little bit more. Jan, it's all about the belief. Rook b3, is that going to be the killer blow? Big threat now on the board. That knight is just falling.
Jan certainly thinks that should be the killer blow, but he also thinks like 1 e4 should essentially trigger resignation. Like, why is my opponent still playing? But now I understand, because anytime black lifts the rook from a7, white can infiltrate the 7th rank. There's too many enemies at black's gates. King b2 is coming, and this is over.
Yeah, far more efficient than kind of using the king first and then going with the white rook, because now the black king cannot enter white's position, so no counterplay at all. And this might be just Abdusattorov coming to terms with things. 33 minutes. I wonder how many of those he'll use up on this next turn, because ultimately it's gone. It's done. And actually, masterclass from start to finish. Jan, his accuracy scores this game are going to be through the roof. Just a beautiful positional grind from start to finish. There we see only 95%. I'm surprised, but it's just been smooth. He hasn't even done anything too special. No double exclamation mark moves, just quiet but efficient.
Yeah, and this is what makes me believe that he's got a shot in this tournament, because this game he played with tremendous confidence, and Jan's the kind of guy who can, win 3-4 games in a row. He's got that ability with both colors. Of course, maybe not with a Petrov against one E4, but he has also been known to trot out the Sicilian from time to time. So I really think he's got a shot. I mean, it's a multi-horse race. It's impossible to predict the standings in Tata. Everybody's so closely packed together, and the narrative changes every single round. You think one player has the momentum, like you thought it was Firouzja, you thought it was Giri, Nodirbek. Everybody takes a turn, and then they've got a big X on their back and they lose, and the next player takes their place.
Yeah, and we see two of the leading pack before today's round on your cameras in front of you, Abdusattorov and Gukesh, but looks unlikely either of them will win. Let's go back to that Zhu Wenjun against Gukesh game. Looks like that one, he'll be stopped in his tracks. The winning streak might well be over. 3 games on the bounce. Another one we can talk about in the candidates, but yeah, frustrating day, like you say. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Everyone's beating everyone, everyone's stopping everyone, and before today, 10 players separated by only 1 point. All bets are off. Not much changing on this board.
Yes, not much at all, other than the time on Black's clock. But I think, G4 was played. That was the last hurdle. And I think Zhu and Junas done a great job just completely neutralizing any attempts. Gukesh he knows he has this repetition in his pocket, and he's really trying to find maybe knight c4. He's contemplating, hoping for, obviously, the prosaic trap rook f3, knight d2. But as I've been saying for a while, if you're not careful, you actually can get into some hot water. Like if you allow white's rook to infiltrate, there is no construction that allows the f-pawn to move forward. White has it completely under control. This is not the place to, play with fire. You lose a game, you ruin your chances. It's time to sign the score sheets and go home.
Yeah, and Zhu Wenjun, as she proved against Firouzja earlier in this event, will punish any mistakes in the endgame. So, yeah, Gukesh, you can tell body language again. Looking at the score sheet for a moment, now looking away, barely focusing on the board. He's just coming to terms with the fact that this, not really a missed opportunity. He never got any clear chances, but half a point disappearing from his tally.
And you never know what these players are thinking about. It reminds me of a funny story that Mikhail Tal related. And I wouldn't tell it as Tal actually was a great orator. And he had this Q&A that he gave, which was amazing. He told this story of when he was in IM, he was playing this other Soviet IM, Ratmir Holmov. And they both needed a 1.5 out of 2 in the last 2 rounds for their final jam norm. So they're playing each other in the penultimate round. Tal is black. Tal has an easier game in the final round. So he wants to draw Holmov, who's super solid, and then win the last round. Holmov is playing David Bronstein in the last round. Not an easy opponent. So they play a game, and the game starts to fizzle out. It's an opposite colored bishop endgame. Tal looks up at his opponent. He offers a draw. Ratmir, want to go home? And Holmov starts thinking. He starts thinking, and first he takes 2 minutes, and then he takes 5. And then by the time he takes 10, Tal says, I was already planning to resign because I was so sure that there was something so egregious that I had blundered that, why is this guy taking 15 minutes to accept a draw in an opposite colored bishop endgame? It must be because it's actually dead lost, and maybe I should just resign and save face. So finally, Holmov accepts the draw, and Tal says, Ratmir, well, what were you thinking about? And he said, I was thinking about how to beat Bronstein with black tomorrow. So, maybe Gukesh is choosing a restaurant rather than truly evaluating his chances.
Exactly. Tomorrow's a rest day after all. Maybe he's mulling over whether to go for a dip in the ocean, whether to go for a run, take the train down to Amsterdam. Who knows? But yeah, certainly a win far from his mind right now.
I have plenty of stories in case he takes another 25 minutes. Like I said at the start, I have a couple of good Yasser stories at the front of my mind.
I need them. Feel free anytime. The Yasser stories, everyone's favorite. Especially when you put on the voice that just, I promise I won't be sent to sleep, but it's just nice and soothing. And,
it is very soothing. Yeah. It's all your stresses fall away.
Yeah.
Shall we go back to the Jan game for a second just to see if we can catch the handshake?
let's try that. I think both games we're expecting results imminently, and Jan, clearly restless on the camera, clearly impatient to get this one done. Grab that dinner and get to the rest day. Okay, Abdusatorov's played one move. He's played king to e6. I guess the idea is that he won't get checked. So, for example, after white goes hunting for the black knight with the king, black's rook can slide to d7, harassing the white knight. And okay, he's still alive, still kicking. Trying to find the killer blow still. How frustrating is this? It feels like every move should win. Every move probably does win, but no immediate.
And at the same time, none of the moves win. Yeah.
These rook and knight endgames. Let's hope they're the last ones we see this tournament. So tricky.
Yeah. I think we've had our fill.
King b2 doesn't seem to quite cut it. At least not that I can see right now. I kind of want the white rook on d3 and then you go king b2.
Yeah, every time we get the ideal construction, we want some other construction. Like it's like you can never quite find, the proper sleeping position for white's pieces.
Oh, okay. Wait, check there. Okay, I think I might have a winning technique. That's probably better and that's probably more efficient. But how about if I go king b2? I'm just trying to do it by forcing moves.
Okay, let's put it on the board. Rook d7.
I'll go king c1 this time.
Ooh. But didn't they teach you to move your king closer to the center in the end game?
I was a bad student, don't worry.
Yeah.
And now I want to go rook d3. I want to cover my knight. And then I'll go king b2 next.
Beautiful.
Move.
I think that does it. That's the final cutting away rook d7. And now you pre-move king b2. Actually, wait, rook a4.
Yeah. And then I
never end. This is actually a draw.
just die. Just
just go away. Okay, wait.
I thought I was being so clever.
It's so funny. This is exactly how you blunder. You're like, all right, let's go. King b3. Whoops. Knight b6. Draw. Okay, so not that.
I think rook c3 might seal it. Just about.
Back.
And now king b2.
Arg. Wait, why didn't we do this earlier?
Because the c4 pawn is hanging after, with a rook on b3, the c4 pawn is hanging.
The rook was on b3, now it's on c3.
Yeah, now we just move our knight, and good night.
Finally, Finally, the resistance comes to an end. h4 by Jan.
That's deep.
Wow. It's like quantum mechanics level. That's like when I would pass by some classes in college and it would have formulas written on the board. This is way beyond my pay grade.
Some rocket science, it's hard to explain that one. I don't think any of us can. I guess the pawn's on the defender's square. He's playing with his food. King f5.
He is. But the line you indicated actually does win. And in all seriousness, you don't want to... Of course, you can enjoy yourself, and this doesn't change anything, but eventually you need to get down to the business of winning this night, because if you allow black a little bit too much activity, games like this have been squandered. It has happened in chess history, and it doesn't usually happen in one blunder, at least at this level. It happens when a player relaxes too much. They think anything wins. I can just enjoy myself. And when the win starts to become harder and harder, you get flustered, you get frustrated, and the process starts to unfold. So it's time to get down to business if you're Jan. I mean, the same idea probably still works, David. This king b2, king c1, lovely maneuver, I think still seals the deal. Okay, f3.
Okay. He doesn't want to cash in. Okay, he's closed the door to the black king, so killing the counterplay. But then again, the other way you don't win this is if somehow black's able to trade off the whole king side. Takes a lot of work, takes a helping hand, but h6, g5, g4, and then eventually black gives up the knight for the c4 pawn. You could be left ruining, kind of allowing all this time, all these trades. I'm sure he has a specific idea in mind. He's not just playing to stop the enemy activity. But yeah, it feels, like you say, it feels like he's towing the line here between extreme patience and kind of procrastination. My favorite thing. So
yeah, my favorite thing as well. I'll join you.
Yeah, very mysterious, and he just doesn't want to let Abdusattorov get dinner. Doesn't want to allow us to have our dinner either.
Yeah,
or sorry, breakfast,
my
brunch
nap.
for you.
No, I don't really know what breakfast is, but some lunch in bed would be nice. But yeah, Jan is very much enjoying himself. He still has 55 minutes on the clock. In the meantime, Gukesh is still thinking in that position.
Wow. Long think. Yeah, not wrong think. He'll just agree to draw. But yeah, 23 minutes for him, if I'm counting correctly.
Yes, I believe you are.
Yeah. What are your rest day plans, Daniel? What do you think the players will be up to as well on their day off?
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, as from the players' side, I mean, the only tournament I've, as a BN GM, the only tournament I've played which has rest days is the U.S. Championship, and the rest days tend to go by so quickly. You, in the evening before the rest day, especially if you've had a good result the night before, you think the moment is going to last forever. You're on vacation, you have a whole day to do whatever you want. And then when you wake up, it's already like 4 p.m. and it's already dark and you have to prep for the next game. So the rest day is kind of an illusion. It's the players are so tired that most players just spend the day in bed, which I think is why players really struggle to answer the question, like, what did you do on your rest day? I don't know. Like, I sat in my hotel room. I don't know. I browsed Reddit. Like, I don't know. Like, I did what people normally do. What did you do on your rest day, Mr. Reporter?
Yeah, I know a couple of players who've watched at least one full season of Love Is Blind on their rest day. It's
Man.
that type of thing. It's not much energy left once the players leave the playing hall, so they need to recover somehow. I think in the meantime, while we see the players mull over these tough decisions, Abdusattorov, of course, losing, just seeking one final chance. Gukesh coming to terms with a draw. Let's go out and check a short video where the players tell us how they were introduced to chess.
My father used to play chess with me, and that's how the journey began.
My mom tried teaching me, but she failed. It was too hard for me. I was too little. And later I read the book and then I managed.
My parents, in the holiday, they take me to the club and then chess.
My father taught me the game when I was 5.
By my father.
By my father?
My father taught me the rules when I was 6 years old.
I believe my grandmother taught me chess when I was 4 years old.
It was by one of my family friends.
Played with my grandpa and my uncle.
I studied chess at the age of 7, and it's an interesting class after the school.
Because the chess piece is quite beautiful.
I got introduced to chess because of my sister. She was the first one playing in our family. And
I saw my parents play at home, and then I joined a chess class in my school, so yeah.
Wow, there we heard it. Lots of similar stories, Dania, but more importantly, how did you get into chess?
I don't really have a glamorous story. Also, my dad, actually my brother, who is a couple years older than me, introduced me to the rules, and I played with him and I played with my dad. My brother went on to become 2100. A little known fact, I'm not the only Nodirbek who plays good chess in the family. He doesn't play much anymore, but he can scalp a blitz game for me here and there. But yeah, I had a very standard plain vanilla path to my early chess improvement. I don't have any glamorous stories of, looking at the board once and then, simuling Gary and Magnus the next day. How about you?
Yeah, similar. I was, at least I was told I was a bit of a naughty kid, running around and screaming and stuff. And it was a rainy day outside, so my dad taught me to shut me up, essentially. So very similar, I think, to many of the top.
And here we are commentating Tata Steel. It worked well.
Yeah. I mean, it was inevitable from there, that we'd end up right here, right now, in this moment. How old were you? Because some of the players they mentioned, they started really young, even as early as 4 years old.
Yeah, I started pretty late at about 7 years old. I played my first tournament, I think, at 7.5. And my first rating was USCF American rating was 803, which is quite a rating. I know that's breathes immediate fear into my opponent's hearts. Actually, it's fun fact. I recently the website of the chess club where I first played my first couple of tournaments, the Berlin Game Chess Club. It's a city about 15 minutes from San Francisco. As we see, Rook B6, one of many moves that should win on the spot. The website is now defunct because the club is now defunct. But I went on the Wayback Machine and I found this ancient website from like 2005, and they actually had some PGN files of games, and I found some of my earliest games that I have lost, like the score sheets of from the time that I was like 800 or 900, and I couldn't recognize any of my moves, but I do know it was me. So little trip down memory lane, always fun. You know what's not fun? Nodirbek's position.
Yeah, it's not fun at all. It's always nice to take that trip down memory lane. I know a lot of the top players, when I talk to them, they're very nostalgic. They kind of have this fantastic kind of pattern recognition for their early games. But yeah, in the meantime, Nodirbek, his one attempt at counterplay has just been shut down. Rook E7 tried to get active with the black rook. Knight E4, closing the door on that one. And will we see the door shut on this game? Now there are multiple threats. Rook A6, one of them. Rook takes C6.
Yeah.
I'm sure King B3 is probably a threat as well, chasing down this black knight sooner rather than later.
Oh, King B3 and King B2.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is all that you wrote. I think this might be the moment. Of course, it's shocking that Nodirbek has lasted as long as he has. He's done a phenomenal job of, fighting, but the margins they're too much. I mean, Jan demonstrated tremendous precision, but there's just no counterplay to be found here. It's all very one move, two move lines, and Jan dodged all of the traps so professionally.
Yeah, and still with 54 minutes on the clock. That's super professional. No risk anywhere. And I think it's a good lesson for everyone at home. I mean, this young generation, they're strong for many reasons. They've emerged not out of the blue, but they're just so disciplined. They're, so focused, so determined. And Abdusattorov, we talk about the death stare kind of jokingly, but I don't know many more kind of focused players on their goal. And there we see full focus despite the fact he's down a pawn, about to be down a knight, and everything's gone wrong. Same for Gukesh, refusing stubbornly to agree to the draw. I looked over there like he'd played on. He found a different way to keep the game going. I'm not sure too much has changed. I'm not sure whether he's achieved anything. Maybe it might even backfire. But Zhu Wenjun against Gukesh. Maybe that might be one spot to go over to. Unless we think Abdusattorov's resigning right now.
I mean, it's impossible to predict the moment. I think it could happen. It's like when you call the elevator and you go to use the stairs and the elevator arrives. Okay, he will resign at some point. That is a fact of reality. But Gukesh has played A5. So instead of repeating, he played A5. Zhu Wenjun said, I do not care. She finally has gotten her knight to D6. It's taken a while. There were many obstacles, but it has happened. Okay, I mean, after A takes B4, Black's time is running out. You have to repeat moves.
Yeah. Is she thinking of playing on somehow by taking the repetition off the table, like knight E4? Or it feels a bit risky, actually. Knight E4 check. King G6, I'm assuming, and then you take back. At least there's no repetition with Rook D2 covered.
True.
But
Black has so many ways to hold that Zhu Wenjun should just. Maybe a draw was offered. You never know. I mean, maybe she's thinking about knight takes B7, but which probably also draws. But why? No, maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why risk it? You have to calculate all sorts in that position. Maybe even knight C4 ideas, just because there are so many forks in the air. But just take the pawn back.
Yes.
Would you still? Judging, I was going to say, would you still accept a draw if it has indeed been offered by Gukesh, or would you just take the pawn back?
By the way, I do think we're about to get that resignation in, or maybe every time I look at it, it looks even more lost. And somehow it's like game keeps going.
Wow. Abdusattorov, the Uzbek fighter, still struggling on. Let's jump over that. I think we go to it. Yeah, it's actually like yesterday. I mean, you mentioned the elevator. Yesterday, just I was rushing back. I'd been out for lunch, or I'd been out. I had to come back and commentate, and literally I ordered food, and then it took 40 minutes to arrive. And by the time it arrived, I had to run. I had to just leave. I was like, the chess never waits. The things we do for chess.
Exactly. No, that's an infuriating situation. Okay, another infuriating situation here. Jan just almost there.
Everything wins.
Good. Knight c8. Yes, that should do it. Just trade the rooks. And take the pawn on g4. Is there anything wrong with that? f4?
Yeah, f4 would be nice. Just create a protected pass pawn. And yeah, I mean, f takes g4.
Yeah, maybe flirting with some Dzak f king f6. Black starts to take these pawns.
Yeah, I was trying to count there. I think white was still winning, but there we go. It is a handshake. The protected pass pawn and the trapped black knight decide this game. Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's one of the stars of today, of round 8.
Yeah, very impressive. Wire to wire victory by Jan, really headlined by this positional pawn sacrifice c5. It worked like a charm, and the result really was never in question from the moment they got into this endgame. It's a good fight by Nodirbek, but the hunter yesterday, the hunted today. That is just the story of this tournament.
Yeah, that's the way things go at the top level of chess, and nice to see the players kind of taking the time, even after a mammoth game. Nearly 6 hours now. Taking the time to discuss, to analyze, and for Abdusattorov, I'm sure he wants to learn a bit about what he could have done, should have done in the opening, because he never really got a chance. Once things went wrong in the early middle game, Jan just masterful handling of that early position. And that leaves us with 1. Nepomniachtchi, congratulations to him. It's now down to Zhu and Gukesh to provide all the entertainment in these Rook and Knight endgames.
Yes, that is quite a charge that this game has taken on. Must keep the commentators entertained. Okay, Zhu is taking her sweet time. Rook d1 check is on the board. There is a way to get mated. King f2, rook d2, king g3, rook d2.
Nice.
I guess rook e1 is possible.
Yeah, rook e1.
Why?
Is that an ambitious try? Is that something it's hard to figure out whether she's playing for a win suddenly or whether she's just happy to allow this one to fizzle out. 42 minutes on her clock. She took a nervous glance over, but she's got oceans of time. As do we.
Yeah, as do we. I mean, we have as much time as she does. And plus the amount of time that Gukesh does. But is there anything... I mean, yeah, rook e1, black can play rook takes e1 and knight d3, knight takes b4. So I don't think it's a serious winning attempt.
Yeah. Shall we jump in and at least try and move the pieces around, play through a few lines, try and figure out what's going through her head right now?
I got a few concerts to attend. I don't think I can accommodate that. Okay, so rook e1. Evel Bar doesn't react. Yeah, so rook takes e1, king takes e1, knight d3 check. Okay, king f1, knight takes b4, knight takes b7. I mean, who's playing for a win here?
Yeah, that's my question for you, for the players as well. I'd be reluctant to do this as white. It feels like Black King is coming in. It feels like you're risking more than you're gaining here. Evaluation bar says draw, so it's fine. But why play this?
Yeah, it's easy to stumble. I mean, even this is a draw. I'm playing all the cooperative moves, and it's still a draw. And maybe even giving away the pawn is a draw. And just like going like this. Black is not able to keep all of the business squares. Oh, for a second I thought 95, 96 was mate. It's pretty close to mate, actually, while black loses all his pawns.
Yeah. This is hard to mess up for either side. And the alternative to this rookless position is to play king f2 in the game position. And king f2, I don't see any deterrent here unless she's worried about something to do with rook h1 or rook b1. I'm trying, Daniel.
No. I was laughing because I remember this incident from like the Dutch actually kind of apt the Dutch Championship a couple of years ago. I think it was Luc van Wely facing Benjamin Bach, and Benjamin Bach, I think, with the white pieces went into a drawing line, and Luc van Wely, for some reason, I think, got mad that Benjamin was, making a draw with the white, and I think they repeated the position like 67 times or something like that because they were both like too indignant to claim the draw. Like, no, I am the alpha in the situation. No, I will force you to claim a draw. And they went on and on and on. This is not going to happen in this game. I think Gukesh is just going to force the draw. Yeah, king f2, rook d2.
Now, as you pointed out, not king g3.
Yeah. And why even think about, king g1 or king e1? It's just the most unnecessary move ever. Although maybe, wait, king e1 trying to provoke f2?
Oof. Maybe. I mean, you do it with clenched teeth. You don't want to. Don't want to risk too much.
Bring up the possibility, yeah, because then they might be making the. Okay, there's no move 60 time control anymore, but we might be in for a wild ride if king e1 appears on the board.
Yeah, and king f1, that isn't a repetition of the position because black's rook was previously standing on d5, but judging by body language, surely now, Xu Wenjun, she's just teasing us. Like, why not king f1? Surely now it's going to be a draw. I guess we said that an hour ago, Daniel.
Yeah.
I tempted fate. Commentator's curse.
Exactly. No, I think she's taking king e1 seriously. But, I mean, we see Solemn there in the background. He's facing Marc-Andrea Maurizi, and he is losing. Maurizi is going to win. Some crazy stuff happening in the challenger section. Just like complete bloodbath every round there. Elite Ruber's winning 2 in a row against 2,600 plus GMs. Very impressive.
And what I think we're going to do, Dania, is we're going to take a very short break. And actually, when we come back, assuming the players are still deep in thought, assuming they are wanting to avoid the repetition, we might just recap the results of the challenges. So we'll be back, everyone, for the final part, we promise, of round 8 in the Tata Steel Chess Festival.
Like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the Candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the closing stages, the closing moments of round 8 at the Tata Steel Chess Festival. It's been a long day, a long round, and it's time to recap some of the results that we've seen already. And 6 games have finished in the Masters section, 4 draws even, and 2 decisive results. Wins for Jan Nepomniachtchi and Alireza Firouzja, both with the white pieces, both in impressive fashion. And it was Alireza Firouzja, one of the victors today against world champion Ding Liren, who spoke to interviewer Fiona Style-Anthony.
Ding Liren, of course, you'll be playing in the candidates hoping to set up a match against him, so is this a special one?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I played him in Romania after his match, and I also beat him there. So I have, I think, decent score against him, but he beat me previous times in World Cup. So yeah, it was a very interesting game.
Were you aware that what you played is what he had played himself as white against Hikaru in the last round of the candidates tournament, where he got that important win to qualify to the candidates?
I don't think it was Queen C2. I mean, or it was Queen C2.
Yeah, the difference was, I think you played, when you played Bishop A2, he played Bishop D3 up until...
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's a main position here, so it's expected he played it before, but I played myself even this Queen C2 against Jan before in a rapid game, so I was hoping he didn't check that game today, but yeah, I was happy because probably he didn't expect my opening from the first move even, so...
You took a very ambitious approach, then you sacrificed the pawn on D5. Tell us a little bit about that moment.
Yeah, this was in my preparation from before. I was just trying to remember, and it's very dangerous line for black. He has to know a lot to defend.
Then the sacrifice on E7, and suddenly came the blunder with Queen C7. Did you immediately understand this was a blunder?
Yeah, of course. I was spending all my time the knight d5 move, and I couldn't evaluate what's the... But I think I have more comfortable position still with 2 pieces against the rook. But yeah, he blundered. He missed knight e4, obviously. He was calculating all this bishop f6, queen c1 mate. But yeah, it was lucky that he blundered.
What went through your mind when you saw Queen c7 appear on the board?
I was surprised, but at first I was trying to understand maybe he saw knight e4 and after, but yeah, it didn't make sense. So yeah, it was a good feeling. Yeah.
After that, the conversion, there were never any problems, I guess.
No, after that it's pretty easy, very comfortable position because I have 2 bishops and yeah, it's just suffering for him.
You've had 4 very eventful games since the last rest day, all decisive results. Was that your strategy coming here? I mean, you're such a fighting player and you're fighting in every game.
Yeah, for me, there's nothing better to do in Vaikanzi than playing long games. So for me, it doesn't make sense people make draw quickly here. So at least here, other places I understand, but here, for me, I have to make myself busy with playing.
And can we quickly talk about yesterday? It backfired, but the sacrifice on C2 was really interesting. How do you bounce back after disappointments like this?
Yeah, I mean, I risk a lot myself. I mean, yesterday he didn't do anything special even. I mean, I just blundered very immediately and I just missed king d3 and that was it. So, I mean, I was very upset, but yeah, what can you do? I mean, I have a lot of experience after losing how you should come back.
And you did it in the best way. You were just mentioning there isn't so much to do in Vaikanzi apart from playing chess, but tomorrow is a rest day. On the first rest day, you went to Amsterdam with your family. Do you have any plans for tomorrow?
Not yet, but maybe we go to some cities that are near Vaikanzi, so we'll see.
And after that, we'll be going to The Hague for Tata Steel on tour. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, sure. I've never kind of heard from this city, but I heard that it's a beautiful city. So yeah, I look forward to it.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to it too. Enjoy your rest day tomorrow and congrats again on a very nice win.
Thank you.
Wow, great to see Alireza Firouzja in such great spirits, Dania.
Oh my gosh. I think Fiona's doing a phenomenal job, by the way, with interviews, which are not easy. It's really hard. And players are just like inherently not talkative especially after a game, win or lose. And she's doing a phenomenal job. Alireza is great. And Amsterdam is, again, as I said at the start of the show, it is quite close. It's like a 30-minute train ride. But I think the nearest city is Bijverwijk. I'm sure I got all the Dutch people in the chat. Like, no, it's Bijverwijk. It's like, you American. But I did my best, and it's got more of a restaurant variety. So maybe that's where the players will head. Enough tarantella to last them a lifetime.
Yeah, I can attest to the fact there's not that much to do in Vaikanze. It's just great to see him in such top spirits. But in the meantime, Dania, I think finally we're about to see this draw.
Yeah. There we go.
We're about to be treated to a handshake. Knight checks. The Black King cannot safely dodge without losing protection of its own knight, and Zhu Wenjun is forcing the issue. Both sides, their winning chances are receding quicker than my hairline. So it's about to be a draw at any moment now.
Yeah. My camera was shaking there. Now they're about to shake hands. Tarantella is the name of the pizzeria in Vaikanze. It's solid. It's pretty good. But, I mean, you don't eat pizza for like a year after you come back from the event. There we go. Handshake, repetition, and a very fair result. And Zhu Wenjun continues her incredibly solid performance. She is an incredibly difficult opponent, particularly with the black pieces, doing great in this monumentally difficult event.
Yeah, she plays another candidate, and she gets a very, very commendable half point, and a draw, a fair result. I think one we could have predicted for a while, but an interesting game nonetheless. And both players, they've earned their rest day, 6 hours of action. It's been non-stop, pretty much. All of these Rook and Knight endgames in particular kept us entertained till the bitter end. But there we go, the final result. And round 8, that is a wrap, leaving us these kind of final statistics to look at. It was 5 draws in the end, 2 decisive results. Those 2 wins we mentioned with the white pieces. Jan Nepomniachtchi beating Nodirbek Abdusatorov, and Alireza Firouzja, who we saw in the interview, beating Ding Liren. And Daniel, what's been the highlight of today for you? What's the main takeaway?
Well, once again, Alireza, not only with the explosive victory, but also showing an ability to come back from a difficult result. I really like his approach to the tournament. He doesn't seem to let the losses affect him at all. I think he's enjoying himself. And that might be a cliche, but it also could lead to tournament victory. Huge win by Alireza, shakes up the tournament standings. Once again, we have 3 leaders. Giri still there, pulling out that draw, but still atop the tournament standings. Gukesh out of nowhere, and Alireza himself. And they are trailed by 4 more players with 4.5. That is one tightly packed field.
Yep, only 1 point separates first place from 9th place, and noticeable that Ding Liren has now plummeted into the bottom half of the table. And Dania, I agree, it's been a lot of fun to watch. It's been an important day for the standings, but the players, they've earned their rest day. I think we've earned our rest day as well. And just looking ahead to that final stretch now of the tournament after tomorrow's day off. And these are the games we have to look forward to. Which ones catch your eye from the off?
Man, every time we just get a completely fresh and fascinating array of games. We have Donchenko versus Firouzja. That's a game that Alireza will definitely try to win, given his explosive style with the black pieces. I'm also looking at Ding versus Anish Giri. Can Anish Giri deliver another blow to the world champion, or will that be a more peaceful game? Pragnananda will definitely try to make a second half of the tournament rally against a very on-form Zhu Wenjun. No matter where you look, the matchup of the Indian talents, Gukesh versus Vidit, going to be another fascinating day. The players will be relatively recharged, David. Of course, fatigued still. 1 day is not enough, but more or less, they will have their energy back by Tuesday.
Yeah, and there we see it. Today was round 8. Tomorrow is a well-deserved rest day for the players. And round 9, we will be back. Same time, same place, 2:15 Central European time. and 8:15 in the morning Eastern Time. And I think it just leaves me to say thank you to everyone who stuck with us for these 6 hours. Thank you, Grandmaster Naroditsky, for keeping me company. And I've been David Howell. See you soon, everyone. Enjoy tomorrow's rest day. Bye-bye.
Bye.